Chapter 416 Gamble Showdown. Chapter 416 Gamble Showdown. Yang naturally understood what Futian was saying, but it did not reduce her unhappiness. She angrily looked at the business alliance leader and said, "I thought he was a good person, but it seems I was wrong. This girl." Futian let out a bitter smile while shaking his head. He fondled her head, thinking, it looks like Yang Ting really protected his younger sister very well, allowing her to be so innocent. As the alliance leader of one of the four clans, how could the Yunhua business alliance leader be described simply as good or bad? "Duan Ke seems to be intentionally provoking you and your friends," Wang Yuro said. Futian was aware of that too. After defeating his opponent, the demon swordsman Duan Ke's gaze would look towards them. By claiming that his opponents were too weak and making the alliance leader correct his words, even though he had not officially spoken with Futian, he had already taunted Futian. "Leave him be," Futian said indifferently, not caring much. Shang Feiyu and his supporting experts had also been arrogant, but it did not mean that Futian needed to prove them wrong every time. To be honest, it was quite boring to do so. Yunhua City was just a pit stop for him. If it wasn't for Yang Ting and Yang Yi, he would probably have left the moment he got the map and not be wasting his time trying to improve relations with the Wang clan. By doing so, after Yang Ting and Yang Yi entered the Wang clan, they would be able to lead better lives. The third battle went on after that, and the atmosphere got even tenser. As though to prove the audience right, the fights got even more merciless, and no one was able to get off the battle platform unscathed. Every battle resulted in either serious injuries or death. Even battles between the Thunder Clan and Feng Clan had also become relentless. It was apparent that the Feng Clan had been dissatisfied with the second battle's results and wanted to make a comeback in this round. This round, the Thunder Clan and Feng Clan broke away from their earlier low-profile actions and became immeasurably wild, showing their overbearing attitudes. In the earlier two battles, the Yunhua Business Alliance and Wang Clan had both gotten one victory each in domineering fashion, and their clans had only been able to fight for second or third place. To the other two clans among the four clans, this was not a glorious feat, as it may diminish their presence. The Thunder and Feng Clan did not want to leave this kind of impression on the inhabitants of Yunhua City. What kind of prodigy would want to work for them in the future if this continued? The first battle had been unexpected and shocking. The second battle left people marveling at the Yunhua Business Alliance's might. In this battle, the residents of Yunhua City truly witnessed the strength of all four clans, as the four clans were matched in strength and put up an entertaining display. Finally, the Thunder Clan dominated the other three clans and got first. The wealthiest among the four clans, the Yunhua Business Alliance, came in second, showing off the strong foundations of the alliance. The Wang clan only came in third, and the Feng clan came in miserably at last. At the end of the three battles, the Feng family had the short straw, drawing second in the first battle, coming in third in the second battle, and last for the third round, doing worse each round. It was only until it ended that the audience came to a sudden realization that the biggest winner this time was not the Yunhua Business Alliance or the Wang clan. Although these two clans had been competing fiercely, the eventual winner was the Thunder Clan, drawing second in the first battle, coming in second in the third battle, and first for the third round, getting even more dominant each time. The Yunhua Business Alliance had come out on top of the Wang clan. As such, the Thunder Clan leader was beaming from year to year, his commanding gaze circling the surroundings, as he said with a chuckle, "This year, my Thunder Clan and the rest of you have put up a fantastic display. This can be considered a good end to the year. From tomorrow onwards, let us all make preparations for all the matters that need to be handed over next year." In contrast to the Thunder Clan leader, the Feng Clan leader's expression was gloomy. "Looks like you've made sufficient arrangements to discreetly become the biggest winner." In the direction of the Yunhua Business Alliance, the alliance leader said coolly, "Last year, his alliance was the biggest winner. This time, his all-out war with the Wang clan ended up helping the Thunder Clan. The Yunhua Business Alliance did quite well too, the Thunder Clan leader said, laughing. He looked up at the sky. It was already evening, and the setting sun's rays showered upon the Yunue battle platform, with several rays of golden light. It was indeed a beautiful day. What wonderful weather! Let this year's for clans battle end here, the Thunder Clan leader proclaimed. Is it over already? Around the Yunue battle platform, the endless Yunue city citizens felt as surrounding the area did not feel a sense of closure. With the ending of the four clans' battle, they felt a sense of loss. To them, battles of the standard could only be seen once a year. For them to witness the potential of these prodigies standing above all other cultivators. It has ended, the Wang clan leader said in a soft voice. Many had even stood up. Wang Yuro and Yi Futian were also among those that stood up. Has it ended yet? I don't think so. Suddenly, a voice sounded out, and many of those who had already stood up looked towards the person who said that. Surprisingly, it was Shanghai from the Yunue Business Alliance. Shanghai's gaze swept across where Yi Futian was standing for a moment, following which he said to the audience, the four clans' battle decides the allocation of resources in Yunue City. However, after the 3 rounds of battle have ended, there's still one more chance to change the allocation. The audience's eyes lit up as they all looked towards Shanghai. They knew what Shanghai was referring to. This time, even though the Yunue Business Alliance was not the biggest winner, but besides the Thunder Clan they were in second place. Even so, they were still not content. You want to start a gamble showdown? The Thunder Clan leader questioned. The crowd all had astonished looks. Everyone in Yunue City knew that apart from the 3 rounds of battle, there was still the gamble showdown. As the name suggested, a gamble showdown was a gamble. After the 3 rounds, the clan's benefits had already been allocated. The 4 clans could then use the resources that they had gotten and use it as a wager to start a gamble showdown against those who had participated in earlier battles. Shanghai turned around and said to the alliance leader, Great Elder, I am bitter about the results of the first round that I lost. I would like to win back what I have lost, and I hope that Great Elder can give me this chance. The Business Alliance leader's eyes glimmered, and a sharp glint appeared in them. He scrutinized Shanghai and asked, How do you want to gamble? Shanghai's gaze fell in the direction where the Wang clan was and callously replied, I will use what I have won in the second round to wager for what the Wang clan has gotten in the first round. The Wang clan leader frowned, looking at Shanghai, and he asked, What do you mean? Me, Sorcerer Wu, and Duan Ke were the victors of the second round. We challenge Wang Yuro and her 3 supporting experts, Shanghai said mercilessly. Everyone who heard his words had weird expressions. They thought Shanghai was out of his mind. 3 middle arcana plane cultivators, challenging lower arcana plane cultivators? Are you joking? The Wang clan leader rebutted emotionlessly. Even though the 4 clans have the gamble showdown rule, but there has never been such an unfair battle. I will not accept it. It is indeed rather unfair. As such, I will not participate in the battle. Only Sorcerer Wu and Duan Ke will. As for the wager, I will add on the 10% profits of the Spirit Stone mine from the first round. Shanghai announced in a clear voice, How about this? Humph, the Wang clan leader snorted. Ridiculous. He knew that Yi Futian and his friends had talent, but Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman Duan Ke were also exceptional people in the middle arcana plane. Sorcerer Wu was in the 5th level of the arcana plane, while Duan Ke was at the pinnacle of the middle arcana plane, the 6th level. How could Yi Futian and his friends' cultivation level even compare to them? Apart from Yi Wuqian and Wang Yuro, who were in the 3rd level of the arcana plane, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were only in the 2nd level of the arcana plane. 3 to 4 levels of difference was not something that could be neutralized merely with numbers. Even if the other party raised the wager, there was no meaning in accepting if defeat was beyond doubt. Moreover, if he accepted the battle, Shanghai would definitely be gunning for Yi Futian and his friends' lives. Go back, the Wang clan leader said. The rest of the Wang clan stared at Shanghai expressionlessly. What an imagination he had, to come up with such ludicrous terms for a battle. Yi Futian and his friends also turned away. They had no intention of fighting. Don't you want to prove me wrong? Shanghai said deliberately, looking at Yi Futian, whose back was facing him. You were so arrogant before this. Do you want to just walk away in dejection? This asshole, Yang Ting said coldly, he knows no shame. A middle arcana plane cultivator trying to taunt Yi Futian into accepting the showdown. Shanghai was the epitome of shamelessness. Brother Yi, don't fall for it, Yang Ting said to him. I know. Yi Futian nodded lightly, not taking it to heart. Oi. Another voice sounded out. It was Duan Ke. He smiled and said, a swordsman that is willing to demean himself is not worthy to hold a sword. Yi Wuqian's footsteps slowed down. Duan Ke's words were evidently referring to the incident in the White Jade Tower where Yi Wuqian had stooped to pick up the spirit stones on the floor. Yi Futian's footsteps slowed down as well, and he suddenly smiled brightly and asked, Why do you do this to yourself? Saying that, he looked towards the Wang clan leader and asked, Senior, do you trust me? The Wang clan leader's eyes gleamed, and he looked towards Yi Futian. You mean to say you want to accept the battle? Yi Futian nodded lightly. Are you out of your mind? I know that you're very strong, but that is the middle arcana plane. His fighting ability is at the peak of the middle arcana plane. He's intentionally trying to taunt you, not just to get the resources from the Wang clan, but also your lives, Wang Yuro said in a hushed voice. I know. Yi Futian was still looking at the Wang clan leader. The Wang clan leader looked Yi Futian in the eyes and guffawed. It's been a long time since I've seen such a wild teenager. I'll accompany you in your insanity this time. What we won in the first round was originally won for us by you. So, I leave it up to you to decide. Thank you, Senior. Yi Futian nodded and shifted his gaze towards Shanghai's direction. At this moment, Shanghai was beaming brightly. Duan Ke also had a radiant smile. He looked towards Yi Futian, saying to Shanghai in a faint voice, Don't forget what you've promised to give me. I'll give you double, Shanghai said with a piercing gaze. Good. I'll help you to reap their lives. Duan Ke's smile got even more radiant. Chapter 417. Don't Insult a Swordsman. Chapter 417. Don't insult a swordsman like Wang Yuro had said. Duan Ke had been intentionally provoking Yi Futian and his friends in preparation for this moment. Shanghai had told him that he wanted Yi Futian's life and had promised him many benefits for it. The best chance to kill Yi Futian was naturally on the Yunhua battle platform. Therefore, both Duan Ke and Shanghai were intentionally using provocative language to anger Yi Futian and his friends. And Duan Ke had even gone to the extent of insulting Yi Wuqian. Everything had been for this moment. To their surprise, Yi Futian and his friends had been unable to withstand the taunting and had accepted the battle. What a way to court death. Grand Elder. Shanghai looked towards the business alliance leader. Previously, the conflict with Yi Futian had nearly ruined his future prospects. Now he was going to reclaim what was rightfully his. In this battle, not only was he going to kill Yi Futian and his friends, but he would also win back everything he had lost in the first round. Hence, it would be equivalent to the Yunhua Business Alliance coming in first for both rounds, surpassing the Thunder Clan to become the real winner. The alliance leader looked at Shanghai and said, All right, everything will be up to you to decide. After saying that, he took a seat again, and the Yunhua Business Alliance members around him all sat back down and looked towards Yi Futian and his friends. Just like how Shanghai had imagined, they also felt that, regardless of how strong Yi Futian and his friends' battle capabilities were, the large gap in cultivation levels was not something that could be bridged by raw talent and fighting ability. Moreover, Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman Duan Ke were both already extremely talented cultivators, which was apparent from their performance in the second battle. Under these circumstances, the Wang clan was as good as giving them the win on a platter. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Shanghai was ecstatic, and he looked towards the opposite side where the Wang clan members were all sitting back down too. The Thunder clan leader frowned and looked towards the Wang clan and said, "Brother Wang, do not make a foolish decision. 40% of the Spirit Stone Mine's profits are not a joke." The Thunder clan had already cemented its position as the biggest winner this time, and evidently they did not want their position to be replaced by the Yunhua Business Alliance. The Yunhua Business Alliance was already in an advantageous spot and showed signs of becoming the strongest among the four clans. If this trend continued, the power balance among the four clans would eventually crumble. Now, the Wang clan was about to give the Yunhua Business Alliance a generous gift, something that he did not wish to see. "Naturally, I'm not joking," the Wang clan leader said. "My decision is final. Let the four clans witness the gamble showdown." What respectable resolution. The Business Alliance leader chuckled. If anyone violates the rules of the four clans' battle, everyone has the right to execute them. "Go forth," the Alliance leader said to Sorcerer Wu and Duan Quebec. "After this battle, the two of you will be well rewarded." Sorcerer Wu stepped forward in silence, while Duan K marched forth with a grin, both of them stepping foot on the Yunhua battle platform yet again. The rays of the setting sun showered down upon them. The two of them were among the most dazzling cultivators among today's for clans battle. Now they were going to battle the three most dazzling lower arcana plane cultivators from the first round. On the other end, Yi Futian and his friends slowly walked down the viewing gallery. Wang Yuro was there too, and she softly whispered to them, "With my strength, I'm simply unable to help the three of you in this match." Even though she had absolute confidence in her strength, she also knew her limits. Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman were both exceptional individuals in Yunhua City. How was it even possible to surpass the level boundary and defeat them? She was definitely not a match for them. "It's all right," Yi Fuqian replied. Wang Yuro glared at him. How could he still be so nonchalant at this point in time? Did he not know the dangers that awaited him in the upcoming battle? The four of them stepped onto the battle platform, where Duan K was smiling while looking at them. He had been waiting a long time for this. "You stay here and watch," Yi Fuqian said to Wang Yuro in a hushed voice. Wang Yuro was stunned for a moment and felt anger after she recovered. This asshole was doing the same thing again. Yi Futian also stopped walking forward. He turned to Yi Wuchen, who was beside him, and said, "Wuchen, you deal with him." Since Duan K wanted to witness what a swordsman could do, Yi Wuchen would grant him that honor. Yi Wuchen continued, stepping forward. Seeing him come closer, Duan K had a grin on his face and asked, "You want to die one by one?" "Sure, I'll grant your wish." The demon swordsman Duan K smiled and similarly walked forward, a terrifying sword while surrounding his body, resonating with the universe. He stretched out both arms. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword wills roared simultaneously, hovering around the vast Yunhua battle platform. The sword wills formed a horrifying, sword-shaped air current, gliding towards where Yi Fuqian was. It was a deadly yet elegant sight. Just like his nickname, the demon swordsman had a magical command over his swordcraft, causing his sword techniques to be unpredictable and ethereal. A lower arcana plane fighting a middle arcana plane, unable to withstand just a few sentences of provoking. "An idiot like you. How did you live to cultivate until today?" Duan K appeared as though he was embracing tens of thousands of swords in both arms. He raised his head and had a look of intoxication on his face. The moving sword current drowned out everything, enveloping Yi Wuchen in it. Feeling the aura of his sword current, the Wang clan did not appear optimistic. What on earth was Yi Fuqian thinking, letting Yi Wuchen face the middle arcana plane, Duan K alone? The Business Alliance leader also felt Duan K's sword will and a glowing smile appeared on his face. This battle would definitely restore the Yunhua Business Alliance's reputation, as well as all the resources that they had lost. He simply could not understand why the shrewd fellow from the Wang clan would agree to such a ludicrous gamble showdown. Even the most crafty person would commit such mistakes once in a while. Shanghai's performance now was indeed commendable. Duan Kei's body rose into the air, ascending towards the sky alongside his sword. His gaze fell onto Yi Wuchen, and he said, "Even though your sword techniques are speedy, but you're not a qualified swordsman after all. It's your honor to be able to die at my hands." As his voice landed, he waved his arm, and in an instant, countless sword wills turned into real blades and rained upon Yi Wuchen's body. Watching the figure with one lone arm shrouded in sword wills, many people gave silent sighs. What a pity! Yi Wuchen's strength was not to be underestimated, but alas, he was too rash. At that moment, Yi Wuchen stepped forward. In that split second, it was as though he was not a human being, but rather a sword, an indestructible sword. At the same time as he stepped forward, a formless sword will charged straight ahead, cleaving the sword current. His foot took yet another step forward. Around his body, an intense sword veil formed around him. When the sword will that Duan gang had released rushed towards him, it permeated the sword veil and flowed along the sword veil. Contrary to what the audience thought, it did not break through the defense of the sword veil, but rather it encircled the sword veil, invoking the sword will. Duan Kei gazed upon Yi Wuchen bewilderedly. "It seems like he has some strength," Duan Kei thought to himself. Both his arms swinging around, countless sword wills moved in tandem with his arms, as though all the sword chi in the world were under his command. Following up, Duan Kei waved his hand and dealt one blow with his sword. When the sword struck, it was as though the void had split into two by the sword will, and words started to appear in front of Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen treated it as though he saw nothing, and took another step forward. The words exploded in front of him, and ended up as remnants of sword will, continuing to flow around his body, unable to break through his defenses. Many people had surprised expressions. The demon swordsman had already dealt 2 blows, yet he was still unable to break through or even cause damage to Yi Wuchen. Duan Kei squinted, and his palms stretched out. Immediately, an even stronger sword will was manifested, and he resonated with the worldly sword will. After that, his fingers moved, and a sword sliced towards Yi Wuchen. Bang! The harsh blade of light was stopped in its tracks, but Duan Kei's movements did not stop. His fingers continued to brandish even more killing blades, as though they were bolts of lightning. The waves of dazzling blades of light seemed to slice the void apart into countless pieces, and Yi Wuchen's body was completely engulfed within, enduring the countless sword chi's killing intent. Waves of horrifying light blades submerged his body, blocking everyone's field of vision. However, seeing those dazzling blades of light, many people felt pity for Yi Wuchen. In all likelihood, he would have been decimated by these sword techniques. Among the sword chi screeching, Duan Kei's movements finally came to a halt, and he looked towards the scary sword storm that Yi Wuchen was trapped in. A cruel smile appeared on his face, as all he could feel there was sword chi. He could almost see Yi Wuchen's body being impaled by tens of thousands of sword wills. In the brilliant storm, a fleeting glimpse of Yi Wuchen's body could be seen. Everyone's gaze focused on that figure. They saw countless sword chi intersecting Yi Wuchen's body. There was no longer any sign of human life, only the aura of swords. Why? Many people sighed. How could it be possible for Yi Wuchen to defeat Duan Quebec? The Wang clan leader's expression was pale, even though he had joined in on Yi Futian's insanity, but he still felt terrible seeing this kind of ending. Conversely, the Business Alliance leader's face had a resplendent smile. This battle was already half won. Everyone had differing emotions, but suddenly the body that had been penetrated by countless sword chi moved again. He took another step forward. Even though it was just one step, everyone's expression froze. Duan Ke was also dumbfounded. Could it be that he was not dead yet? At the moment that he was dumbstruck, Yi Wuqian's body disappeared, transforming into a blade, an indestructible blade, encompassing the countless sword wills that had been attacking him just now and penetrating the void. Duan Ke's expression changed, following which he saw a pair of eyes, and in his mind, a killing sword figure appeared. "Get out!" Duan Ke angrily shouted. He drew his sword, a sword that was aided by the heavens, slicing through the void. That strike was extremely beautiful, and it rendered the figure that had appeared in his mind in half. As the blade was striking through the void, he felt a sense of extreme danger. An unstoppable sword was headed straight for him, while his sword was already in motion and could not be withdrawn. How could this be? This was the last thought in Duan Ke's mind as the blade severed his throat. Duan Ke's body quivered uncontrollably, as a figure that appeared to be formed out of sword qi stood upright before him. The figure only had one arm and was standing quietly as always, but the sword in his hand had already cut through Duan Ke's throat. "Don't insult a swordsman." This was the last voice that Duan Ke heard as his body was torn into smithereens by sword qi. Chapter 418. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 418. Are you satisfied now? When Duan Ke collapsed, the single-arm figure stood above the platform. Everyone was dazed. Did Yi Wuqian just win the battle? The demon swordsman was killed? Realizing that, people's hearts beat fast. Shanghai's heart also pounded as if a big hammer was beating it. His face paled all of a sudden, all the color draining. Not long ago, he had just presumed that he was going to win it all back. Now he was frozen by this fact. A deep fear came to him. What happened before him seemingly set him into an icy cellar. Duan Ke was dead. Yi Wuqian killed him. Shanghai didn't care how Yi Wuqian did it or why he was so strong. He only cared about the result. This battle was a gamble to him. The wager was what they got in the second round, including the mines. The big fortune was even more important than his life. Now, because of his gamble made out of impulsion, he was going to give all the fortune away. Of course, he was frozen and terrified. He had never thought about what could happen if he lost the gamble. Would his grandpa forgive him easily? The leader of the merchant union looked livid. They'd actually been defeated. Duan Ke, that proud demon swordsman, was killed by a silent, single-armed swordsman. As the saying went, the more silent was the more dangerous. In previous battles, both Yu Sheng and Yi Futian were very high-profile. Compared to them, Yi Wuqian behaved in a more low-profile way. But as a result, he killed Duan Quebec. "What a wonderful fight!" the leader of the Thunder Clan exclaimed. There has not been such a wonderful battle of four forces for many years. He was seemingly very glad to see the Yunye Merchant Union to be defeated. Among the major four forces, Yunye Merchant Union was the strongest force. The Thunder Clan naturally didn't want the Yunye Merchant Union to be the final winner. The Thunder Clan's leader was very confident that his clan had a stronger comprehensive strength than Wang family's. Even if there was a year for Wang family to develop, they still couldn't threaten the Thunder Clan. What's more, Yi Futian's group was just the Wang family's external aid. He would not feel threatened unless the Wang family's youth were as strong as Yi Futian's group. As long as they were not the Wang family's members and they didn't plan to join, he would not mind. He also believed that the Wang family wasn't attractive enough to them. Hearing the Thunder Clan's leader's words, the leader of the Merchant Union felt more embarrassed. The Wang family's members were also stunned. Wang Yuro just couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. What a promising youth! The Wang family's leader also exclaimed. He kept looking at the Yunye platform and laughed. The real talented one didn't show his interest, but was forced to fight. Somebody just wants to be humiliated. His words were like a slap. From Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian's previous reaction, everyone knew that they were not interested at all. But Shanghai and Duan Ke provoked them again and again. They were forced to fight. People all witnessed the result of the fight. Moreover, Shanghai had planned to let Sorcerer Wu and Demon Swordsman fight Yi Futian's 4 people. As a result, the Demon Swordsman was directly killed by Yi Wuchen. It's not over yet. At this moment, Shanghai clenched his fists, veins standing out under his skin. His eyes fell on Sorcerer Wu. Though the Demon Swordsman was dead, the mysterious Sorcerer Wu was here. He still had a chance to win it all back. Kill him. If you win, what I have promised Duan Ke before, I'll give you in double, Shanghai said to Sorcerer Wu determinedly. Sorcerer Wu was his last hope. As long as Sorcerer Wu could kill Yi Wuchen quickly, it was still possible for him to handle Yi Futian and Yu Shang. As for Wang Yuro, he didn't even count her in. She didn't have the strength to get involved in this battle at all. Hearing Shanghai's promise, Sorcerer Wu stepped out. His figure in the black cloak looked very mysterious. He glanced at Yi Wuchen, and suddenly a stream of dark flames surrounded Yi Wuchen's body. The demonic dark fire bloomed like flowers and swept toward Yi Wuchen. Sword intent appeared from Yi Wuchen and wove into a sword curtain to protect his body. The dreadful, demonic dark fire gathered to attack the sword curtain. A hole appeared. The demonic fire penetrated it, and a hole kept expanding. That terrible fire eroded the curtain rapidly. The curtain was going to disappear. Sizzle! The curtain suddenly transformed into beams of sword light and dissipated. Every beam of light contained some demonic fire. Yi Wuchen retreated. He stared at Sorcerer Wu sharply. Sorcerer Wu was not just a fire attribute sorcerer. The fire was really demonic, but it was also because of his comparatively low level. Yi Wuchen had a sword body melted with the sword intent given by his grandmaster. That was why it was a mistake for Duan Ke to attack him with sword intent. Unless Duan Ke had stronger sword intent, he couldn't get the upper hand. But this time the sorcerer's level was also higher than his, and he attacked Yi Wuchen with such a strange way. Yi Wuchen would very possibly be defeated. People were surprised at this sight. It seemed that Sorcerer Wu was more fearsome than Duan Ke, though his level was lower. The merchant union's leader's eyes brightened. Shanghai also became hopeful. It was possible to win. Kill him, said Shanghai. If Yi Wuchen was killed, the path would be smoother. The dark, demonic fire seemingly turned into countless snakes and wreathed toward Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen's sword intent broke out and soared up as if it was going to rip everything apart. But suddenly a thunder was heard, and a flash of purple lightning crushed the demonic fire into dirt. Yi Futian walked to Yi Wuchen and said, "Let me handle it." It was not because Yi Futian didn't trust Yi Wuchen's strength. When fighting with Duan Ke, it was about Yi Wuchen's dignity as a swordsman. He had to fight. But when confronting with Sorcerer Wu, Yi Futian didn't want Yi Wuchen to handle it alone. Looking at Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen nodded and retreated back slowly. People around the platform were surprised. They thought Yi Futian was overconfident. He could help Yi Wuchen to fight Sorcerer Wu together, but chose to fight one-to-one. Was he really so confident about his strength? "You could fight together," said the sorcerer in a low voice. Hearing his low and eerie voice, many people were surprised. The sorcerer was even more arrogant. Yi Wuchen had killed Duan Ke, yet the sorcerer was still so arrogant. Did it mean that Duan Ke's strength meant nothing to Sorcerer Wu? Hearing Sorcerer Wu's words, Shanghai's eyes brightened more. Yi Futian froze, but then smiled at the sorcerer. He turned to Shanghai and said, "I'll give you a chance. You can fight together with him too." What? The spectators were speechless. Were they competing about who was more arrogant? It seemed that they didn't take each other seriously at all. "This is your idea. Everyone heard you. Don't regret it." Shanghai wouldn't miss such a chance. He walked out and directly stepped onto the platform. "Of course." Yi Futian nodded and stepped forward. While he moved forward, the death coil was released. His body turned into a big tree. Endless golden vines rushed out toward Sorcerer Wu. In a black cloak, Sorcerer Wu lifted his head. Dark fire lit up in his eyes. Suddenly, those vines were set on fire by the dark flames. Dealing with such a spell was a piece of cake to him. The vines appeared endlessly. So did the dark fire. What Sorcerer Wu didn't expect was that the fire didn't stop the vines. He dodged quickly without getting hurt by the vines. His eyes sharpened and more fire burnt the golden vines up. However, there were too many vines to burn. Whoosh! The wind raged. A horde of horrible black fire crows appeared behind the sorcerer's body and pounced toward different directions. Where the crows swept, all the vines were burned out. One black crow transformed back into Sorcerer Wu's figure and overlooked Yi Futian in the sky. The pair of horrible eyes under the cloak looked straight at Yi Futian. In an instant, Yi Futian's whole body was shrouded in darkness. "Burn," the sorcerer said coldly. However, Yi Futian's wasn't burned down. He looked up at Sorcerer Wu indifferently. Was Sorcerer Wu attacking him spiritually? It seemed that Sorcerer Wu had been hiding his real strength. What a scary man. At this time, an enormous black crow appeared behind Sorcerer Wu. "It's none of your business. You shouldn't have come," Yi Futian responded with a cold look. Dreadful lightning flashed in his eyes. The two's eyes collided and Sorcerer Wu trembled a little as if that lightning struck him. Lightning gathered and overshadowed the sky. Then the mighty lightning hit down. Since Sorcerer Wu was good at dark spells, Yi Futian decided to attack him with the lightning. The sacred lightning cracked down directly on Sorcerer Wu's body. Endless black crows around Sorcerer Wu were shattered. He couldn't escape at all, as if he was confined. Sorcerer Wu looked livid. What kind of power was the lightning? Boom! The lightning descended as if doomsday had come. With the Thunder God spell cast, the destructive lightning seemingly turned into chains and whipped Sorcerer Wu's body. Both his mentality and body were hurt heavily. Another black crow appeared. Sorcerer Wu's eyes became extremely cold. But the lightning descended again and pierced through the black crow, as well as Sorcerer Wu's body. He shook violently. At this moment, Yi Futian walked forward. His eyes were so indifferent. Seeing this scene, people's faces all paled. Yi Futian's spell was so strong that it even broke the limit of levels. This was also out of Shanghai's expectation. He rushed toward Yi Futian immediately. Extremely wild power projected from his body. He folded his hands behind him. Horrible power was gathering there. "Be careful," Wang Yuro cautioned Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his hand, and a long staff appeared in his hand. "You must die." Shanghai's figure descended. A big, destructive handprint rushed toward Yi Futian. The Wang family's members paled. How could Yi Futian be so careless? Generally, a sorcerer couldn't bear Shanghai's attacks within such a short distance. Boom! Yi Futian's body spun in the sky. A great momentum gathered, and his body was surrounded by thunder and lightning. A thunder dragon seemed to appear in the sky, but growled like an ape. Finally, with the great momentum, Yi Futian slashed his staff down to Shanghai, who was rushing to him too. Bang! Without any suspense, Shanghai dropped like a flash of light and fell down on the battle platform heavily. Boom! With another blow, Sorcerer Wu's body was thrown away. Then Yi Futian rushed downward with his staff in hand. With a loud explosion, the whole platform shook violently together with people's frightened hearts. Yi Futian slashed down beside Shanghai's body. Shanghai's whole body trembled heavily. That blow almost frightened him to death. "Is this what you want? Are you satisfied now?" The staff disappeared. Yi Futian stood beside Shanghai and looked at him disdainfully. Then he turned around, leaving an extremely conceited figure. The leader of the merchant union stood up from his seat, his hands slightly quivering. The merchant union was defeated in such a miserable way. The Wang family's leader also stood up. Looking at Yi Futian, he took a deep breath. Yi Futian was too strong and powerful. It was a pity that he wasn't the Wang family's member. Both the Thunder Clan and Feng family shared the same pity. In this battle, the Wang family was the biggest beneficiary. The whole thing was just because of a young man who defeated Sorcerer Wu with a strong spell and deprived Shanghai's ability to fight. Years later, people in the Yunhua city would still remember their shock brought by this stunning fight. Probably no one could surpass Yi Futian. Though not at the same level, Yi Futian still defeated his rivals so easily. The three young men just showed people their invincible mighty power. Chapter 419. Wang Yuqing. Chapter 419. Wang Yuqing. The Wang family followed Yi Futian's group away. Under the sunset, their shadows dragged. Countless gazes from around the Yunhua battle platform were still gazing in that direction in shock. The leader of the merchant union stood up straight, also watching the silhouettes of the Wang family as they left. The battle was over, and the final divisions had been announced. The Yunhua merchant union would barely get anything next year. If one looked closely, one would see that his hands, hidden in his sleeves, were trembling. He turned to gaze coldly at Shanghai, who was pulling himself up. Right now, Shanghai seemed to have wilted. His face was colorless, while blood still flowed from his lips. His organs seemed to have been shattered by that hit. He was badly hurt. However, no one came to help him away. Seeing their leader's expression, no one dared. They all knew that Shanghai had messed up this time. The leader wouldn't forgive him. He'd already redeemed himself, and the leader had planned on letting him go. But he wanted to take revenge and taunted Yi Futian while they were leaving, thus causing this destructive attack. He dug his own grave. The Thunder Clan and Feng family all looked at Shanghai with disdain. He didn't know his own strength and couldn't even take a single hit. However, that youth was honestly too powerful. He would definitely become an important figure in the future. The Thunder Clan and Feng family were obviously happy to see this result. The most powerful Yunhua merchant union was repressed. To the Thunder family, the Wang family winning the most was less threatening than the Yunhua merchant union. It was the same for the Feng family. They weren't last place anymore. Under these circumstances, the Yunhua merchant union probably wouldn't be able to change anything. In the direction of the Wang family, they orbited around Yi Futian's group. Wang Yuro's pretty eyes gazed at Yi Futian beside her. "Are you better at sorcery or martial arts?" She was curious. Earlier, Yi Futian's sorcery had been crazy. Despite his low plane, he could defeat Sorcerer Wu. Yi Futian's sorcery was too powerful to be a regular sorcerer. Everyone had thought he was a powerful sorcerer. Shanghai thought so too, so he launched a close attack. But that last strike had been fatal. The one strike had carried immense power and flattened Shanghai, the pride of the Yunhua merchant union. There hadn't been any suspense. His martial arts skill was undeniable. Guess. Yi Futian smirked. Wang Yuro glared, but heard Yu Sheng say nonchalantly, "He isn't the strongest at sorcery or martial arts." Then what? Wang Yuro froze and looked at Yu Sheng in confusion. Yu Sheng gazed at Wang Yuro with a meaningful expression. Seeing his eyes, Wang Yuro instantly understood. She was forced to look away in silence. Yi Futian glared at Yu Sheng. This guy had changed too much. What was he thinking now? Yi Futian wasn't like that. "Little Yi," Yi Futian called. Yang, he walked over and greeted, "Big brother Yi." "After I leave, remember to cultivate well," Yi Futian said, smiling. Wang Yuro glanced at him. Was he talking to her? This time, Yi Futian had displayed such great talent. He guessed that the Wang family would try to keep him, so he made some hints to keep them from asking. Wang Yuro sighed inwardly. The Wang family couldn't keep someone as talented as Yi Futian. She knew that there was no point. Yi Futian didn't think too highly of her. Big brother Yi, are you going to leave? Yang Yi looked up, gazing at Yi Futian. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. I still have many important things to do. What things? I want to go too, Yang Yi said innocently. You dummy. Yi Futian patted her head. At that time, the Wang family's leader walked over. Glancing at Yi Futian and Yang Yi, he smiled. Don't worry. We won't mistreat the Yang siblings after you leave. Thank you, Senior, Yi Futian said. You won so many things for the Wang family and helped us take revenge. This is nothing. We owe you. Do you have any requests? The family leader asked. No. Yi Futian shook his head, smiling. I didn't know anyone after coming to Yunhua City and met the Yang siblings by fate. I only wish that you will help me take care of them. All right. Euro, Yang Ting, and Yang Yi will cultivate with you from now on. Yang Yi will be like your sister, the family leader said to Wang Euro. Yes. Wang Euro nodded. She naturally wouldn't argue. Yi Futian had helped her greatly this time. I won't keep you, but please stay a few days so I can be a good host, the family leader said. Yi Futian gazed at him, but he continued in a light tone. Kid, help preserve my image. Don't reject me in front of so many people. Okay. Yi Futian smiled wryly and nodded. The family leader was truly powerful. Yi Futian couldn't reject him. The family leader finally smiled. He nodded and patted Yi Futian's shoulder. It was nighttime when they returned to the Wang family. They held a big, celebratory feast. Yi Futian's group were obviously the stars. Many people wanted to meet them. After the feast, they arranged a place for Yi Futian's group to stay. It was where their core disciples lived and were right next to Wang Euro. Right now, moonlight splashed down. A map was placed on a stone table in the courtyard. Yi Futian sat on a stone stool, looking quietly. What's the plan? Yi Wuchen asked, walking over. I plan on going to Divine Sky City, Yi Futian said. That is the main city of the Barren States East. It will have the most resources, people, and news. We will cultivate there and reach the noble plain. What do you think? Whatever you say, Yi Wuchen said. He sat beside Yi Futian and looked up at the full moon. He completely trusted Yi Futian. The journey from the Kengi Kingdom had given them tacit understanding. I don't dare go anywhere with a low plane. If we reach the Sage Plain someday, we can go anywhere, Yi Futian sighed. He gave himself a small goal, the noble plain. Only if he reached the noble plain would he be able to travel through the barren state. The Arcana plane was honestly too weak. It was difficult to forge ahead without the help of a powerful force. But now, he didn't want to rely on another force. Nowhere could be like the cottage. Even if something existed, it wouldn't have that feeling. Thinking of Chinyu? Yi Futian asked Yi Wuchen, who was spacing out. A little, Yi Wuchen said softly. She must hate Yi Wuchen for leaving her in the eastern barren territory. Noble, sage, he still had a long way to go, but his heart was growing more determined. Yi Futian chuckled. His Guqin spirit appeared and music flowed under the moonlight. It was calm and peaceful, making one feel a slight longing for home. Days later, Yi Futian prepared to leave that day. Many people were walking somewhere in the Wang family. A while ago, a figure had entered, causing an uproar. Wang Yuqing, the princess, had returned. Many elders sat before the main pavilion. Even the family leader came to welcome her personally. Seeing the group walking over, he smiled gently. The leading woman was beautiful and cold. Both her features and temperament were similar to Wang Euro. She was even more handsome and seemed more powerful. Wang Yuqing was Wang Euro's true sister. Beside her was a group of boys and girls. They all had extraordinary temperaments and were spirited. They gazed at the Wang family with cool eyes. They clearly had special backgrounds. Grandfather, Wang Yuqing called to the family leader. However, her tone wasn't as respectful as the other members. To most people, the family leader wasn't only the family leader. He was also the most powerful and naturally should be revered. If he couldn't cultivate, who would revere him? But Wang Yuqing was different. She'd seen many people at her grandfather's level out there. In fact, she learned from people of the sage plane. After some time, she wouldn't feel as reverent as the others in the family. "You're back," the family leader said, smiling. "Yes. These are my senior brothers and sisters," Wang Yuqing said. "They look extraordinary. As expected from the top 3 schools of the Divine Sky City," the family leader said, smiling. "The banquet is prepared. Welcome." Everyone walked forward. Wang Yuro walked to Wang Yuqing and called, "Sister, how is your cultivation?" Wang Yuqing asked. "Third level Arcana Plane," Wang Yuro answered. "Keep working hard and try next year at the Divine Sky City," Wang Yuqing said. "Where are mother and father?" "They're coming," Wang Yuro said. "Yuro, call Futian over," the family leader said. "Okay." Wang Yuro immediately understood. She left and went towards Yi Futian's yard. "Futian," Wang Yuqing asked. "Grandfather, who's that?" "A very talented junior. I would like you two to meet each other. Maybe you can recommend him to the top 3 schools. His talent shouldn't be a problem." "The top 3 schools isn't that easy to enter," a youth beside Wang Yuqing said. "I know that. I wouldn't say that if he wasn't talented," the family leader said, chuckling. It was undeniable that it was already a miracle for the Wang family to have Wang Yuqing. If they had another so-called pride, how powerful could he be? The family leader was probably ignorant and didn't know what true talent was. Chapter 420. See the World. Chapter 420. See the World. Yi Futian found it strange after he heard Wang Yuro's invitation. The family leader was quite thoughtful to have Wang Yuro's sister recommend him to the top 3 schools. However, the family leader didn't know that he didn't want that. After leaving the college in Cottage, he didn't want to join another school. And if he really wanted to join, he would go by himself. He didn't need Wang Yuqing's recommendation. "I'll just take it as a farewell," Yi Futian thought. Later, the group followed Wang Yuro to a place. A banquet was prepared. Other than the family leader, a group of youths sat in the upper seats, showing their high status. One of the girls was beautiful and handsome. She was indeed similar to Wang Yuro. She was obviously Wang Yuqing. Other youths sitting beside her looked at Yi Futian judgmentally. Earlier, they'd heard the Wang family leader praise Yi Futian to the sky. He really liked this youth, which activated their arrogance. "Senior." Yi Futian bowed, and the group took their seats. Wang Yuqing glanced at Yi Futian and said, "My grandfather said that your combat ability is extraordinary and can fight across many planes. What is your dharma?" Her grandfather wanted her to recommend Yi Futian into the top 3 schools. She was curious how powerful someone had to be for her grandfather to be so impressed. "Senior, you flatter me. My dharma is quite average. As for fighting across planes, perhaps it was because the opponents at University were weak and I was lucky," Yi Futian said, smiling. He wasn't really modest. He just said that because he didn't want to enter the top 3 schools. Wang Yuro glanced at him, surprised. She wondered when Yi Futian became so modest. She knew how arrogant this guy was. Plus, she thought that with his talent, he would have no problem entering the top 3 schools. He could become a disciple sooner or later. "Oh." Wang Yuqing nodded slightly and said to the family leader, "Even if the opponent isn't strong, fighting across planes is still difficult. If you wish to enter the top 3 schools, you can go to the Divine Sky City at the beginning of next year and join the exam. You must be mentally prepared, though. The exam for any of the schools attract the top youths of the entire eastern part of the Barren State. The battle at University can't compare." Wang Yuqing sounded like she was preaching. She was Wang Yuro's elder sister and was slightly older. She also had a higher plane and was an official disciple of the top 3 schools. For a young talent who wanted to join the school. This attitude was natural. Hearing the family leader's words, she thought that Yi Futian wanted to join the top 3 schools and use this chance to meet them. I see. Yi Futian nodded. He didn't mind Wang Yuqing's attitude. He knew that Wang Yuqing was speaking the truth too. Divine Sky City was the main city in the area, while the top 3 schools was the gathering place of all the prides. It must have all the elites in the vast barren state. It wasn't something that the small US city could compare to. That's good too. With Futian's talent, he would have no problem even if he participated in the exam, the family leader said. He naturally could see that Wang Yuqing wasn't very interested. It made sense though. The top 3 schools wasn't a regular place, and his granddaughter was only a regular disciple. She didn't have that high of a status. Having her recommend Yi Futian might not be that suitable. Oh, right, we've only been talking about Futian. Yuqing, why did you suddenly return? The family leader asked. Entering the top 3 schools meant the chance to enter the legendary Sage Plane. Thus, the seniors of US cities, 4 forces, wouldn't interfere with the disciples. It was like they'd broken off their past and just focused on cultivation. They wouldn't call their disciples their back, even for important things like the battle of the top 4. Cultivation resources were important, but were incomparable to the disciples cultivating at the top 3 schools. Once one of the forces got a sage figure first, the battle would be over. It would become meaningless. Furthermore, even if one couldn't enter that plane, they could at least become a powerful upper-level noble figure. To them, the battle of the top 4 was an unimportant, mundane matter. After opening up their world, people like Wang Yuqing wouldn't care anymore. Thus, even though they'd heard that Yi Futian's performance had been brilliant, Wang Yuqing wasn't impressed. She only felt that Yi Futian was quite talented and could have a chance if he took the exam. But that was it. She didn't have to care. The school issued a mission and is coincidentally close to US City, so we came to visit. It's not just us. Many more people will come. Shang Yunfeng from the Blazing Sun School has returned too. He should be at the Inuit Merchant Union right now with many of the other disciples. The top 3 schools of the Divine Sky City were the Blazing Sun School, Bright Moon School, and Starry School. Wang Yuqing was cultivating at the Starry School. Everyone present was the same. They were disciples of the same school. The Inuit Merchant Union also had a disciple cultivating at the top 3 schools. Shang Yunfeng, whom Wang Yuqing had mentioned, was cultivating at the Blazing Sun School. What mission? Can we help? The family leader asked. If Wang Yuqing needed the family's resources, he would give it all. No, we aren't the main force, Wang Yuqing explained. Many powerful seniors will come. They are the main figures. We're just following to challenge ourselves and see if we'll have the chance. As one of the top forces, the top 3 schools had many challenging missions in addition to cultivation. The evil dragon. The family leader's eyes flashed when he heard Wang Yuqing's words. If the powerful figures came and were near US City, it could only be one place, the horrifying evil dragon zone. Yes. Wang Yuqing nodded. Is the sapling grass matured? The family leader asked. As the leader of a top force in US City, he obviously knew what the evil dragon zone had. He also knew that the top 3 schools had their eyes on it. They didn't want others to get it. They were waiting for the sapling grass to mature. No. Wang Yuqing shook her head. But half a month ago, someone went in first to guard it. The family leader was shocked. Someone dared to steal from the predator? Who dared to take what the top 3 schools wanted? Who's so brave? The family leader asked. Don't know yet, but according to the information, he is at the peak of the noble plane. He is handsome and looks scholarly. No one guarding the evil dragon zone is his match, but we don't know who he is. The information said that he may be a nameless solo cultivator, Wang Yuqing said. Thus, the people sent this time are mostly at the peak of the noble plane, close to the sage plane. Yi Futian's expression turned odd at those words. The peak of noble plane, handsome, scholarly, nameless solo cultivator. He thought of someone. It couldn't be so coincidental, right? Yu Sheng clearly thought the same. He glanced at Yi Futian. Does the evil dragon zone really have a dragon? Yi Futian asked. Wang Yuqing glanced at him. The family leader nodded. There's a very powerful dragon. Futian, why are you asking? Nothing, just wondering. Yi Futian smiled and blinked. When he'd been cultivating at the cottage, he'd wanted to eat dragon meat. Can I go with you? Yi Futian asked Wang Yuqing. He wanted to see. What would you do? Wang Yuqing asked. I'm ignorant and hadn't seen these things yet. I want to see the world. Yi Futian's smile was brilliant. His youthful, handsome features were very convincing. People would think he was innocent and naive. Wang Yuqing's eyes sparkled as she thought. Yuqing, since Futian wants to see, just take him with, the family leader said. He wants to go to the divine sky city too. He can go with you. To him, Wang Yuqing still wasn't familiar with Yi Futian. If they traveled together, she could see how great he was. They might become close friends and deepen the relationship too. Wang Yuqing glanced at her companions. Clearly, she couldn't decide alone. It's good to think like that. Seeing the outside world is better than staying here. We can take him, a youth beside her said, smiling. He was Jiangnan, at the upper Arcana Plane. He was the leader of the Arcana Plane disciples. Since senior brother Jiang said so, we will take him to see the outside world. The others nodded. Wang Yuqing glanced at Yi Futian. We can take you, but remember, you must listen to our orders. You can't make trouble. We are cultivating at the Starry School. If you can enter in the future, we can give you advice. Thank you. When will we leave? Yi Futian nodded and smiled. He had to be low-key outside. Tomorrow morning, Wang Yuqing said. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Then he looked to the family leader. Senior, I might not return after leaving tomorrow. Please take care. Good. You can follow Yuqing to the divine sky city. The family leader nodded and smiled. You will soar after leaving. I anticipate your news. Thank you, Senior. Yi Futian raised his glass. Chapter 421. Meet Senior Brother Again. Chapter 421. Meet Senior Brother again the next morning. A line of figures gathered in Wang family's hall, ready to leave. Many Wang family's members attended to see off Wang Yuqing and Yi Futian. Yi Futian's victory in the Battle of Four Forces was a big boon for Wang family. They could only treat Yang Ting and Yang Yi well to reward Yi Futian, since he would not stay here anymore. Brother Yi, you won't come back anymore, right? Staring at Yi Futian, Yang Yi was reluctant to say goodbye. How come you think so? Remember, I still want to see your wedding. I will be back if there is a chance. As for you, keep following your master and keep working hard on your cultivation, okay? Yi Futian smiled at her, but he knew that it was less likely for him to come back again. As a small city in barren state, Yunhua City was just an interlude in his life. His target was the Zhongzhou City, the most talent-intensive place of barren state. It's not a lie, right? Yang Yi showed her suspicion. Her ponytail looked very cute. Do I look like a liar? Yi Futian rubbed her hair lightly and laughed. It's a deal then. Yang Yi reached out her pinky. Deal. Yi Futian also reached out his finger. Yang Yi was finally convinced. Yang Ting witnessed their deal with a smile. He knew that Yi Futian was just comforting Yang Ting. This city was too small for Yi Futian to show his talent. Take care. Yang Ting made a brief farewell. Yi Futian had done too much for him and his sister. He could only keep that gratitude in his heart. They met each other by chance and said to take care of each other, but Yi Futian was always the one to take care of others. Take care. Yi Futian patted Yang Ting's shoulder lightly. On the black-winged eagle's back, Yi Futian turned to the Wang family, folded his hands, and said goodbye. The head of the Wang family also folded his hands and said, "Hope to hear your name one day." "Grandpa, goodbye," said Wang Yuqing. Then the line of figures set out on their journey. In the sky, Jiang Nan of the Starry School glanced at Yi Futian in the near distance and smiled at Wang Yuqing. "Your grandpa seemingly thinks very highly of him." "My grandpa just doesn't know the strength of the top 3 schools." "It's not surprising that he said those words," Wang Yuqing responded. The head of her family claimed that he hoped to hear Yi Futian's name in Yunhua City again. If Yi Futian's name was heard here one day, it meant that he would have stirred the entire East Baron state. Obviously, by saying that, Wang Yuqing's grandpa hailed Yi Futian's potential very much. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile and looked in the distance. Standing beside Yi Futian, another disciple of the Starry School noticed the black-winged eagle. He asked, "Your eagle flies really fast. Is there anything special about it?" "Nothing special. Every time it becomes slow, I just whip it. That's why it flies so fast," Yi Futian joked. The black-winged eagle rolled its eyes and waved its wings violently. It kept speeding up. Yi Futian looked down at his eagle in amazement. Was it provoked? That man beside Yi Futian was also surprised. From its appearance, the black-winged eagle looked more like a rock. Then he quickly denied it. Black-winged eagle was just an eagle. Demon beasts were classified by their talents. Eagles would never surpass rocks. Evil Dragon Zone was a vast habitat of many kinds of demon beasts. The periphery was a forest where cultivators came to hunt beasts for riding. The famous Evil Dragon Zone was the central area of the forest. It was where the evil dragon lived. Many cultivators who came here had been killed by the evil dragon. That was how this place was named. Arriving at the periphery, Yi Futian's group found that there were many people in the sky heading toward the forest. "Is it dangerous for us to stay here?" Somebody in the sky showed his concern. People flying in this area would very easily be heated by demon beasts here and become their prey. Don't worry. The top 3 schools have removed all the obstacles. This place is for training now. The Evil Dragon Zone might have been segregated from here. It'll be less threatening in the future, somebody assured the concerned one. The top 3 schools, people have been here for a long time. Is it because the dragon grass has grown ripe? Not yet. It is said that a strong foreign cultivator wants to take the dragon grass away regardless of the top 3 schools' prohibitions. So the top 3 schools called up many strong cultivators to come. Who is the bold guy? I don't know. When we arrive, you will see. The top 3 schools have been competing with each other all the time. Now there is a foreign cultivator and the evil dragon. We will see a wonderful show. Yi Futian's group heard the conversations. They kept heading forward. Groups of cultivators constantly came. They could see demon beasts in the forest from time to time. Sometimes there would be some battles, but they never stopped, heading all the way to the hinterland of the demon forest. After a long while, they finally set foot in the central region. Various figures had arrived at the mountain area. Wang Yuqing looked toward a direction and said, "There they are." They went straight toward that direction. It was a hillside where many people were already there, including a lot of young disciples from the Starry School. The top 3 schools had many disciples. Those disciples who had visited the Wang family on their way were the ones Wang Yuqing was familiar with. Those she was unfamiliar with came here directly. Master Yin, they called a senior in the distance. That senior turned to them and nodded slightly. He didn't recognize some of these young men, but since they called him Master Yin, he guessed they must be students from the Starry School. "Jiangnan, you have been to the Wang family. Why are there some new faces?" At this time, an enchanting woman of about 25 or 26 years old noticed Yi Futian's group. The youth of the Wang family would like to come for broadening their horizon. "So we came together," said Jiangnan. "So you even begin to take care of her family. The woman smiled and looked at Wang Yuqing and Jiang Nan meaningfully. Li Man, you are really talkative. Wang Yuqing responded coldly. Little brother, are you 20 now? This is a dangerous place. Do you need me to take care of you? Li Man looked at Yi Futian and giggled. This woman was a little different from others. She had a perfect figure, though not as beautiful as Wang Yuqing. Her every move was full of charm. She was even more attractive. I'm not that young. Yi Futian was a bit annoyed. He was being flirted with. What a pretty boy! Li Man exclaimed with a smile. Yi Futian was speechless. This was always a good-looking man's trouble. Li Man, can't you just be serious? Grumbled a young man beside her. It's none of your business, Li Man responded coldly. That young man glared at Yi Futian and scolded. This is our trial. Why would those outsiders be here? You'd better ask them to behave themselves. I'll be with them, said Wang Yuqing lightly. Yi Futian became more morose. He just took all the blame at once. Relations between people could be very complex. Li Man was a charming woman. Seeing Li Man flirting with him, the youth scolded immediately. He seemingly had a crush on her. What a shame! She was flirtatious while he was serious. It might be difficult for them to be together. Looking at the distance, Yi Futian found that there were many people on other mountains. There was an extremely high mountain before them. Various demon beasts hovered at the slope. It looked like a confrontation between man and beast. A scary demon aura pervaded the huge mountain. Many visitors were terrified at the scene. Only the top 3 schools dared to blockade this place. If the top 3 schools were not here, they would not have come at all. That evil dragon was in the cave. Obviously, it also knew that it was besieged. Yi Futian looked around and saw there was an isolated peak in the distance, towering into the sky. It looked quite lonely. At the top of it, there was a figure sitting with his legs crossed and meditating. The figure in white sat silently as if he was a part of the hill already. He had a handsome face. Sitting there quietly made him look like a sage. Is he the one coming for the dragon grass? Jiang Nan asked, looking at the hill's top. Yes. Master Yin nodded. Even your strength is not enough to handle him. Jiang Nan was amazed. The old man shook his head and said, This man is extremely talented. His strength is much stronger. No wardens of the top 3 schools could defeat him. Needless to say me. Otherwise, there won't be so many people of the top 3 schools gathering here. Jiang Nan nodded slightly. Looking at that figure, Wang Yuqing couldn't help exclaim, What an extraordinary temperament he has! Master Yin, is there any chance that he could join our starry school? Li Man stared at that figure and asked, What a gorgeous man! Sitting at the hill's top alone, he looked so charismatic. He even dared to steal from them. That was so hot. People around her rolled their eyes. This woman was captivated again. But that was normal for Li Man. Generally, cultivators like him think things in a different way. He has such strength and talent. It's not necessary for him to join any groups. We have nothing to teach him either, Master Yin explained. What a pity, Li Man murmured gloomily. She looked at people around and quipped, Why don't you have that kind of temperament? Seeing Yi Futian, her eyes brightened. You are as handsome as him, but your temperament is weaker. It's okay. You are so young. I can train you. Yi Futian became totally speechless. He was not angry, though. If it were others, he would take it amiss. But as his 3rd senior brother, Gu Donglu was always handsome like this. As he had expected before, the one at the top of the hill was exactly the cottage's 3rd disciple, Gu Donglu. He came to the barren state for training, and now he was here at the evil dragon zone. Naturally, Yi Futian wouldn't admit that he knew the robber in such a circumstance. His 3rd senior brother was going to grab the top 3 schools' heirloom. Yi Futian wouldn't recognize his senior brother at this moment. He was not that stupid. Chapter 422. Fight for it. Chapter 422. fight for it. Yi Futian's eyes later focused on another hill. There, an icy glare swept towards him. It was Shanghai from the Yunhua Merchant Union. Shanghai clenched his fists. His eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. After the battle of the top four forces, he'd been neglected by his family. His status had plummeted. During this time, his cousin Shang Yunfeng returned. He begged his uncle to come out and practice with Shang Yunfeng. They had been close when they were young. Thus, Shang Yunfeng took him along. He prepared to leave his family forever and follow his cousin to the Divine Sky City. Even if he wasn't talented enough to enter the top 3 schools, he would still rather make a living in the Divine Sky City instead of home. He knew his grandfather didn't like him anymore. He wouldn't have his previous status. "What are you looking at?" an older youth beside Shanghai asked. Following his gaze, he looked at Yi Futian's location. "Those are from the Starry School. Wang Yuqing from the Wang family is cultivating there. You must have met them before." "The people beside Wang Yuqing are Yi Futian's group," Shanghai said coldly. Shang Yunfeng's eyes flashed as he scanned Yi Futian's group. His expression was calm. After returning, he'd heard that his family had been defeated miserably in the battle. He was curious. It seemed that the Yunhua city still had some talented people. He's following Wang Yuqing. It seems that he wants to use Wang Yuqing to enter the Starry School. But the top 3 schools isn't that easy to get into. Wang Yuqing is an average disciple. She isn't that powerful, Shang Yunfeng said. Since he's here, I can help you kill him when the chance comes. I can take revenge for you. He's with the Starry School. Will that cause trouble? Shanghai asked. He's not a disciple. There's nothing troublesome, Shang Yunfeng said calmly. The top 3 schools had a special status in the Eastern Barren State. What was wrong with killing an unimportant figure? Wang Yuqing and Yi Futian's group also noticed Shang Yunfeng and Shanghai. Wang Yuqing told Yi Futian, "That's Shang Yunfeng from the Yunhua Merchant Union. He's from the Blazing Sun School." "Oh." Yi Futian nodded and looked away from Shang Yunfeng. Clearly he didn't care. As for Shanghai, his eyes were extremely sharp. He couldn't hide the murderous intent and kept staring. Yi Futian coolly gazed at Shanghai and looked to the Beast Mountain. What kind of herb is the dragon protecting that the top 3 forces have come? The dragon grass is born with a dragon and needs to be nurtured with dragon blood, Wang Yuqing said. Filled with the essence of nature, this grass is extremely fragile. Only a dragon can grow it. Thus, the top 3 schools never touch the dragon. They just guard it, so others can't take it. What is it used for? Yi Futian asked. Since his 3rd senior brother wanted it, it must be beneficial towards his cultivation. It can raise a dragon's wisdom. For cultivators, it can strengthen one's spiritual energy. For powerful nobles, not only does it raise their spiritual energy, it can also increase their perception of spiritual qi. In other words, if a low-level sorcerer uses dragon grass, they can possibly break into the next level, and a high-level cultivator increases their perception, so they can also enter the next level? Yi Futian asked. You can say that. Wang Yuqing nodded. In addition, if the dragon grass is matured, the demons that guard here can benefit too. Yi Futian gazed at the countless demon beasts on the mountain before him. As demons became higher level, their intelligence would increase too. Noble demons could even speak in human tongue. The dragon grass could raise their intelligence. No wonder it created such a crazy situation. So what will we do now? Yi Futian asked. Wait, the promised day is tomorrow. The strong cultivators of the top 3 schools should arrive soon, Wang Yuqing said. Yi Futian nodded and stopped asking. He just waited quietly. Cultivators, not from the top 3 schools, were waiting too. They mostly came today to watch and see if they could benefit in some way. The top 3 schools cared about the herb, but to the other people, even the corpses of the demons were precious. Of course. Some wanted to capture a beast to ride to. For hours later, more strong cultivators descended. Their auras were terrifying. They looked around and landed directly somewhere. The strong cultivators of the Blazing Sun School had arrived soon. After, the strong cultivators from the other schools arrived too and landed in their respective camps. Mu Shi and senior brother Tan are here. The people of the Starry School were surprised. Of the two at the head of the incoming group, one was older and one was younger. The older was Master Mu, a famous elder at the Starry School. The younger wore a headpiece. His aura was extraordinary. This was Tan Zhong, a popular genius, disciple of the school. Today, he came with Master Mu to the Dragon Zone. It seemed that the Starry School would definitely get the dragon grass. Of course, the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School were powerful too. Clearly, this fight would be intense. Tan Zhong asked, looking up at Gu Donglu on the lonely mountain. Yes. Master Yin nodded. Tan Zhong gazed up and said loudly, the dragon grass has long been discovered and protected by the top 3 schools. No matter who you are, please leave now, and everything will be all right. There was barely anybody in the Eastern Barren State who dared to anger the top 3 schools. On the mountain, Gu Donglu opened his dark and deep eyes. He looked at the Starry School and asked, Did the top 3 schools plan it? Tan Zhong furrowed his brows. Someone from the Blazing Sun School said, No, but we've protected it for many days. It naturally belongs to us. It grew naturally and you haven't taken it yet. Why does it belong to you? According to your logic, if I stand guard outside the top 3 schools for many days, will the school become mine? Gu Donglu asked the Blazing Sun School. His voice was emotionless. He was just stating facts. The people of the top 3 schools frowned and their expressions turned cold. It seemed that this man was set on stealing the herb. This has nothing to do with you, Tan Zhong said coldly. If you don't leave, be prepared for the consequences. Gu Donglu looked away from the top 3 schools. At this time, there was suddenly a dragon's roar from the mountain's peak. It shook the sky. A burst of demonic aura surged forth. Everyone saw a huge dragon in the sky. Its cold eyes gazed at them. It was a black demon dragon, while its large body shone with dark gold light. It looked even more menacing and terrible. Its eyes were filled with aggressive light. The dragon grass was close to maturing now, and these damn human cultivators wanted to steal it. They were horrible. There seems to be a cave there. Yi Futian looked at the dragon. It had come from inside the mountain. If anyone takes my dragon grass, I will destroy it. This dragon actually spoke in the human tongue. Its voice was frigid and vaguely threatening. It knew what the humans wanted, so it threatened them with it. It's yours if we don't take it. Even if you destroy it when we take it, we can still take your corpse away. How should we choose? A strong cultivator said coldly as he looked at the dragon. You have committed sins. If you leave voluntarily and scram off to the demon region, we can spare your life. With that, strong cultivators stepped into the air and rose up to the mountain's peak. Someone looked at Gu Donglu and asked coldly, Are you sure you're not going scram? Gu Donglu opened his eyes and looked coolly at the other. He remained sitting there unmoved. Take care of him first, someone said. Then there was a sun in the air. An elder from the Blazing Sun School wielded a sun sword. Sunlight splashed down and reflected on the sword. It sliced down on Gu Donglu. Fiery sword light appeared in the air, burning everything. The attack was extremely fast. Gu Donglu stood up at some point and stepped forward. His feet glowed brilliantly and his body flashed like lightning, immediately teleporting. The sword fell down, splitting the mountain. The entire peak burned with flames from that crack, but Gu Donglu still stood quietly to the side. The strong cultivator with the sword sun kept striking. This time, beams of sunlight pierced through the sky, sealing that space. Gu Donglu's body transformed into afterimages. His feet shone brightly and his footsteps were thunderous. He streaked among the sunlight and his techniques were amazing. Such precise steps, someone praised. Yi Futian knew that it was their teacher's thunder shadow steps. He was also cultivating it. The Blazing Sun School's cultivator kept attacking, but Gu Donglu just dodged instead of fighting back. Seeing this, the strong cultivator frowned. His body is very agile. It's very hard to kill him if he dodges. We can't waste more time. Each school send one person to stop him and then kill him. The top 3 schools had no objections. A strong cultivator walked out from each school and faced Gu Donglu. The others kept pressing up towards the mountain. "We will attack from the middle," a noble from the Starry School said. The strong cultivators had to deal with the dragon without completely angering it. Otherwise, it would destroy the dragon grass, and everything would have been in vain. "Follow closely," Jiangnan said. Then Wang Yuqing and Yi Futian's group walked forward, running straight for the demon beasts in the mountain. The other disciples of the other 2 schools also prepared to enter the middle of the mountain. The dragon grass was growing there. Chapter 4:23 Dragon Residency. Chapter 4:23 Dragon Residency. The strong cultivators of the top 3 schools led the way to the mountain. Descending from above, there was a horrible demonic aura. Various demons guarded the cave, roaring at the people. There were many demon kings present, commanding the demons. "Kill, other than the dragon grass. Anything you take is yours," someone from the Starry School said. Demons grouped in this mountain, and there were demon kings guarding it. There was also a horrible dragon close to the sage plain. There must be some precious items inside. As soon as he spoke, there were noble cultivators killing towards the noble demon kings. Spiritual chi went crazy and spells swept through the sky. Strong cultivators from the top 3 schools all started attacking from different places. "I've warned you of the dangers before. Since you wanted to come see, you must be responsible for your own consequences. I am busy and can't take care of you," Wang Yuqing told Yi Futian's group. "Of course, you can leave before it's too late." With that, she walked forward, going to kill the demons on the slope with the Starry School cultivators. Beside Yi Futian, the black-winged eagle flapped its wings, wanting to try. Yi Futian gazed at it. "Calm down. It's not your time to show off yet." At Yi Futian's scolding, the black-winged eagle lowered its head sadly. It looked dejected. "Yu Sheng, Wuchen, Lulan, come with me to hunt some upper arcana demons." "I want live ones," Yi Futian murmured. The others nodded. They started walking in the air towards the slope. They released their auras. Lulan Shue's cultivation was the highest. She was in the mid-arcana plane. Back when Yi Futian's group had just entered the Dharma plane and entered the Lulan relic, Lulan Shue had already been at the peak of the Dharma plane. She was able to fight with Li Daoyun and get the sage book from the Empress. Her cultivation obviously wouldn't be lower. Now, the sage book was already part of her Dharma. Before them, Wang Yuqing was already fighting on the mountain. She killed a demon and looked back at Yi Futian's group. They weren't weak, but their planes were a bit too low. It was still dangerous. She'd thought that Yi Futian's group would give up. Boom! An icy arrow shot towards Yi Futian's group. Yu Sheng stepped forward and punched. The icy arrow instantly shattered. Then a snowy white ice wolf pounced towards them. The coldness froze the air into frost. This demon wolf was in the mid-arcana plane. Seeing that Yi Futian's group was weaker, it dared to come over. "Don't keep those under the upper arcana plane," Yi Futian said. Yu Sheng punched and broke the ice wolf's claws with brute force. Then he ripped its head apart. The group advanced and continuously killed demons. When they stepped onto the mountain, they heard many booms. A horrible stone ape was striding over. It was huge with horrible strength. Using its aggressive power, it slapped towards Yi Futian's group with a terrifying pressure. Demons were good with spiritual chi and knew how to cultivate. They had inherited skills and knew some spells. The more intelligent the demon, the more powerful they were. When they reached the level of demon kings, they could learn human spells. Yu Sheng's body glowed with golden light. Demonic intent wrapped around. The demonic tripod appeared in his hands. It enlarged, and he slammed it towards the stone ape. Boom! With a loud sound, the stone ape's arm shook and forced Yu Sheng away with the demonic tripod. After all, he was in the lower arcana plane. The difference in plane was too much. He was naturally weaker here. Lulan Shui gripped her icy scepter and walked forward. Endless snow flew towards the stone ape. The iciness covered it immediately, making it into a huge, statue-like thing. At the same time, Yi Futian's golden vine snaked up, tying around the stone ape. The stone ape was extremely violent. It raised a hand and grabbed them. His harsh eyes were filled with wildness. "Blind one of its eyes," Yi Futian said coldly. This demon was too wild. Lulan Shui released her dharma. A snowy mountain appeared behind her as if there was a mysterious apparition. She reached out her icy scepter. Endless icy intent descended, covering the surroundings in white frost. Yi Futian felt his movements slow. Thankfully, this spell was targeted at the stone ape. It didn't affect him that much. The stone ape's body turned white. Its arms slowed down. Then Yi Futian flashed. He unsheathed a soft sword. Its light was cold and reflected in the stone ape's eyes. The stone ape grabbed at the sword in its eyes. It thought that it grabbed it, but then felt something extremely dangerous. With a squelch, blood flowed out and its vision blurred. There was a shocking roar. The stone ape grasped its eyes. Its hands dyed red. Icy intent was still descending on him, while golden vines wrapped around its neck. It roared and moved its hands, but it saw a youth with a sharp sword close to him. The sword light pressed down. Above its head, there was someone with a demonic tripod that could fall down at any time. "Submit or die," Yi Futian said coldly. After that, his eyes turned very strange. His orbs were like a boundless abyss. They seemed to transform into a bottomless storm that people would drown inside. The stone ape felt its spiritual intent get swept into that storm. A hallucination appeared in its mind. Yi Futian's figure seemed to become extremely huge before it. Its burly body trembled. It wanted to fight back, but it felt an intense snake into his mind. It told him that if it fought back, he would die. The stone ape lowered its head. It knew that it would definitely die if it fought back. A spiritual mark was planted in its mind. It knew then that its life didn't belong to itself anymore. "Lay down," Yi Futian ordered. The stone ape immediately followed the order. Lulan Shui had a strange expression. Yi Futian was a beast trainer too? He hadn't displayed that kind of talent before. Even Yi Wuchen didn't know this. It was his first time seeing Yi Futian train a beast. The black-winged eagle flew wildly before him, crashing against other demon beasts. Its opened wings covered the sky, almost purposely blocking the scene. They were in the back. Everyone else was going towards the middle of the mountain. No one would notice. "Let's go." Yi Futian continued staying in the back and looked for upper arcana plane demons. Yi Wuchen and Lulan Shui vaguely understood Yi Futian's plan. It seemed that Yi Futian wanted the dragon grass too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be controlling demon beasts here. They were both lower in number and cultivation plane. If they really wanted to get the dragon grass, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. Clearly, Yi Futian was planning. He clearly had thoughts. He had the same opinion as Gu Donglu. He didn't care about the top 3 schools. Since this herb was natural and so valuable, why wouldn't he fight for it if he had the chance? The dragon grass fight might not have anything to do with them, but no one knew about the future. It was better to be prepared. Even if they couldn't use the beasts, it was still protection. Shanghai really wanted to kill him, and he had the Blazing Sun School with him. The strong cultivators of the top 3 schools continued forward. Yi Futian's group purposely hung back. Many demon beasts pounced, and all who were below the Arcana plane were killed immediately. Their planes weren't high, but they worked together seamlessly. Even demons in the upper Arcana plane were quickly taken. Gradually, demons were controlled by Yi Futian. Some lay down while others remained in the demons' beasts. But they didn't chase the top 3 schools. Boom! A huge explosion came from the mountain. Yi Futian's group looked up. They saw that the mountain had been exploded by the noble figure. The mountain was actually hollow. Some noble figures flashed and rushed inside. There were many horrifying, beastly roars. Some nobles were actually blown out. Some were even covered in blood and had menacing claw marks on their bodies. They were greatly injured. "Be careful!" someone roared. Various horrible demon kings walked out of the mountain. They gazed coldly at the crowd and guarded the place. "Enter. It's empty," someone said. Everyone agreed, and their bodies glowed. They crashed directly toward the mountain. Countless figures passed into the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The stone cracked open continuously as people from the top 3 schools entered the mountain. Yi Futian's group was behind them. After the Starry School opened up the mountain and entered, they quickly entered as well. It was indeed empty inside. The vast space was brilliant and filled with spiritual qi. The glow lit up the entire mountain. Yi Futian looked down and saw piles of spiritual stones. There were also rare gems and ritual implements like small hills. Yi Futian was quite speechless. This was an entire dragon residence, and it was so opulent. The dragon was too rich. "It's rumored that dragons are greedy and like treasures." "Seems to be true," someone said coldly. They looked up. There was a dazzling jade stone with an herb growing. It snaked upwards in a dragon shape and shone like a rainbow. The spiritual qi around it was extremely thick. Dragon grass. Everyone looked there. There were a few horrible demons guarding it. Chapter 424. Start Fighting. Chapter 424. Start fighting. Yi Futian scanned the dragon grass and instantly realized that it had nothing to do with him for now. The top 3 schools were fighting at the top of the mountain. The strong cultivators who'd rushed and were busy with each other. In addition, there were the powerful demon kings guarding the dragon grass. Even though it was tempting, going now would be suicide. He scanned the piles of treasures on the bottom, lighting up the mountain. His eyes brightened. Body flashing, he went downward. Many others had noticed this too. Disciples from the top 3 schools went down to the treasures. Some had already started sweeping through. Activating his freedom meditation, Yi Futian's eyes turned brilliant. He gazed downward and his vision cleared. His senses sharpened. Instantly, different colors entered his eyes. All the treasures contained powerful spiritual qi. "What's that?" Yi Futian looked in the corner. There was a ring there. It shone faintly with purple light, along with a tinge of gold. It was extremely beautiful, but it looked more like jewelry, so no one noticed it. Most were going after ritual implements and other treasures. Spiritual qi seeped out. Yi Futian felt that this gem was quite special. However, his spiritual energy reached an obstacle. Something like a seal was stopping him from entering. A strand of Emperor's intent reached out, attacking that seal and erasing it. As if something had shattered, Yi Futian's spiritual energy actually entered a unique space. There were many spiritual stones inside, as well as spell scrolls and other gems. Yi Futian's body flashed. He picked up the ring. He obviously knew what this was. This gem contained spatial power. These kinds were very rare. A usual alchemist couldn't make it. It also required special material. The owner of this ring must be a powerful figure of high status. Otherwise, he wouldn't have something like it. But the ring was in this dragon residence. This meant that the dragon had probably killed the ring's owner. This dragon had so many treasures, but didn't even look at them. This fetish was a bit. As for the ritual implements, Yi Futian didn't care. They had a bunch of good ritual implements. With this ring, they wouldn't have to burden the black-winged eagle anymore either. It was useful. There were still many demons coming over. Outside the dragon residence, the demons kept rushing over. Their numbers grew. The disciples of the top 3 schools went to meet them, while Yi Futian's group stayed in the back. With the others there, they naturally didn't have to do anything. Battles had erupted in the air around the dragon grass too. The nobles clashed with the demons, protecting the herb. The world shook and the auras in the place went wild. You really know how to hide. You keep in the back and pick up all the treasures, someone from the Starry School said, gazing at Yi Futian's group. They're really here just to watch, Jiang Nen said coolly. Our plane is too low and we can't really help, Yi Futian said, smiling without minding. Wang Yuqing didn't say anything. She hadn't expected Yi Futian to do anything and just brought him here to watch. Little brother, do you want to come with me? Li Man grinned at Yi Futian. No need. Yi Futian shook his head. Li Man smiled and went for some demons. But then, a few figures came towards Yi Futian's group. They were Shang Yunfeng and Shanghai. The dragon residency was very chaotic now. No one would notice things here. I heard that you were very powerful during the battle of the top 4, Shang Yunfeng said to them. Yi Futian glanced at Shanghai. Young Master Shang, where's the arrogance you had at the White Jade Tower? Now you're using a senior brother to deal with me? Shanghai's expression was uncomfortable. He knew this wasn't honorable. Yi Futian was both younger than him and had a lower cultivation. He and Shangqing had been so aggressive at the White Jade Tower. Now, he was using his cousin to kill Yi Futian. It was indeed embarrassing. Of course, Shanghai wouldn't admit it. He said coldly, Why did you come here? It's suicide. Yi Futian smiled at Shang Yunfeng and Shanghai. Then he said to his people, Retreat. He moved back as soon as he spoke, preparing to retreat out of the mountain. You want to go? Shang Yunfeng smirked. His body flashed and turned into an extremely fast shadow. Whoosh! Sword light cut across to Shang Yunfeng like lightning. There was a blur in his eyes. Shang Yunfeng scoffed. He raised his hand towards the sword light, but then he felt danger. The sword was faster than what he saw and misled him. There was a flash of gold, and he was instantly bathed in golden light. The sword cut near his eyes, but the armor stopped it. However, his head still shook and his steps slowed. His expression turned uncomfortable. The swordsmanship was so strange. The cultivation was much lower, but he'd almost gotten hit. The eyes were a cultivator's weakest part. Even a lower arcana plane sword that hit his eyes could blind him. Shang Yunfeng vaguely figured out how these people could succeed in the battle of the top 4. This mere sword was incredible. Boom! There was a horrible golden flash that bathed Shang Yunfeng. He was like a statue of gold. He stepped out again like a golden bolt of lightning going after Yi Futian with extreme speed. Yu Sheng threw the demonic tripod down at Shang Yunfeng. The power was shocking, but Shang Yunfeng's golden body crashed against it. There was a horrible shake. Yu Sheng and the demonic tripod were forced away. Shang Yunfeng grabbed the air. Instantly, horrible pressure fell upon them. The gold windstorm vaguely turned into a golden tripod. It spun wildly and pressed down. Yu Sheng's demonic tripod enlarged, and he pushed it against the incoming golden tripod. His body shook violently again. Shang Yunfeng was getting closer. Yi Futian threw out a spell scroll. Instantly, horrible thunder and lightning destroyed everything. It hit Shang Yunfeng directly, numbing his nerves. He shook and his steps stopped involuntarily. Yi Futian's group continued retreating to a cave. Go. Yi Futian glanced at Shang Yunfeng. The group retreated and Shang Yunfeng didn't pursue them. He looked up at the dragon grass. The dragon grass was dazzling. The strong cultivators from the top 3 schools couldn't defeat the demons, and were still intensely at war. At the mountain top, they saw the dragon there. The top 3 schools didn't hurry. Their people were below them. As long as they could stop the dragon, they could still get the dragon grass. Futian was outside the mountain. Demon beasts rushed into the dragon residence, and also at him. His eyes turned demonic. He continuously controlled them and made them act as his eyes. What will we do now? Futian asked. Wait, it's okay if there's no chance. If there's a chance, I'll go steal the dragon grass while you all protect me. I need to control more demons now. Futian continued to control demons. This time, it wasn't only those in the upper arcana plane. He controlled those from other planes too. The strong cultivators here were very patient. Futian was patient too. He stayed outside waiting for a chance. The battle inside continued. Many demons were killed while some strong cultivators were injured. The fight between the demon kings and noble figures were even worse. As time passed, the dragon grass on the gem-like rock glowed even more brilliantly. In the sky, sunlight passed through everything to fall upon the dragon grass. Spiritual chi went wild. As if they would be swallowed, they rushed towards the dragon grass. Dazzling light lit up the entire sky. The dragon grass is mature. The eyes of the people from the top 3 schools flashed. Icy spells descended and sealed the earth. The entire mountain seemed to be buried by spells. The huge dragon was frozen too. Its movements slowed. Vines covering the sky wrapped around the dragon. But then it roared and everything shattered. The mountains shook for it. It turned and entered the mountain. Its huge eyes stared at the dragon grass, wanting to eat it now. A golden rope instantly wrapped around its huge body. Then it transformed into extremely sharp blades, slicing at its skin. The scales broke and it started bleeding. "Come back," an icy voice said. The dragon was pulled back roughly. It roared in anger and the mountain rumbled. Stones fell towards the dragon residence. "If you dare do anything, I'll destroy it all." The dragon looked furiously at the human cultivators. The mountain was still shaking as he spoke. The rumbles went on endlessly. It seemed that if he wanted, he could destroy this entire mountain and bury the dragon grass. Bastard! The rope was sharper than knives, but the dragon broke it apart. The people in the sky didn't dare move. Inside the mountain, everyone had gone for the dragon grass. It was mature now, so there were no more worries. They would get it. Futian saw it all through the demons he controlled, but he still didn't act recklessly. He was waiting for the demons and top 3 schools' disciples to clash violently. Many beasts flew towards Futian's direction, covering the sky. Futian took out a spell treasure from his bag. It was a silver cape. Putting it on, the cape covered his body. At the same time, a strange power ran over him. It changed his temperament, even changing his features. "It's your time to show off," Futian said, patting the black wind eagle's head. Chapter 4:25. On the peak of the mountain, the demonic dragon was using its huge body to block the entrance. Around the dragon, many dazzling figures were standing and staring coldly at it. Suddenly, the mountain trembled, as if it was going to collapse soon. The dragon knew that it was no match for so many cultivators, and thus used this to threaten the rest. On the peak of the mountain, the demonic dragon was using its huge body to block the entrance. Around the dragon, many dazzling figures were standing and staring coldly at it. Suddenly, the mountain trembled, as if it was going to collapse soon. The dragon knew that it was no match for so many cultivators, and thus used this to threaten the rest. Gu Donglu was standing not far away, and he was being intercepted by 3 powerful cultivators. "If you scram now, we can still spare your life. Why do you have to find trouble yourself?" A cultivator from Blazing Sun School warned the dragon. The demonic dragon only stared back at the cultivator coldly. It had been the king of this vast region for its whole life and had been commanding the other demons. Never had it suffered such a humiliation. It was a proud dragon, after all, and had been protecting for many years the dragon grass, which was nurtured by its blood essence. Why would it give the treasure to these cultivators for free? The arrogant dragon clearly could not take such humiliation. Moreover, these cultivators actually believed that the people below could obtain the dragon grass. How funny! The cultivators from the 3 schools stared coldly at the dragon, but they were not in a hurry. The people from the 3 schools had already broken into the mountain. Once they obtained the dragon grass, the rest could slay the evil dragon directly. In this way, the dragon grass would not be damaged. The top 3 schools could then discuss who would eventually get the treasure. At the moment, an intense battle was happening in the dragon house. Everyone wanted to obtain the dragon grass first. Even some demon kings became greedy and wanted to get the treasure, causing a wild battle to erupt between all the people and demons around the dragon grass. Countless people were injured as a result. On the other hand, the dragon grass was still wildly engulfing the spiritual chi around it, like a black hole, as if it was trying to suck all the spiritual chi in the world. The dragon-shaped grass swayed in the air. Finally, a cultivator and a demon managed to break through many obstacles and approach the dragon grass. The person reached out his hand towards the dragon grass, while the demon also extended its claws. Noticing the scene, all the nobles started to charge towards them. However, suddenly, the dragon grass started swinging. Sizzle. Flame-red radiance erupted from the dragon grass, and an illusory fire dragon actually appeared, charging into the foreheads of the noble and the demon king in an instant. Then, both of them gave a miserable cry, after which they covered their heads with their hands and backed off quickly. Soon, they collapsed onto the ground, and their wills were severely damaged. An illusory dragon appeared on the dragon grass and scanned around it with a cold look. That dragon attached its will onto the grass so that it can use its power to initiate spiritual attacks. The people in the dragon house were all astonished. The dragon was indeed cunning and had actually left such a surprise. The illusory dragon stared coldly at the crowd. Then the dragon grass continued swinging. Many terrifying illusory figures erupted from the grass and charged towards the nobles and greedy demon kings, which actually dared to disobey its orders. Did they think that the dragon had been nurturing the dragon grass for nothing? The nobles and demon kings who were still battling saw the attacks charging towards them, and their expressions changed at once. They tried to escape, but the frightening spiritual attacks were unavoidable. The attacks charged into their minds directly, causing many people to fall onto the ground. "I'll kill everyone who dares to try and take the grass," the illusory dragon said coldly, but it was already becoming blurry. The many cultivators and demons around stared at the figure above the dragon grass. Then a noble who was lying on the ground said, "It's going to disappear soon. Take the grass." The disciples of the top 3 schools walked up one after another. Finally, a brave person cast a spell at the dragon grass. A brilliant radiance was released from the swaying dragon grass, incinerating the wood elemental spell. However, the illusory figure seemed to be too weak to cast another attack. "Let's go." Seeing that the threat was gone, the disciples of the 3 schools walked forward towards the dragon grass. Immediately, many spells swept toward the grass simultaneously. A cultivator also used a wind elemental spell to get closer to the grass. However, when he approached the dragon grass, many spells flew towards him directly, causing he to be blown away in severe injury. Then a few cultivators who tried to get closer to the dragon grass were hit as well. When all the spells had been cast, the disciples of the 3 schools stood in a circle around the dragon grass. They would attack anyone who tried to approach the grass. Around them, there were still demons charging towards them continuously. The battle had never once paused. Suddenly, a loud rumbling was heard, and many demons charged out from the caves. They actually charged towards the dragon grass at the same time. Meanwhile, a completely black, demonic bird enveloped in terrifying demonic will charged out from somewhere like a bolt of lightning. On the back of the bird, there was a mysterious figure covered in a silver cloak. At the moment, the mysterious figure was sitting down cross-legged on the back of the bird. His fingers stroked on his guqin, and a powerful music was released. "Who are you?" The cultivators from the top 3 schools all frowned. The person did not seem to be a member of the 3 schools. They had not seen him earlier, and he suddenly appeared here, so it was likely that he had been hiding somewhere near all along. The music suddenly turned sonorous and caused everyone listening to feel annoyed and manic. When the demons around heard the music, they started to roar wildly, as if they had turned insane. A group of demons started charging towards the crowd directly. A monstrous stone ape descended from the sky along with a terrifying aura towards the crowd. Some spells flew towards the ape, but they were crushed directly. Its enormous body continued falling down. At the same time, many powerful demons attacked simultaneously, as if they had an unspoken agreement. "How dare you!" A person turned into a bolt of lightning, and with an incredible speed, he passed through all the demons. Then he struck out his sword towards the person in a silver cloak on the back of the demonic bird. The person in the silver cloak was clearly Yi Futian. The cloak he was wearing was given to him by the king of Lu. Yi Futian, however, did not even seem to have noticed the incoming attacker at all. An extremely dazzling golden radiance was released from Yi Futian's body as his fingers stroked across the strings of his guqin. Music erupted and charged into the mind of the attacker directly, injuring his spiritual will. The attacker went blank momentarily, and even his sword was tilted. With an astonishing speed, the demonic bird turned into a black bolt of lightning. At the instant when the attacker was stunned, it struck out with its sharp claws, causing the attacker to fly out. The demonic bird was precisely the black-winged condor. At the moment, its eyes were filled with darkness. As it glanced at the crowd with its frightening eyes, everyone could feel an appalling demonic will. The radiance around Yi Futian grew brighter, as if he was being showered in divinity. His temperament was particularly outstanding, but his music was like the howls of demons, causing everyone to feel manic. The demons around him had all gone insane. Beastmaster. Everyone's face darkened. The mysterious person could actually control the demons with music. "Stop him!" an injured noble shouted. Everyone could feel the threat of Yi Futian and the demonic bird. The disciples from the top 3 schools dashed towards Yi Futian one after another. However, many powerful upper arcana plane demons surrounded Yi Futian, helping him to pave the way. At the moment, Yi Futian was partially burning Emperor Will, and even his blood seemed to be boiling. This was indeed a very rare chance. If he could get the dragon grass, everything would be worth it. Even if he could not, he believed that his 3rd brother would still be able to bring him to safety. Just like what he thought, when Gudong Lu heard the music inside the mountain, he knew that it was Yi Futian. A dazzling light glittered on Gu Donglio's body as he released his life spirit and dharma. 9 eye-catching characters circled around his body, causing the 3 people intercepting him to become tense immediately. Was he going to make his move? However, although Gu Donglu had released his strong aura, he did not make any attack. Since little brother was inside, Gu Donglu believed that he could settle everything in the mountain. All that Gu Donglu had to do was to keep a close watch on the situation on his side. Yi Futian rode on the demonic bird, and many demons charged towards the crowd. Many spells flew towards him, but he only played the guqin in silence. His temperament was superior, while his music was violent and sometimes sharp, bringing pain to the cultivators attacking him. Boom! 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 Violent collisions could be heard continuously. A group of cultivators from Starry School charged towards Yi Futian, which of course included Wang Yuqing. She raised her hand to cast a spell. Immediately, flames started to dance in the sky. However, The person in silver cloak only glanced at her emotionlessly and stroked casually on the guqin. Her spell was eliminated at once, after which an ear-piercing sound invaded into her ears directly. She trembled and fell down, helplessly from the sky. Raising her head, she looked at the unstoppable figure in the sky. The entire space was enveloped in an invisible, musical storm. All the injured nobles stared at Yi Futian. He was outstanding and actually had emperor's light around his body. Who was he? Suddenly, a golden lightning struck towards Yi Futian. It was Shang Yunfeng. Yi Futian started to play the music at a faster rate. The music turned into a beam of dazzling golden light, which charged into Shang Yunfeng's mind. At this instant, Shang Yunfeng felt a superior might and an even more destructive power trying to crush his spiritual will. A demon leaped into the air and grabbed one of Shang Yunfeng's legs, causing him to be immobilized. Shang Yunfeng's expression changed drastically. Then he saw a monstrous pair of eyes. In Shang Yunfeng's eyes, a calamitous, enormous demonic bird appeared, destroying everything in its path. His will trembled and was severely damaged. Suddenly, a sharp claw landed on his head, producing a clear, cracking sound. Immediately, cracks appeared on his head, which was showered in golden radiance. The demonic bird stared coldly at Shang Yunfeng. It could still remember Shang Yunfeng's arrogance earlier. Indeed, it was the type that would hold a grudge. Bang! The demon which had leaped into the air brought Shang Yunfeng's body down and smashed him onto the ground. Then, Shang Yunfeng lied motionlessly there. No. Shanghai's expression changed drastically. He saw Yi Futian glance coldly at him, after which music spread again. Many terrifying waves of music flew out and charged into Shanghai's mind directly, ignoring all of his defense and causing his body to tremble fiercely. The demonic bird whizzed over and grabbed his head with its claws just like it did to Shang Yunfeng, after which it threw him downwards. Are you happy now? Shanghai heard a cold but somewhat familiar voice in his mind. At this moment, he could only feel waves of coldness running down his spine. He widened his eyes and stared firmly at the figure in silver cloak before him as if he could not believe the reality. It was no wonder that the mysterious person only tried to kill him and Shang Yunfeng. However, how could the all-powerful mysterious person be him? Chapter 4:26. Shanghai had never imagined that he would die here. He had been unpopular in his family and had, therefore, decided to follow Shang Yunfeng. However, not long after they left their family, both Shang Yunfeng and he were killed. All of this was an extension of the event in White Jade Tower. Shanghai had never imagined that he would die here. He had been unpopular in his family and had, therefore, decided to follow Shang Yunfeng. However, not long after they left their family, both Shang Yunfeng and he were killed. All of this was an extension of the event in White Jade Tower. The last picture he had in his mind was the restaurant in White Jade Tower, where he stood arrogantly and threw the spirit stones in front of Yi Futian. At that time, he was the prestigious genius of Yunhua Business Alliance. He had invited Sorcerer Wu and demonic swordsmen to assist his family, and the road before him seemed bright. Everyone thought that he would have a glorious future. However, everything changed because of the incident which he thought was insignificant. When he saw Yi Futian for the second time, Yi Futian was already on the Yunhua battle platform. He was elegant and unparalleled. Now, it was the third time Shanghai met Yi Futian. Yi Futian was following Wang Yuqing and had been keeping a low profile, unlike how he had behaved on the Yunhua battle platform. However, when he changed yet again, he seemed to be even more powerful. Which one of them was the real him? Shanghai wondered if Yi Futian would become his assistant if the incident in White Jade Tower did not happen. He wondered if his fate would be changed because of this. There was no if. Shanghai's body fell onto the ground and he stopped thinking. He, the young master of Yunhua Business Alliance, would lie here for all eternity. The people from Yinhua Business Alliance might not even find out that he was killed by Yi Futian. On the ground, Wang Yuqing saw the bodies of Shan Yunfeng and Shan Hai in the distance and was totally shocked. Just like her, Shan Yunfeng came from Yinhua City and was a genius who had entered the top 3 schools. He had successfully changed his fate but died here. Raising her head, Wang Yuqing looked at the brilliant and all-powerful figure, and a strange thought appeared in her mind. The people from the top 3 schools were all so outstanding, and yet the mysterious person had attracted the complete attention of everyone. What kind of person was he? At the moment, he was still charging forward on the back of the demonic bird. His music had turned into an appalling storm, affecting the demons and martial arts cultivators around him. When he attacked his opponents with his music, a destructive note would explode in their minds directly. Around him, hundreds of demons were following and listening to his command. Moreover, most of these demons were in the upper arcana plane. They had gone wild in the music and were destroying everything in their sight. Even the geniuses from the top 3 schools could not block such a wave of demons. Many people were hit by the demons, including the genius Jiang Nan who came together with Wang Yuqing. Of course, the same thing happened to the people from the other 2 schools. In the sky, Yi Futian was showered in Emperor's light. He had fused Emperor will into the music, and thus the music was just like a terrifying spiritual attack. It strengthened the demons around him, and at the same time attacked his opponents. Furthermore, the black wind condor had devoured the will of the demonic bird on Sky Mountain and had evolved, allowing it to turn into the demonic bird. In this state, its combat abilities would increase significantly. Many cultivators were sent flying out one after another, and nobody could stop the demonic bird from advancing. The demons helped to pave the path for the demonic bird, which was charging directly towards the dragon grass. Suddenly, a person flew over with the wind and was even faster than Yi Futian. With everyone's attention fully absorbed by Yi Futian, he extended his arm towards the dragon grass. Some coldness flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. His fingers stroked fiercely across the strings of the guqin, and countless notes danced simultaneously. Then, the musical storm in the sky converged towards the intruder. The intruder's expression changed drastically as he felt an immense might crushing towards him. Immediately, he let go of the grass and retreated, after which the musical attack also stopped. Then, everyone realized that the demonic bird was already before the dragon grass. On its back, a divine tree seemed to have appeared on Yi Futian's body. It grew in size, and many branches from it swept towards the dragon grass. The illusory dragon in the dragon grass appeared again, but the branches of the divine tree blotted out the sky and engulfed the dragon grass directly. An extremely powerful willpower eliminated the original will attached on the grass. The illusory dragon gave out a low roar, after which the dragon grass was brought towards Yi Futian's body. Although a long time seemed to have passed, in reality only a short while had passed since Yi Futian appeared. He charged through everyone with the help of the demonic bird and obtained the dragon grass. Buzz! Immediately, the demonic bird turned around and turned into a black beam of light. With an incredible speed it left. The people from the top 3 schools only looked at the scene and actually forgot to intercept the bird. The nobles were all injured and could only watch everything happen. At the moment, their faces darkened. The mysterious person only made his move after they were injured. However, there were even stronger cultivators above them. Why did he dare to snatch the treasure? Was he trying to kill himself? He would never be able to bring the dragon grass out of this place. Roar! The howl of dragon shook the sky. The evil dragon knew that the dragon grass has been taken away, and its enormous body started to tremble fiercely. Immediately, the entire mountain started shaking, producing a loud rumbling. Many huge boulders fell down, and the mountain seemed to be collapsing. "We can't wait any more!" the cultivators from the top 3 schools shouted. The terrifying rope earlier was activated again, tying up the dragon's body so that it could not go down. At the same time, the people from the top 3 schools descended one after another. They broke the side of the mountain directly and charged inside. Roar, roar! The evil dragon roared ferociously. The ground shook and the entire mountain seemed to be falling apart. At the instant when the cultivators started moving, Gudonglu also moved. A dazzling radiance appeared under his feet, and he charged out at an astonishing speed. The 3 cultivators who had intercepted him attacked at the same time in an attempt to stop him. However, the 9 characters around Gudonglu turned into 9 beams of light, which shot towards the 3 and eliminated everything in their path. The 3 people felt an intense threat from the attack and backed away one after another. Then, Gudonglu charged out and looked at the people who were entering the mountain. At once, everyone there felt an invisible force approach them. Then, a row of brilliant ancient characters appeared, blocking their path. In addition, many warriors were also formed from the ancient characters. Nobody wanted to waste any time with Gudonglu, so many people descended one after another. The cultivators from the top 3 schools already knew that someone not from them had taken the dragon grass. Gudonglio's eyes turned increasingly demonic and terrifying, as if the entire region was contained in his eyes. Behind him, the godlike figure released an eye-catching radiance which enveloped the entire space. Then, inside the space of ice sorcery, countless characters appeared and sealed the space, blocking everyone's path. "Scram!" someone shouted and launched an attack towards the countless characters. However, every character released a brilliant beam of light, or an enormous amount of sword will, or a powerful spell towards the rest. What do you benefit from this? Someone turned around and glanced coldly at Gudonglu. Someone had taken the dragon grass, and they did not understand why Gudonglu was blocking them. Could it be that the person who had taken the dragon grass was his associate? While Gudonglu was slowing down the cultivators, the demonic bird tried its best to charge out of the mountain. At the moment, the mountain was collapsing and the earth was cracking apart. The cultivators from the top 3 schools and the demons were all in a mess. Just when Futian charged out of the mountain, many demons outside started gathering around him at the same time, as if they had gone wild simultaneously. In the meantime, a terrifying dark light surged on the demonic bird, covering the region around it. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen were both hidden inside. Buzz! A violent gust of wind swept past, and a demonic aura ascended into the sky. Countless demons ran towards the distance at the same time, while a demonic bird tried to escape with a silver-clothed figure on its back. Behind them, many people finally managed to charge out from the chaos. Looking at the mysterious person who was already quite far from them, their faces darkened. Why did the people at the peak not stop him? Why did you not intercept them? Jiang Nan looked beside him, where Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Yi Futian appeared. Apart from them, the black wind condor was also present. It turned out that at the instant when the demonic bird charged out from the mountain and darkness enveloped all the demons, the bird turned back into the ordinary black wind condor. Also, Yi Futian took off the silver cloak and naturally stood beside Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen. On the other hand, the wild demons continued running forward. Of course, the escaping demonic bird and Yi Futian were formed with a water elemental illusory spell. In such a chaotic situation, nobody would notice the difference. How do we intercept them with our levels? Yi Futian smiled and looked at Jiang Nan. How could Yi Futian and his friends stop the intruders? Jiang Nan was probably just venting his anger at them. Humph! Jiang Nan gave a cold humph and stared at the figure in the distance. The 3 top schools contested for the dragon grass, but it was actually taken away by a stranger. Moreover, what exactly happened at the peak of the mountain? Finally, loud roars were heard one after another. Many powerful nobles managed to break free from Gudonglio's binding and started to chase after the demons. Light appeared below Gudonglio's feet as he was about to chase after them as well. He could not let anything happen to the little brother. However, just when he was about to leave, he seemed to have felt something. Turning his head, he looked behind him when he saw Yi Futian standing there in one piece. This caused a strange expression to appear on Gu Donglio's face. What's happening? The music, just now, certainly felt like it was from the little brother. Coincidentally, Yi Futian was also looking at him and seemed to be smiling. Immediately, Gu Donglu knew what had happened. It was a secret escape. It was indeed the little brother. Gu Donglu had only managed to give Yi Futian a very short moment, and he already successfully escaped. Chase! The most powerful nobles from the top 3 schools charged out with an incredible speed. Soon they caught up with the escaping demons, but did not see Yi Futian and the demonic bird. The mirror images had already disappeared. Yi Futian's goal was to not leave any evidence. Since the mirror illusions had already vanished, nobody would know what had happened. The cultivators who had caught up with the demons all gazed into the distance. Their spiritual energy spread out as if they were trying to find something, but clearly they failed. Let's chase in different directions. The cultivators from the top 3 schools charged out towards 3 different directions. However, the culprit Yi Futian was only standing quietly beside the mountain and watching everything that was happening before him. Clearly, he knew that the top 3 schools would never be able to find anything. Chapter 4:27. Very soon, the cultivators from the top 3 schools returned. Apart from a group of wildly escaping demons, they did not find anything. All their faces darkened. The culprit actually escaped right before them. How did he manage to do it? Very soon, the cultivators from the top 3 schools returned. Apart from a group of wildly escaping demons, they did not find anything. All their faces darkened. The culprit actually escaped right before them. How did he manage to do it? The mountain was still collapsing and many people ascended into the sky. The whole place was still in a chaos. Yi Futian and his friends stood quietly at a corner, and he was not worried that he would be discovered. Before he decided to make his move, he had already planned everything. The 3rd brother had heard his music before, and would definitely know that it was him after hearing the music. Indeed, Gu Donglu had helped Yi Futian to delay the most powerful cultivators for a short while, which was sufficient for him to carry out his plan. Everything was in entire chaos, and all the demons had gone wild. Yi Futian and the rest escaped from the mountain with a group of demons, after which he used a mirror spell to create an illusion that he was still trying to escape. Everything was done flawlessly and secretly. At that time, the entire region was filled with demons and a demonic aura. Nobody would suspect him at all. His face was still exposed after wearing the silver cloak, but the ritual implement changed his appearance. In addition, the demonic bird was too conspicuous. Nobody would think that it was him and the black wind condor. The only being which might have felt something, namely the willpower of the evil dragon, had also been eliminated by him from the dragon grass. Next, Yi Futian only had to behave normally. The cultivators from the top 3 schools stood in the air, and their faces were all very gloomy. Many people were severely injured and were carried out of the mountain by others. The top 3 schools had sealed the evil dragon zone for a very long time to allow the dragon grass to mature. They were very determined to obtain it. At the moment, the top 3 schools had sent such a powerful team, but the dragon grass was snatched by someone right before their eyes. How embarrassing that was! In the sky, the most powerful nobles glanced at the cultivators below them. At first, they thought that by intercepting Gu Donglu and the evil dragon, the people inside the mountain could certainly get the dragon grass. However, the disciples of the top 3 schools had disappointed them. The disciples also felt somewhat embarrassed. "Who is that?" Tan Zhong from Starry School asked the disciples below. A very strong beastmaster. He controlled all the demons and used musical spells to drive the demons wild and make them attack. Jiangnan said, "We were no match for him. Some people from Blazing Sun School were even killed on the spot. He is indeed very strong. His music contained an extremely powerful spiritual attack which could ignore any defense. Nobody could stop him, Wang Yuqing also said. They had all experienced it just now, and nobody could be blamed. The mysterious person was too mighty. You know him, right? Tanzhong said, coldly looking at Gu Donglu. The cultivators from the top 3 schools also looked at Gu Donglu. If Gu Donglu did not intercept them just now, the mysterious person would not have escaped successfully. Gu Donglu glanced at Tanzhong emotionlessly, and his body was still glittering in a brilliant radiance. Turning around, he was ready to leave. You want to leave just like this? Tanzhong shouted coldly. Stepping forward, he penetrated across space and walked towards Gu Donglu. He extended his fist and clenched in the air. Immediately, the endless earth elemental spiritual qi in the sky raged and converged towards Gu Donglu. The limitless spiritual qi turned into many meteorites which circled around Gu Donglu. Star burial. The disciples of Starry School were all surprised. It seemed like Tanzhong was really angry. Tanzhong was an outstanding talent in the school and was extremely strong. He came here to contest for the dragon grass so that he would have a slight chance of breaking through his current level, in which case it would be more likely for him to enter the sage plane in the future. However, before the top 3 schools could begin the internal contest, the dragon grass was already taken away by an outsider. This was clearly unacceptable for Tanzhong, who was proud and powerful. Countless people looked at the scene in the sky. The faces of those from the top 3 schools were all very cold. Previously, Gu Donglu attacked out of a sudden and blocked their path by cutting off the space, but that did not mean that they were weaker than him. At the moment, they were clearly already enraged by Gu Donglu. Around Gu Donglu, the star-like meteorites formed continuously. The region around him was filled with a suffocating gravity and pressure as if it could make the sky collapse. The white-clothed figure inside seemed to be exceptionally small and lonely. Barry, Tanzhong said coldly. Right away, the countless meteorites floating in the sky converged in an instant with Gu Donglio's body as the center. The scene was very frightening. Bang! 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 The meteorites were as quick as lightning and buried Gu Donglio's body directly. They seemed to have turned into a star, which started to rotate rapidly. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. It was indeed a powerful spell. However, he was not worried. Although Tanzhong was a genius noble from Starry School, he knew very well about his third brother. Moreover, he did not think that the things Mr. Du had taught the third brother would be weaker than those in Starry School. After all, Mr. Du was brought away by someone sent by Dong Huang the Great himself. Tanzhong's fist was still clenched and meteorites collided onto the star continuously. As the star rotated, it also started to contract. If Gu Donglu was not dead by now, he would be crushed into pieces. The rapidly spinning star released a bright radiance. However, suddenly a crackling sound was heard and the star was penetrated. Immediately, many loud sounds spread as countless holes appeared on the sphere. The entire star was enveloped with an even more dazzling light, in which an illusory figure could be vaguely seen. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering bang, the starry sphere exploded. Gu Donglio's body was covered in an eye-catching divine light as the 9 characters circled around him. Tanzhong frowned gently. Just then, a cultivator from each of Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School stepped forward. An extremely freezing aura was released from the cultivator from Bright Moon School. Immediately, the entire place was covered in frost, slowing the actions of everyone. As the vast space suddenly turned cold, many people below the noble plane shivered uncontrollably. Gu Donglu could feel his senses and movement become slower. In the other direction, a sun seemed to have appeared on the cultivator from Blazing Sun School. In the sky, the light from the sun poured onto the sun behind him, after which countless beams of light shot towards Gu Donglu, incinerating everything in their path. The freezing and blazing techniques were indeed destructive when combined. "Hand him over, and we'll spare your life," the cultivator from Blazing Sun School said coldly. 3 cultivators from the top 3 schools were jointly attacking Gu Donglu. Gu Donglio's expression was calm as always. The 9 characters around his body rotated wildly, and the illusory figure behind him seemed to have turned divine and merged with his body. At this instant, Gu Donglu looked even brighter and more powerful. Many traces of sword were born and span around his body, denying all spells. Gu Donglu suddenly moved forward. He turned into a bolt of lightning and passed through space itself. As he guarded against the attacks of the 3 cultivators, he quickly approached Tanzhong. Gu Donglu punched out his fist, which turned into a terrifying Midra. He looked all-powerful, as if he was the emperor of the world. It was one of the 9 seals, the Junlin Midra. In response, Tanzhong lifted his hand and punched out. A star seemed to be flying out. The attacks from the 2 collided, and the entire sky trembled, giving out a rumbling sound. The 9 seals converged again and turned into a second Midra, the Dojan Midra, which was even more powerful. It then charged towards Tanzhong. Tanzhong's expression changed slightly. Giving out a loud roar, he continued to block. However, after the Dojan Midra, there was still the Pomi Midra, the Jingang Midra. Finally, when the Jingang Midra landed, the enormous palm print crushed everything. Followed by a loud bang, Tanzhong was sent flying out and collided fiercely onto the wall of the mountain. The expressions of the people from Starry School changed. Did Tanzhong actually just lose? Gu Donglu turned around and glanced at the other 2 cultivators. The 9 seals circled around him, after which they converged into many Midras. He raised his hand, and the Midras flew out towards the 2 simultaneously. The faces of the 2 darkened, and they cast various spells to block the attack. Gu Donglu ascended slowly into the sky, scanning coldly at the cultivators from the top 3 schools who were trying to stop him. He said coldly, "Stop wasting your time. If I want to leave, you can't stop me." After he finished speaking, he turned into a white beam of light which flew into the distance. He was so fast that many people could not even follow him. The faces of the people from the top 3 school all turned gloomy. They stopped and stared at the slowly disappearing beam of light. Today, the top 3 schools had lost all their faces. "Bring that dragon back," someone said coldly. Then a few cultivators went to deal with the dragon and successfully defeated it, after which the most powerful people from the top 3 schools left the place directly. They did not even pay attention to the disciples of the 3 schools, as they were too embarrassed to stay. At the moment, the dragon had been brought away, and the mountain had also collapsed, leaving everything in a mess. Looking at the scene, the disciples of the top 3 schools and the people in the distance all felt very emotional. It turned out that even the top 3 schools would fail sometimes. Who was the scholar in the white clothes? And who was the young man in the silver cloak? Perhaps they are the disciples of some mysterious place or person in the barren state. Many disciples of the 3 schools thought. Many disciples had learned something from the journey. They had always thought that the top 3 schools would be able to easily obtain anything in such an isolated place, and it would only be an internal contest. However, 2 outsiders had appeared, and they had grabbed the attention of everyone. "Let's go. There are still many treasures in the dragon house," someone said. At once, many people walked towards the dragon house. On the other hand, Futian and his friends left quietly. Nobody paid attention to such an inconspicuous group. They advanced forward and walked into the beast forest. After a while, they stopped in front of a quiet stream. "Third brother, are you here?" Futian shouted. "Yup," someone said. Then, Gu Donglu landed before them. Looking at Futian, he asked, "Why did you come to the barren state so early?" "It's meaningless to stay in the eastern barren territory, so I came here to follow your footstep," Futian said, smiling. Then he took out the dragon grass and added, "Third brother, can this help you to break through?" It's not so easy to enter the sage plane. I can only say that it helps. Gu Donglu took over the grass, after which he divided it into 2 portions and said, "All of you should have some yourself as well. It should be able to help you break through." "Is it enough for you?" "We can break through later," Yi Futian said. Since the 3rd brother wanted the dragon grass, he would not be greedy. Gu Donglio's level was higher and so should clearly have the priority. Cottage disciples would not make distinctions among themselves. "If half of it doesn't help, it would be the same even if you give me everything," Gu Donglu said. "You should have it now before it attracts the attention of demons." "All right." Yi Futian nodded and accepted the item. Chapter 428. One day later, Yi Futian and his friends returned to the mountain where the evil dragon had been at. At the moment, the entire mountain had already collapsed, but many people had yet to leave. One day later, Yi Futian and his friends returned to the mountain where the evil dragon had been at. At the moment, the entire mountain had already collapsed, but many people had yet to leave. On a huge boulder, somewhere on the mountain, Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing were sitting down cross-legged with their eyes closed. Just before this, they had had a conflict with the disciples of Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School, and many were injured. Of course, it was the same for the disciples of the other 2 schools. "It seems like we have no more business here." Yi Futian looked before him. The place in the dragon house where treasures had been piled up was completely empty now. Anyhow, it was within his expectation. The nobles had already left the day before, and the people who had remained were all arcana, plain juniors. Yi Futian and his friends had already eaten the dragon grass and successfully broke through their current levels. Apart from their sorcery, their martial arts levels increased as well. In addition, they managed to reach the peak of the 3rd level, that was the peak of the lower arcana plane. Dragon grass was indeed a treasure that even top nobles would contest for. It had refined their bodies completely. Of course, the person who benefited the most was not Yi Futian or Yu Shang, but rather the black wind condor. Dragon grass could increase the intelligence of its consumer, and that particular piece was nurtured by the evil dragon. At the moment, even the eyes of the black wind condor became brighter. Yi Futian exclaimed in his heart about how lucky the condor was to get such an outstanding master. As for the 3rd brother, he had gone to search for a place for seclusion. In any case, even if Gu Donglu did not do that, Yi Futian would also not leave together with him. The goal of Gu Donglu at the moment was to enter the sage plane, and his path was different from that of Yi Futian and his friends. If they were to follow him, they would not experience enough toughening. Yi Futian and Gu Donglu agreed that they would meet in the central region of the barren state in the future. "Let's go," Yi Futian said softly. "Where do we go now?" Lulan Shui asked. "Divine Sky City," Yi Futian replied, ready to leave. However, suddenly, Wang Yuqing, who was on the boulder in the distance, looked at him and asked, "Yi Futian, where have you been to?" Yi Futian turned around and looked at Wang Yuqing. Smiling, he said, "You were here contesting for the treasures, and we could not participate. Therefore, we went to the demon forest to do some training." Wang Yuqing did not suspect him at all. Standing up, she added, "We are going to return to the Divine Sky City. You should come with us." Beside her, Jiang then looked at her and said softly, "Why are you still bringing him along?" Before they came here, Yi Futian said that he wanted to see the bigger world. Now he had seen it for himself, but the people from the top 3 schools were all disgraced. The dragon grass was taken by a mysterious person, and the disciples of the 3 schools were easily defeated by him. Jiang Nan clearly felt unhappy. Jiang Nan did not like Yi Futian in the first place. Yi Futian was too good-looking, and his smile always caused Jiang Nan to feel uncomfortable. In addition, he saw the awkward side of the top 3 schools. Hence, Jiang Nan disliked Yi Futian even more. That day, my grandfather asked me to take care of him. "Senior, let's bring him to Divine Sky City," Wang Yuqing asked. That day in Wang family, the family leader had asked her to look after Yi Futian. All right then. Jiang Nin glanced coldly at Yi Futian. Although he was chasing Wang Yuqing, he could not interfere with her issues. In that case, they would just bring Yi Futian back. Yi Futian stared at Wang Yuqing, thinking about whether he should follow them. My grandfather asked me to take you to Divine Sky City. Let's go, Wang Yuqing said again. Hearing her words, Yi Futian nodded. Since it was an order from the leader of Wang family, he would follow them, which he did not mind. By having someone to lead him, it would also save him the trouble of asking for directions himself. In addition, these disciples from the top 3 schools all had traveling ritual implements with them. When they reached Divine Sky City, they would part. Yi Futian could clearly feel the distance between him and Wang Yuqing, but this was normal anyway. The disciples of the top 3 schools all had their own pride. Yi Futian walked up to Wang Yuqing when Jiang Nin took out a ritual implement. This ritual implement could be expanded and contracted, and when it expanded it, turned into a fish-shaped flat object, which also seemed to have 2 wings. It was a ship-like ritual implement. It could accommodate tens of people. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. A powerful wind elemental spiritual qi was spreading out from the ritual implement. Clearly, there were matrices carved in the implement, and it needed spirit stones to activate. Then he also thought about the treasures in the Dragon House earlier. The Eastern Barren territory was indeed barren, as it only had basic offensive and defensive ritual implements. On the other hand, in the barren state, there were different kinds of ritual implements. The difference between the skills of the armorers in the 2 regions was too huge. In the Eastern Barren territory, Yi Futian had never heard of any master armor. However, on the map of the barren state, Yi Futian saw a capital called Alchemy City. Jiang Nin glanced coldly at Yi Futian, after which he said to everyone, "Let's leave." Everyone stepped onto the ship, including Yi Futian. Jiang Nin really seemed to hate Yi Futian. The ritual implement ascended into the air, after which it shot towards a certain direction. The barren state was vast and boundless. Even the eastern region of the barren state was very extensive. Divine Sky City was the only capital city of the eastern region. It was certainly the center of the eastern region, but its position was not at the geographic center. Instead, it was closer to the Zhongzhou City region, which meant that it was closer to the central region of the barren state. Yunhua City and Divine Sky City both belonged to the eastern region, but the distance between them was still incredibly long. Even with the help of the ship ritual implement, the team still spent 1 month to reach Divine Sky City, demonstrating well how far the 2 places actually were. After all, they were on a noble level ritual implement. In the sky above Divine Sky City, a ship flew past swiftly. On the ritual implement, Yi Futian looked down at the extremely magnificent view of the capital and was filled with excitement. The barren state, I'm coming. In the sky, there are many different ritual implements and powerful demons flying past. Below them, many buildings towered into the clouds, along with numerous eye-catching and unique architectures. They were grand and majestic, and Yi Futian had never seen such a scene before. A capital city is indeed different. A smile appeared on Yi Futian's face as he recalled how he and Hua Fenglu entered Donghai City. As he grew, he was also walking towards further and better places step by step. In the past, although he was also supercilious, it was only because he was young and arrogant. He had never expected himself to actually travel to such a far place. As he recalled the past, it felt as if a long time had passed. Wang Yuqing glanced at Yi Futian and said softly, "In Divine Sky City, try to keep a low profile. I heard that you have performed very well in the battle of the 4 factions in Yunhua City, but here there are many more geniuses. People who are more talented and powerful than you can be seen everywhere. If you keep making trouble, you may not end up well. Do you understand?" "Yes. I always keep a low profile." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Before him, many disciples of Starry School glanced emotionlessly at Yi Futian. Jiang Nan did not turn around, but a mocking sneer also appeared on his face. Yi Futian had no background and was so weak. He would almost certainly have a difficult time in Divine Sky City. In Divine Sky City, you can only rely on yourself. Don't have any other expectations, Wang Yuqing added. Don't worry. Yi Futian smiled. Was Wang Yuqing actually worried that Yi Futian was going to follow her? In that case, Wang Yuqing was only having an overactive imagination. Jiang Nan turned around and asked, "Where do you want a light?" "I'll follow you for a while. When you reach Starry School, I'll alight as well," Yi Futian replied. The top 3 schools were at the center of Divine Sky City. Since they had come here anyway, it would, of course, be better to alight at the central area. Jiang Nan smiled lightly and did not say anything. The ritual implement continued its journey in the sky above Divine Sky City. This year is going to end soon. At the start of the next year, the top 3 schools will recruit disciples again. If you want to try, you can do so next year. You wouldn't have any chance this year, Wang Yuqing said calmly, looking in front of her. All right, Yi Futian replied, but he did not have such a plan. Perhaps Wang Yuqing thought that he wanted to join Starry School. Wang Yuqing nodded gently and did not say anything else. She had already done what her grandfather told her to, which was to bring Yi Futian to Divine Sky City. Whatever Yi Futian may choose to do in the future was none of her concerns. After all, she was also only an ordinary disciple of Starry School. She needed hard work to follow in the footsteps of the geniuses there, and did not have time to take care of Yi Futian. The school exams are coming again at the end of the year. Are you confident? Jiang Nan asked Wang Yuqing, who walked beside him. Wang Yuqing shook her head gently and said softly, "The school exams do not belong to me. Senior, you should try to display yourself during then." Yup, Jiang Nan nodded. Finally, an enormous and spectacular group of buildings appeared vaguely in sight. Pointing in that direction, Wang Yuqing said to Yi Futian, "That is Starry School, a holy land of cultivation in the eastern region of the Barren State. Even the most powerful families in the Barren State will send their descendants into the top 3 schools. Let's go down." Jiang Nan controlled the ritual implement to descend. Soon they landed outside Starry School. Outside the school, there were many people, all of whom were young. Some were the disciples of Starry School, while others came here to visit, dreaming that one day they could enter as well. "We're here," Wang Yuqing said to Yi Futian. "Junior, let's get going," Jiang Nan said. "Yup," Wang Yuqing nodded. Then she said to Yi Futian, "Take care." "Of course," Yi Futian nodded. Jiang Nan, Wang Yuqing, and their team walked towards the college when Yi Futian shouted again, "Wait." Wang Yuqing turned around and said to Yi Futian, "What is it?" She seemed to be somewhat impatient. Yi Futian walked up to her with a bag in his hand. He handed the bag to Wang Yuqing and said, "Travel fees." Wang Yuqing frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "This journey has been long, and the ritual implement needs spirit stones to activate. I should give you this. I don't like to owe other people anything," Yi Futian said, smiling. Wang Yuqing was somewhat unhappy. Since she had promised her grandfather that she would bring Yi Futian to Divine Sky City, she would naturally not ask for any payment. Yi Futian's action seemed to be disrespectful towards her. "Since he gave it, you should take it," Jiang Nan said, smiling. Was Yi Futian trying to clear everything between them? Wang Yuqing gazed at Yi Futian when he smiled and said, "The ritual implement is his. You can give the spirit stones to him if you want. Goodbye." After that, Yi Futian and his friends turned around and left. If they were really friends, Yi Futian would clearly not mind about this. However, he could feel the attitudes of Wang Yuqing and Jiang Nan. It was as if they were helping him only because he was poor. This being the case, he decided not to owe them anything. He has his moral principles. Jiang Nan smiled and said maybe he still does not understand what the top 3 schools mean. Did Yi Futian not want to owe them anything? Yi Futian did not know that by doing so, he would never be able to be friends with the disciples of the top 3 schools. In the future, he would naturally understand it. Young people who just reached Divine Sky City were always very ardent. After a while, their passion would be extinguished by reality. However, it was none of Jiang Nan's concerns anyway. After all, Yi Futian's life and his life would just be like 2 parallel lines in the future. They would never have any relations again. Chapter 4:29. The road outside Starry School was extremely broad and filled with an endless stream of people. The road outside Starry School was extremely broad and filled with an endless stream of people. As Yi Futian and his team walked on the street, they noticed a large group of people walking towards their direction. Within the group, 2 people looked particularly elegant and distinguished. The group walked towards Starry School, and the passers-by started discussing it. After listening to their conversations, Yi Futian found out that the 2 were extremely popular geniuses in Starry School. The famous geniuses from the top 3 schools would naturally attract much attention. Where the group passed, the crowd all burst into excitement. Soon, they passed right before Yi Futian. They looked so prestigious, Yi Futian muttered. So this was how the geniuses from the top 3 schools looked like. Where are we heading? Luo Lan Shui asked softly. Ask around which is the best and nearby. We will stay there first, Yi Futian replied. The best one. Luo Lan Shui repeated. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. He had obtained a gemstone ring from the dragon house in which there were many items. Therefore, he was not actually poor at the moment and clearly would not treat himself poorly. Of course, there were more important reasons. One being that cultivation would be more effective in a better environment. Apart from that, he could obtain more information in a good inn. All right, Luo Lan Shui nodded. After which, she left to ask the people around. Soon, she returned and said to Yi Futian, the best inn nearby is called Celestial Pavilion. Its environment is splendid, but it is also extremely costly. We're not short of spirit stones. Let's go, Yi Futian said straightforwardly. Luo Lan Shui glanced at Yi Futian, who had already started walking. This guy, indeed, always keeps a low profile. We have just arrived in Divine Sky City, and he already wants to stay in the best inn. Let's see how long he can sustain in this way. As the best in near Starry School, perhaps even the top 3 in Divine Sky City, the environment of Celestial Pavilion far exceeded Yi Futian's imagination. Yi Futian looked into the pavilion and only saw isolated courtyards built within lakes. The place was quiet and graceful and also filled with dense spiritual qi, which enveloped the sky above the entire pavilion. Clearly, it was filled with spiritual qi matrices. Moreover, Celestial Pavilion did not accept spirit stones. Instead, one had to pay ritual implements or treasures in order to stay inside. It was indeed the best in nearby. However, Yi Futian eventually decided to stay in Pro-Celestial, in which was not far away from Celestial Pavilion. After all, cultivators should not only seek pleasure and instead needed to experience some toughening. The name of Pro-Celestial Inn was indeed well given. At the moment, Yi Futian and his friends had already settled down in Pro-Celestial Inn and were drinking and chatting in a pavilion. Beside them, there were many other pavilions. The environment here is also very good, Yi Futian remarked softly. Still quite a huge difference from Celestial Pavilion, Luo Lan Shui said. As cultivators, we cultivate our characters. Do not mind about superficial glory, Yi Futian said earnestly. Luo Lan Shui was stunned. Looking at Yi Futian's serious expression, she nodded and said, All right. Noticing Luo Lan Shui's look, Yi Futian recalled the scornful look of the pretty lady when they went to Celestial Pavilion. He could feel his heart hurt and wondered if he would buy Celestial Pavilion in the future if he had the chance to. The place of the young city lord of White Cloud City on the barren sky, ranking increased again. Now he has already entered the top 10. Someone in a pavilion nearby suddenly said, pulling Yi Futian back into reality. His eyes sparkled, as it was not the first time he had heard this name. Also, what was the barren sky ranking? According to the map of the barren state, White Cloud City was in the western region, which was separated from the eastern region by the central region and therefore extremely far away. Why would someone here talk about the young city, lord of White Cloud City? I heard that as well. At the age of 20, he entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Now he has only cultivated for less than 50 years and has already entered the sage plane. His talent is indeed astonishing. After a few more years, perhaps his ranking can move forward some more. Maybe he will even have the chance to challenge the first 3 places on the barren sky ranking, someone added. It was indeed shocking that the young city lord could enter the top 10 on the barren sky ranking at such a young age. Speaking of the young city, lord of White Cloud City, I suddenly recalled another person. I heard that the lady of the Zhuge family, a top family in Zhongzhou City, was found. She has actually been roaming outside to escape from her family and has become a disciple of someone else. At the moment, she has been taken back to her family. Rumors claim that the relationship between the lord of White Cloud City and the leader of the Zhuge family has always been quite good. Perhaps the 2 families will ally through marriage, which will be another popular story in the future, another person said. I heard that the lady of the Zhuge family is very beautiful and talented. I wonder if she would match the young city, lord of White Cloud City. When Yi Futian heard that someone was talking about his second sister, he started paying attention. However, when he heard that the stranger was actually asking if his second sister could match another person, he frowned in dissatisfaction. In his opinion, the young city lord of White Cloud City could not match his second sister, who was so beautiful, kind, and good to him. Mister, may I ask what the barren sky ranking is? Yi Futian asked, looking at the person beside him. You don't even know what the barren sky ranking is. A strange expression appeared on the face of the person. Did you come from another place? Yes, I came to Divine Sky City to train myself, Yi Futian nodded. Oh, I see. The person smiled and continued. The barren sky ranking is an infamous and authoritative list in the barren state, which ranks all the famous people here. It doesn't just rank them according to their levels. Instead, it considers their levels, talents, ages, and many other factors. Most people who can enter the ranking are all extremely famous. There are 100 people on the list. Even the last person, there is also one of the most outstanding people in the barren state. In this case, I don't think the barren sky ranking is that authoritative after all, Yi Futian said emotionlessly. According to the person before him, the barren sky ranking includes all the brightest cultivators in the barren state. If it only depended on levels, sages would probably never be able to make it to the top 10. This was sufficient to show how excellent the talents of the young city lord were. The barren sky ranking has extremely strict requirements, and every time before it is updated, it will undergo rigorous reviews. Why are you doubting the authoritativeness of the list? The person said, smiling. The barren state is vast and boundless, and there must be many people hidden in seclusion. There will also be many people who keep low profiles and do not display their talents. Therefore, it is not authoritative enough, Yi Futian replied. You may be right, but this is relative in the first place. If people don't even know about you, how can you enter the ranking? The person said, the barren sky ranking is too far from us. Why don't we chat about the talents in Divine Sky City? Now the exams of the top 3 schools will be starting soon. I wonder how many geniuses will show up this time, a person in a pavilion nearby said. I know a person who will almost certainly become famous in the top 3 schools. Who is that? The young dragon on West Mountain, the person said with a sharp expression. At the beginning of this year, he entered Starry School to cultivate. It's about time for him to display himself. Many people nodded in agreement. thinking about how mighty the pure-blooded dragon on Western Mountain was during that time. Unfortunately, he had died. Now, his son would follow his footsteps. Moreover, apart from his father who had passed away, the young dragon still had an equally powerful uncle. Compared to the young dragon on Western Mountain, I'm more concerned about the eventual fate of the few ladies, someone said, smiling. You can stop dreaming about that. The group of people chatted casually, and Yi Futian could not understand most of their conversation. In their chat, many people were mentioned, but Yi Futian was still unfamiliar with Divine Sky City. Apart from the top 3 school, he almost knew nothing else. Luolan later will take a stroll outside, and you will be in charge of collecting information, such as the top clans and families here and the important places in Divine Sky City. Try your best to get them, Yi Futian said to Luolan Shui. Unknowingly, he was already used to asking Luolan Shui to do these things. Luolan Shui had also been carrying them out quietly and outstandingly. As such, Yi Futian never had to worry about these miscellaneous matters. Okay, Luolan Shui nodded. After the meal, Yi Futian and his friends walked out of the inn and strolled casually on the streets. On the other hand, Luolan Shui was busy searching for information. Suddenly, they heard a dragon howl from the distance. Many people ran to the sides of the street. Yi Futian turned around and only saw a mess in front of him. In that direction, an ice dragon was charging towards them. There were also many powerful cultivators beside and behind the dragon. Do all the people in Divine Sky City like to attract attention so much? Yi Futian felt speechless. Beside the horn of the ice dragon was a girl who was about 13 or 14 years old was standing. She was using a whip in her hand to slap the dragon, causing it to howl continuously. This lowly actually has such a large team with her, Yi Futian muttered, staring at the girl and the dragon. The ice dragon charged past Yi Futian and his team when the girl glanced at Yi Futian and said, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Yi Futian was totally stunned. Looking at the girl who was standing akimbo, he laughed uncontrollably. A 13 or 14-year-old girl actually just asked him such a question. It was indeed unimaginable. How dare you laugh? Noticing that Yi Futian was laughing, the girl forced the ice dragon to come to a stop. Pointing her whip at Yi Futian, she said, "Someone come and bring him along." Yi Futian was dumbfounded. A cultivator beside the dragon said to the girl, "My lady, this isn't appropriate." "Did you not hear me?" the girl said aggressively. The cultivators beside her all seemed to be in a difficult position. Then a person walked out and said to Yi Futian, "Sir, could you please come with us? I didn't do anything, right?" Hearing his words, Yi Futian frowned. Did it work this way? "I know, but my lady is in a bad mood." "I'm really sorry, and we promise that your safety will not be compromised," the person said. Yi Futian was speechless. Although their attitude was not bad, the situation was. Looking at the group of people before him, Yi Futian, "I don't think I can reject this, right?" "I'm sorry." The person in front gave a bitter smile and folded his hands, feeling helpless about the temper of the girl. The mother of the girl was not present and nobody could control her at all. The expressions of Yu Shang and Yi Wuqian turned cold, but Yi Futian turned around and said, "Just carry on with your stuff. I'll go with them. Thank you for your cooperation." The person nodded at Yi Futian, after which Yi Futian joined the group. The girl smiled and glanced at Yi Futian as if she was very satisfied. She waved the whip in her hand, and the ice dragon continued forward. Chapter 430. The large group of people advanced towards a certain direction on the dragon. The large group of people advanced towards a certain direction on the dragon. Yi Futian was somewhat unhappy. The girl in front was forcing her way on the road, causing the passers-by to give way, which was extremely overbearing. However, the passers-by seemed to have guessed her identity. They were not angry and only watched the scene. After all, it was usually difficult to see the girl. Nobody expected her to appear in the central region of divine Sky City. "Sir, how do I address you?" a middle-aged man beside Yi Futian suddenly asked. Yi Futian. "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry for this," the person apologized. "The lady was punished by her mother and is therefore in a bad mood. I hope that you will not blame her. Later, perhaps she will offend you again. Take this as a compensation." The person took out a ritual implement which was in the form of a shirt. Then, the middle-aged man deliberately activated the implement, causing it to release a faint radiance. Yi Futian felt its powers. It was actually a noble-level defense ritual implement. This caused a strange expression to appear on Yi Futian's face. It was really odious to compare with others. Yi Futian was unwilling to stay in an expensive inn and was even despised by the lady in the inn. On the other hand, the middle-aged man just took out a noble-level ritual implement casually. "Senior, what kind of person do you think I am?" Yi Futian said emotionlessly, but he had already taken over the ritual implement. Then he added in a serious tone, "However, because she is young and immature, I will not blame her for this." Noticing that Yi Futian had accepted the ritual implement, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Thank you for that. If the lady is rude in the future, please forgive her. I will compensate you again." Yi Futian rolled his eyes and said, "As long as she does not cross the line." At the moment, he was thinking that he would tolerate it, even if she crossed the line. He was poor, after all, and it was actually a profitable trade. Although the lady is somewhat capricious, she usually will not cross the line, the person said to Yi Futian, smiling. With their status, they did not have to be like this. However, there were rules in the family. If the girl behaved lawlessly outside and offended many people, they would still be punished. Therefore, he had to handle everything for the girl. Moreover, if the girl kept behaving recklessly, one day it would bring a disaster to the whole family, so he should take care of such issues quickly. In the future, it would be better for the madam to restrict the lady more. After all, she was about to become a young adult and should not throw tantrum when in a bad mood. Divine Sky City West Court was an extremely famous place in the city. At the moment, Yi Futian and the others arrived at this place and entered West Court directly. In West Court, the scenery was beautiful and elegant with many well-arranged buildings and courtyards. In addition, there was a small hill with one side of it flattened. There was a waterfall coming down from it and also pavilions on top of the hill. The whole place looked like a fairyland. If Yi Futian did not see it for himself, he would not have believed that it was a manor in a city. It looked like the scene on a mountain. Yi Futian and the rest walked to the foot of the waterfall and looked up at the hill, where there was an elder sitting down cross-legged. There was a teapot before him, and he was drinking the tea at the moment. Not far away from him, there was also a guqin. It was clear that he was a person of refined interests. "Grandfather Feng," the girl shouted at the elder. At the moment, the elder had already stood up. Smiling, he said, "Hey, you're here. You haven't been here for quite a while." "Well, I am now. Grandfather Feng, how have you been?" the girl said in a gentle tone. The overbearing attitude she had outside was completely gone. "I'm fine. Come up here," the elder said. The girl nodded gently and rode the ice dragon up the waterfall, after which she walked up to the elder. "You've grown for quite a bit. That time when you came here, you were still a child. In the blink of an eye, you're almost a big girl," the elder said with a kindly look. "I heard that you are unhappy with your mother's arrangement." "Grandfather Foam, I do not mean that. I only do not want to leave home to cultivate," the girl said in a pitiful tone. "You'll experience it sooner or later. You're going to go back anyway. How far can it be when it is also in Divine Sky City? Furthermore, West Court is also your home. So stop thinking about it. You should not waste your talents," the elder said. "Fine," the girl nodded. "Go. You have been here a few times. Go and choose a place yourself. If you have any problems, come and find me," the elder added. The girl nodded gently and left the hill. Glancing emotionlessly at Yi Futian, she said, "Follow closely." Yi Futian widened his eyes at the girl, but thinking of the ritual implement, he did not say anything. A great man would not argue with children. West Court was extremely large. The girl picked a courtyard where the scenery was fantastic, while the people who accompanied her would stay in the courtyards just beside. Yi Futian felt somewhat speechless. He felt totally insignificant at this place. Just then, the girl seemed to have noticed him. A quirky expression appeared on her still immature face as her eyes sparkled. Realizing that the girl was staring at him, a strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Why did the girl order her men to bring him here? How did I offend you? Yi Futian asked, looking at the girl. Raising her head, the girl looked at Yi Futian and said, "Why did you laugh just now? Is there a problem with that?" Yi Futian said, looking at the girl, "Do you not laugh?" "I don't care. If I say there is a problem, then there is one," the girl replied capriciously. Yi Futian wanted to curse, but stopped when he saw the middle-aged man beside the girl signaling at him with his eyes. Yi Futian stared at the middle-aged man as if he was reminding the man not to forget about the compensation. "Do you know how to play guqin?" the girl asked. "Yep, a bit," Yi Futian nodded. "That's nice. You can become my musical attendant. Life wouldn't be that boring in the future." The girl smiled mischievously, while Yi Futian only had a strange look on his face. Musical attendant? Very long ago he had heard this word. Someone in Kangi wanted him to become a musical attendant. However, it was a girl this time. Moreover, it was a rich girl. Just now, the elder had said that West Court was her home. West Court was just as nice as Celestial Pavilion. The girl looked at the people who had followed her and said, "All right, you all should go back and report. I'll focus on cultivation." "We were asked to take care of your safety," the middle-aged man said, bowing. "What can happen to me in West Court? I don't need you here." The girl waved her hand as if she wanted to chase the people away. The group still did not move. "Fine, help me to prepare the guqin. Then you can go and rest." The girl seemed to know that she would not succeed, so she only asked for something less. A maidservant came and put the guqin in the courtyard, while the middle-aged man folded his hands and brought the people away, leaving only 2 ladies to take care of the girl. Of course, Yi Futian and the dragon were also left behind. The ice dragon was coiled up and resting, appearing to be somewhat lazy. The girl sat down before the guqin, after which she started playing alone. The music spread and was actually quite skilled. However, it seemed to be somewhat messy, clearly demonstrating that the girl was not focused. The girl also knew that she was playing the piece poorly. Annoyed, she stroked fiercely across the strings with her fingers, after which she stood up. Throwing down the guqin, she returned to her room. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. He walked up and touched the guqin lightly. The sound from the guqin was extremely clear, and the reverberation was still audible. It was certainly a very rare guqin. "How long do I need to stay here?" Yi Futian asked the maidservant beside him. Although he had received something, he would not stay here forever. The girl had a weird character, and Yi Futian did not have time to keep following her. "It's going to be the end of the year soon. At the start of next year, the lady will enter Starry School to cultivate. Hence, the latest you will have to stay is until the start of next year," the maidservant replied. Yi Futian nodded gently. Without him realizing it, another year was about to pass. "There's a small courtyard there. I apologize for this." The maidservant pointed in a direction. Yi Futian nodded, after which he went to the small courtyard to practice his boxing and cultivate. At night, the bright moonlight poured down and illuminated West Court. Yi Futian was still practicing his boxing skills in the courtyard. Even though he had been brought here in a ridiculous way, he must not fall behind in terms of cultivation. Suddenly, he heard some music that was very different from the disorganized one in the music. The music now was very penetrating and influential. It could actually cause its listeners to feel somewhat sad, as if they could feel the grief in the musician's heart. Yi Futian stopped practicing, and an even stranger expression appeared on his face. Music was a display of one's mental state. Was it really the girl who was playing the music? He did not really believe that. Then Yi Futian walked to the other courtyard, when he saw a young girl sitting down quietly under the moonlight. She looked pure and flawless, and was playing the guqin under the moon. The music changed continuously. It sometimes sounded joyful, as if she was filled with happiness, and sometimes sad, making it seem unpredictable. Does she have a story at such a young age? Yi Futian thought, looking at the girl. The music continued and became increasingly arousing. Unknowingly, Yi Futian had already approached the girl and stood there, listening quietly to the music. The music became more and more sorrowful. In the end, it made its listeners feel as if they were heartbroken. Under the moonlight, tears filled the face of the girl. She actually started crying without realizing it. Finally, the music stopped, but the artistic conception still remained for a long while. Yi Futian still seemed to be immersed in the reverberation. After a while, he said, "You are so young. What do you know about grief? Why are you playing such a sorrowful piece? Why would I not understand it? Do you?" The girl widened her eyes at Yi Futian. "Of course," Yi Futian replied. "Have you ever experienced separating from the person closest to you?" the girl asked. "Yep," Yi Futian replied emotionlessly. He had experienced partings several times. "From what I heard just now, both of your parents should still be alive, right?" Yi Futian asked in doubt. "Yes," the girl said slowly. "Once there was a hero. He was friendly and kind. At home, he always had a smile on his face. Outside, he was very famous and everyone knew him. He was the most popular person in the eastern region of the Barren State. When I was young, he always liked to hug me and tell me that I do not need to work hard and can do whatever I like, as long as I am happy every day. With him present, I can live a glory life and nobody would bully me." Yi Futian stared at the girl. Just like what he had expected, the girl had a rich background. Later, he died. The girl sounded very low-spirited. After she said this, she started crying again. Chapter 431. Yi Futian was momentarily stunned. Looking at the tear marks on the girl's face, he did not know what to say. Yi Futian was momentarily stunned. Looking at the tear marks on the girl's face, he did not know what to say. It was indeed a sad story. The girl must have been very happy to be loved by such an adult. However, he eventually died. This was the world of cultivation. No matter how powerful one was, one might still die. My life also changed after that. My parents became extremely strict towards me and no longer plays with me. Every day, they would ask me to cultivate and want me to enter the top 3 schools. Why do I have to go to those rubbish places? The girl complained. Yi Futian was speechless. The top 3 schools were the holy lands of the eastern region. Yet they were actually referred to as rubbish places by the girl. Raising her head to look at the crescent in the sky, the girl said softly, "Uncle, I miss you." Yi Futian realized that the person whom the girl had called a hero was her uncle. She had a senior who loved and petted her so much, and yet he died. It was no wonder she was so sad. Yi Futian did not speak and only sat there quietly to give her time to calm down. After a while, the girl suddenly turned her head. Staring at Yi Futian, she said, "Why did I just tell you these? Since you already know my story, shouldn't you tell me what grief you have experienced? You are much more fortunate than me. My parents went missing mysteriously. So is my godfather, and I do not even know where I am from. There was this old guy who was not bad to me, but he was also taken away by someone. My senior sister, who loved me, was also brought back by her family. My girlfriend also parted with me. Do you think my life is miserable?" Yi Futian said slowly. Hearing his words, the girl was stunned and said, "I think so." Then why can you still laugh? Life still goes on, and we have to face it optimistically. Furthermore, shouldn't we work hard to make up for these regrets? Yi Futian replied, feeling somewhat weird. Am I actually enlightening the girl? Was I not brought here by force? That was quite shameless. Forget it. She looks so pitiful, so I shall just console her for now. Why am I always so kind? Sounds reasonable, the girl nodded. Then she seemed to have realized something and said in a low tone, but my uncle will never return. Therefore you should become the person whom he hoped you will. You should grow up happily, Futian said. I didn't expect you to know how to console someone. The girl stared at Yi Futian with an alerted look and said, Is it because I am too pretty? Yi Futian closed his eyes and put his hand on his forehead. Do girls now all become mature so early? She was so young and yet thinking so much. Girl, are you in a serious lack of love? Yi Futian said, looking at the girl. You're the one who lacks love. The girl stared angrily at Yi Futian. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Yi Futian said in contempt. The girl pointed her finger at Yi Futian. She had never seen such a shameless person. Then she calmed down again. Smiling, she asked, Uncle, what's your name? Uncle. Yi Futian jumped up from the ground. Uncle? Am I that old? This was turning unbearable. Calm down. I lose if I am serious, Yi Futian thought. Yi Futian sat down again, and smiling, he replied, Uncle's name is Yi Futian. My name is Longlinger. Uncle, how did someone as shameless as you manage to find a girlfriend? The girl asked, smiling. She really doubted if Yi Futian's girlfriend left him because of this reason. My appearance. Yi Futian grinned brightly. You won. Longlinger felt that she had totally lost. Then she walked to the guqin and the sorrowful music spread again. Stop! Yi Futian shouted. At once the music came to a halt. Then the girl stared at Yi Futian. If she was to continue playing, she would probably spend the whole night crying again. Music was something that could very easily trigger one's emotion. If the girl played the piece again, she would definitely cry. How about I play a piece of music for you? Yi Futian offered. It seemed like the only person who could save the sad girl at the moment was the kind him. Can you even play? Longlinger doubted. Of course. I'm much better at this than you, Yi Futian said in a serious tone. What was that look of the girl? Then you come and play. The girl left the guqin and still stared at Yi Futian in suspicion. Yi Futian walked up to the guqin when his temperament suddenly turned sacred and peaceful. The moonlight poured onto his handsome face. He held the guqin with his hands and used the tip of his fingers to stroke on the strings. Immediately, an extremely tranquil music spread from his fingers. The music was clear and peaceful. Under the moon, it brought all its listeners into a quiet and placid environment, as if they were sitting down alone under the moonlight, after which they slowly lied down. Showering in the bright moonlight, everyone felt pacified and free from worries. Purification of the Night Moon was the first piece of music that Yi Futian had learned. However, music would be upgraded according to the level of its player. At the moment, this simple piece was played by Yi Futian. Although it did not require much skill, its artistic conception was displayed flawlessly. For any piece of music, the artistic conception was more important than the techniques used. The girl sat beside Yi Futian and raised her head to look at the moon. Her eyes were filled with peace, and she felt more and more relieved. Then she slowly closed her eyes and actually fell asleep sitting down. Yi Futian turned around to glance at the girl. Under the moon, the girl was sleeping serenely, just like what a little girl would do. Behind them, a maidservant walked up and brought the girl away gently, while the music continued. Yi Futian only stopped playing after the maidservant walked out from the room. Thank you, the maidservant said to Yi Futian. Don't mind it, Yi Futian said politely. Even after these few years, the lady is still troubled by the event that year. Very often, she will cry in her sleep, and she gets angry easily. I'm sorry for the trouble this has caused you, the maidservant added. She had been taking care of the girl for many years. No problem. I'll go and rest now, Yi Futian said, after which he turned around and left. The anger he had in the morning was completely gone now. She was but a pitiful young girl, so he should not be too serious. However, Yi Futian suddenly felt that something was wrong and looked at the luxurious west court before him. Sigh, I am more pitiful. The next morning, Yi Futian was woken up by a loud noise. Walking out of the room, Yi Futian saw Long Linger standing akimbo outside the door. She was staring angrily at him like a porcelain doll. Yi Futian realized that when she was angry, she looked quite cute. What's up? Yi Futian asked lazily. Did you play a lullaby yesterday? Long Linger widened her eyes at Yi Futian. She actually fell asleep. It's just a soothing piece of music, Yi Futian said speechlessly. Why was it a lullaby? It's the same. Why did you make me fall asleep? The girl was unhappy. You were tired and therefore fell asleep. What does it have to do with me? Why is she even unhappy about this? Yi Futian thought. You. The girl pointed her finger at Yi Futian. Then she stomped her foot on the ground and turned around. Follow me. Where are we going? Yi Futian asked. As my musical attendant, clearly you are following me to learn Guqin together, Long Linger said. Yi Futian actually did not know what to reply and only started to follow her. Did he actually have to learn Guqin with her? Forget it. I am just doing a kind deed. The two went before the waterfall scene on the previous day, after which they rode the ice dragon up the hill. The environment of the place was indeed elegant. The elder, whose surname was Fong, was already waiting here. Noticing the arrival of Long Linger, he gave a kindly smile. Grandfather Fong, I'm here to learn Guqin, Long Linger said softly. Sure, the elder nodded. Then he looked at Yi Futian and asked, Who is he? He is Yi Futian, my musical attendant, Long Linger replied. The elder did not say anything else. After all, the music that he was about to teach Long Linger could not be learned by ordinary people, so it really did not matter. I believe you already have the basics. Your parents should have taught you many things as well. I'll teach you music directly, the elder said. Okay, Long Linger nodded gently. The elder walked to the Guqin. The Guqin was in the shape of a dragon and seemed to be made from dead wood. It was extremely aged and looked somewhat magnificent. He then started playing the Guqin slowly. When the music spread, Yi Futian actually felt that the music was not part of the mortal world. Instead, it was meant for dragons. Air. At this instant, Yi Futian was astonished. When the girl asked him to come here and learn music together, he thought that her teacher would only be displaying his skills in front of an expert. However, when he heard the music from the elder, he finally understood how supercilious he was. At the moment, he felt an invisible current flowing in the sky, as if many pure-blooded dragons were dancing and speaking, running the freedom meditation naturally. The invisible forms before Yi Futian became clear at once. A shocking picture appeared before him. He actually saw many real dragons coiled up in the sky. The ice dragon beside Long Linger also moved restlessly and ascended into the sky and towards the elder. Suddenly, a low dragon howl was heard from the back of the hill. Then, Yi Futian saw an even larger dragon appear. It was a purple dragon whose body was huger than any dragon he had seen before. The purple dragon also went behind the elder and coiled up. Yi Futian could feel that the music was like a special kind of language. It could summon illusory dragons and also real dragons and communicate with them spiritually. It was more than just a language. It felt as if they were the same species. Girl, a dragon whisperer is born able to communicate with dragons. You need to use your heart to listen and feel. When you play the guqin, your spiritual energy will turn into your language and resonate with heaven, earth, and dragons. An excellent dragon whisperer could turn music and dragons into a single body, the elder said slowly in a solemn tone. Only when you can do that, you can be called a real dragon master. Dragon master. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. It was a sacred and powerful class, and was even more honorable than Dragon Knight. The elder before him was clearly a powerful dragon master. In addition, the girl who liked to play was actually also a young dragon master who came here to learn. Chapter 432. To become a dragon master required a unique talent, and that was to be a dragon whisperer. Yi Futian stood at the side, quietly listening. He realized that the melody being played was like a dragon's whisper, and it resonated with the dragon's spiritual energy. To become a dragon master required a unique talent, and that was to be a dragon whisperer. Yi Futian stood at the side, quietly listening. He realized that the melody being played was like a dragon's whisper, and it resonated with the dragon's spiritual energy. As the elderly person continued to play, the giant purple dragon started to dance and move forward in tune with the music. It could also cast spells from its mouth, as though the spells were cast together by the dragon and the elderly person. Yi Futian thought to himself, if a dragon tamer could resonate with dragons and make use of the dragon's body to cast powerful spells, coupled with the demonic dragon's biologically strong build, it would be like the person and dragon combined into one entity. This would definitely be much stronger than a dragon knight and a dragon joining forces. After the elderly person's performance, Long Linger started to practice. Although she could play the entire piece without any problem, her attainment and level were evidently too low, causing her to be unable to resonate with the giant ice dragon. At her current level, the best she could do was to establish a connection. However, she was still young. Yi Futian had not even started cultivating at her age, and the difference from birth made a vast difference to the starting point for cultivators. Although this little girl was a little pitiful, she was born with a golden spoon in her mouth, and naturally had the talent of a dragon master. If she wanted to learn, she could easily find a strong dragon master to teach her. It was no wonder that she dared to call the top 3 schools rundown places. How could an ordinary person compare with her? The elderly person patiently taught her, while she diligently tried to learn. Even though she claimed that she did not like cultivating, it looked like she put in a lot of effort into it. Yi Futian silently waited at the back, sitting on a rock and diminishing his existence. In reality, every time the elderly person played, he would be attentively watching and listening. Without them noticing it, a few hours had gone by. Long Linger finally stood up and said, "Grandpa Feng, I'll come by again tomorrow to consult you." "All right. Little girl, you have a good amount of talent. You just need a little bit more patience. Go back and practice more," the elderly man replied while smiling. "Okay." Long Linger nodded her head, following which she turned to Yi Futian and said, "Let's go." Both of them then climbed onto the giant ice dragon to leave. On the demonic dragon's back, Long Linger looked at Yi Futian proudly and asked, "How is it? Wasn't it an eye-opener for you? Did you manage to understand the guqin piece?" "It was fine. It's pretty simple to understand," Yi Futian replied nonchalantly. Long Linger's gaze fixed on him, and she looked at Yi Futian, astounded. She then replied in a small voice, "You're unbelievable." Yi Futian shrugged. He was often misunderstood anyways. In the next few days, Yi Futian accompanied Long Linger in her studies. The little girl was improving bit by bit, and it became natural for them to argue constantly. One day, while Long Linger was in the yard, a crisp voice was heard. Long Linger's palm struck the edge of the guqin, and she dispiritedly said, "I don't want to learn any more." "Why?" "Not learning because you're lacking in talent." Yi Futian retorted lazily from the side. Something he enjoyed recently was to rub her misfortunes in her face. "You're saying it as if you can learn it," Long Linger quipped disdainfully. "I can." Yi Futian nodded while smiling. I trust you. Long Lingers smiled cynically, her tone full of sarcasm. What is that expression for? Yi Futian thought to himself. In his dismay, he asked her, What if I can do it? Long Linger looked at him and asked, What do you want then? I want to stay at the Celestial Pavilion for a year. You pay for it. Yi Futian was still bitter about that incident to date. He looked at the little girl and wondered if his request was too much for her. To be fair, 1 year's stay was an astronomical sum. No problem, the little girl agreed readily. She even looked at Yi Futian with some contempt. What low standards he had. Looking at the little girl's expression, Yi Futian knew that he had asked for too little. He tried to change his condition and said, I made a mistake. You're not allowed to go back on your word. Are you sure you can do it? The little girl looked at Yi Futian and questioned. Yi Futian glared at her. She dared to question if he could do it? How could she? Get your dragon cooperate with me. Yi Futian stepped up and Long Linger looked at him with suspicion. He was actually going to do it? She stood up and passed her guqin to Yi Futian, turning to the giant ice dragon and instructing it, Listen to him. The giant ice dragon nodded and its big eyes stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian gracefully took a seat in front of the guqin. His fingers moved along the strings, and a crisp melody started playing, as though a dragon's roar was echoing throughout the heavens. In an instant, Long Linger started to tremble, and her vision focused on Yi Futian. This was, as the melody continued, it was like a demonic dragon's dance, causing a storm to emerge. The chi flow around Yi Futian formed the shape of a dragon, and at the same time a peculiar spiritual energy assimilated into the music and rushed into the giant ice dragon's brain. At that moment, the curled-up body of the giant ice dragon started to gradually straighten, and its giant head lowered to look at Yi Futian. An image appeared in its brain of a person playing the guqin. There was a mysterious spiritual will communicating with it, trying to establish a connection. From the spiritual will in the guqin melody, it could feel a sense of danger. As a demon king, it had considerable intelligence, so it naturally understood that Yi Futian was a beast master and could control demonic beasts. However, Yi Futian's intention was not to control it. The melody was friendly and only wanted to establish a link with it. Senior Dragon, can you cooperate for a bit? Yi Futian lifted his head and smiled at the giant ice dragon, his smile full of goodwill. The giant ice dragon nodded and released its spiritual will. In an instant, Yi Futian's guqin melody was absorbed into its spiritual will. At that moment, its giant eyes and brain were filled with Yi Futian's figure. It spiraled upwards, and Long Linger raised her head, stunned at what she was witnessing. Following which, Yi Futian's hands vibrated vigorously on the guqin. Roar! An astonishing dragon roar sounded out, and even the air trembled forcefully. The house tremored, and Long Linger covered her ears with her hands, sitting back on the ground, her brain vigorously pulsating. The dragon roar was actually the Tsongshan dragon chant, emitted through the mouth of a dragon. Yi Futian withdrew his spiritual will, and the melody gradually stopped. Long Linger sat there, staring blankly at Yi Futian. How did you do it? 'Cause I'm not stupid like you, Yi Futian replied, smiling. The little girl's eyeballs rolled in their sockets, and she walked towards Yi Futian and started cradling his arm. Yi Futian saw her smiling gently and involuntarily stepped back. He looked at her cautiously and questioned, What are you doing? For things to deviate from the norm, there must be a reason. The little girl stepped forward, hugging Yi Futian's arm and gently shaking it. She tenderly said, Big brother Futian, can you teach me how you learned it? The atmosphere changed too quickly. The willful little princess suddenly changed into a gentle and adorable girl. This is a little hard. How could Yi Futian cave so easily? Big brother Futian, just take pity on me, please. Long Linger's tears welled up in her eyes. Life is but an illusion, Yi Futian thought to himself, then said, "Trying to trick me?" The little girl's tears suddenly disappeared. She let go of Yi Futian's hand and clenched her teeth, saying, "Didn't you want to stay in the Celestial Pavilion? If you can teach me, I'll buy the Celestial Pavilion as a gift for you." Yi Futian went silent for a few seconds, following which he looked at the little girl and said, "Do you think I'm this kind of person?" The little girl stared at him and wanted to open her mouth again, but Yi Futian folded before her and said, "Deal." Yi Futian had a bright grin on his face now. He was already intending on teaching her, but hearing that he could get the Celestial Pavilion for it, Yi Futian was looking forward to seeing the look on the Celestial Pavilion's staff member's face. She had dared to look down on him. "When can you start teaching me?" The little girl looked at Yi Futian grudgingly. This shameless fellow. "Now, of course," Yi Futian replied. His road to riches depended on the little girl now. Thinking of the cost of staying at the Celestial Pavilion for one day, if the Celestial Pavilion was his, Yi Futian was already starting to imagine his wonderful life ahead. "Start off by playing the piece 10 times. Yi Futian instructed. "Huh." Long Linger's mouth hung wide open. She looked at Yi Futian, then glared even harder. "You're not lying to me, are you? Are you going to learn?" Yi Futian replied. The little girl's fundamentals were weak. If she wanted to bypass that to learn harder guqin pieces, her level would not be able to keep up. What she needed was to beef up her fundamentals. Moreover, the elderly person had already taught her very well. He was just lacking a little bit. There were some crucial things that the freedom meditation could see that the elderly person could not. That was why he had the ability to teach Longling. "I'll trust you just this once." The little girl looked at Yi Futian and replied, starting to play the guqin piece. After 10 attempts, Yi Futian started to correct her mistakes, asking her to try to contact the dragon and attempt to resonate through her guqin melody. At the same time, he started his freedom meditation and channeled his spiritual will into her melody as well. The first time was a failure. "You're too nervous and taking it to heart. Your spiritual will is being messed up. Try again," Yi Futian said. Long Linger continued trying. "The musical notes are jumbled up. Try again. Your intent has to be one with your heart. Let go of all distracting thoughts and let yourself be free. Imagine yourself as the dragon, not it as you. Try again." Yi Futian corrected her time and again, and the little girl started to get into the rhythm. "This guy seems to be really good," the little girl thought to herself. The failures continued. In the evening, a dragon's roar sounded yet again in the yard. What followed was a shrill scream. The little girl jumped off the seat and onto Yi Futian. He hugged her and heard the little girl say, "Big brother Futian, I really did it." "Yup." Yi Futian saw her innocent smile and was happy for her. No wonder she was so nervous, looking at how excited she was after learning it. "I'll definitely become a strong dragon master," Long Linger exclaimed loudly. "Definitely. But shouldn't you be getting off now?" Yi Futian replied. The little girl blinked her eyes and got off Yi Futian. "I'm such a huge beauty, it's advantageous to you," she replied, not minding it at all. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Futian rubbed her head forcefully, messing up her hair. The little girl turned back and stared at him viciously, then smiled sweetly and said, "Big brother Futian, why don't you continue to accompany me and cultivate in the future? I'll buy a few more celestial pavilions for you." "Such a handsome person like me accompanying you? You must be dreaming." Yi Futian knocked on her forehead and said. The little girl's expression looked upset. It was really too cute. "Then can you celebrate the new year with me this year?" "My parents said that they won't be accompanying me this year," the little girl asked again. Yi Futian looked at the little girl's expression, then nodded his head and replied, "Okay." "Thank you, big brother Futian." The little girl's way of addressing him suddenly became a lot closer, as though it was natural to her. Chapter 433. It was already dark, and Long Linger had fallen asleep peacefully under Yi Futian's Guqin melody. As the music stopped, Yi Futian stood up, bid goodbye to the two maids, and left. After he had left, the two maidservants looked at each other, and one of them said, "The young lady's mood has been better these past few days." It was already dark, and Long Linger had fallen asleep peacefully under Yi Futian's Guqin melody. As the music stopped, Yi Futian stood up, bid goodbye to the two maids, and left. After he had left, the two maidservants looked at each other, and one of them said, "The young lady's mood has been better these past few days." Indeed, even though the young lady argues with him every day, she seems to be enjoying the process. Ever since that incident a few years ago, there hasn't been anyone playing with the young lady like this. The old master and mistress have become strict. The young lady's temper has become worse, and there haven't been any other members of the clan that have been as daring in front of the young lady. They're either jealous or afraid, even though the young master dotes on the young lady, but his character. The other maid shook her head lightly. They had watched Long Linger grow up, and they knew that ever since the previous clan leader had died, many things had changed, and they had not seen the young lady act like that for a long time. But that fellow sure is daring, to mess around with the young lady like that. Doesn't he know the young lady's identity? The first maid replied, smiling. Moreover, his looks and talent appear to be very outstanding. Yi Futian did not know that the two maids were discussing him. Even though he did not know the little girl's identity, he could guess. A teenage girl who dared to easily say that she would buy the Celestial Pavilion. How could she come from a simple background? However, he did not treat things like background and identity too seriously. He knew that the little girl was seriously lacking love, which was why he decided to play along with her for a few days. However, many other things were crystal clear to him. For example, when he arrived at the building he was staying in, an elderly figure appeared in front of him. Yi Futian was not surprised. He walked forward and bowed, saying, "Yi Futian greets Senior." "You're also a dragon master?" the incoming person asked. It was the elderly person that had been teaching Long Linger the Guqin. "No, I'm not." Yi Futian did not hide the fact that he had been teaching Long Linger, and he never had any intention of doing so. After all, he had been secretly learning from the elderly person as well. He might as well come clean. If it was discovered by someone else later, it would cause them to loathe him instead. It just so happened that he had the ability to teach the little girl. "How then are you able to learn my Guqin piece?" the elderly person asked curiously. Anyone who was not a dragon master did not have the unique talent, and by all standards meant that they were not able to learn it. Even if they were well versed in the Guqin melody, they weren't able to communicate with demonic dragons. "I'm a musical sorcerer. At the same time, I'm also a beast master. That's why I'm able to imitate the ability of a dragon master, but not truly own it. I didn't mean to learn from you secretly. I hope Senior can forgive me," Yi Futian said. The ability he had revealed was slightly different from dragon masters. He had controlled the demonic dragon by establishing a connection with it, while dragon masters took a more direct approach by resonance. "I understand." The elderly person nodded his head, and in a flash he had already vanished. So fast Yi Futian thought to himself, but he did not dwell too much on it. At the elderly person's level, he would not do anything to Yi Futian over such a small matter. Moreover, Yi Futian had graciously admitted it. When the elderly person went back to the waterfall mountain that he had left from, the guards that were following Long Linger previously were already waiting here. When they saw the elderly person, they bowed and addressed him, "Senior." "How is it?" the elderly person asked. "There shouldn't be a problem. Their meeting this time was a coincidence. His comrades are all from foreign lands," replied the guard. "Okay, originally it shouldn't be a problem, but because this involves little Linger, we ought to be more careful. Since there isn't anything wrong, everything will revert to normal." We don't need to interfere, and little Linger seems to like him quite a bit. It's good to have someone to accompany Linger in her cultivation. The elderly person waved his hand and said, "You can go now." Understood. The guard nodded. Should we find a way for him to enter the Starry School to accompany the young lady to cultivate? We can discuss this in the future. We still don't know how he feels about it yet. Maybe his original intention of coming to the Divine Sky City is the top 3 school as well. To learn the Guqin piece in only a few days, his potential is definitely not a problem. Also, this incident should only reach the ears of the madam. There's no need to let too many people know about it, the elderly person replied. Understood. I'll take my leave then. The guards bowed and left. The next day after Longlinger had woke up, she called Yi Futian to go together to the waterfall mountain to cultivate and learn the Guqin. Like always, the elderly person was waiting there to teach Longlinger. There was nothing different from usual. Yi Futian understood that it was the elderly person's acknowledgement of him being there. Therefore, even though Yi Futian's supposed identity was a musical attendant, he was, in actuality, learning the Dragon Master Guqin melody. After they had finished learning, he would teach Longlinger. In the following days, the happiest person was naturally Longlinger, having 2 people teaching her at the same time. Grandpa Feng being the main teacher, and Yi Futian correcting the details and mistakes. This caused her to learn very quickly. The days in the West Court were peaceful and simple. Longlinger's attitude towards Yi Futian had changed a lot for the better, but the 2 of them still argued occasionally. Outside, a sensational event happened in the vicinity of the Starry School. One of the 3 famous inns of the Divine Sky City, the Celestial Pavilion, was changing owners. It had been bought by someone, and the handover was taking place. As a top-quality inn in the Divine Sky City, the Celestial Pavilion had strong backing, and the person behind it did not lack financial wealth. Those who stayed or drank at the Celestial Pavilion were of a certain stature. All this had a special meaning. Yet, under such a strong backing, the Celestial Pavilion was bought over by someone else. This, naturally, caused quite an uproar. Not long after, there was news that the ones who had bought the pavilion were that clan from the West Mountain. Majority of the people became less shocked upon hearing it. Since it was that clan, it was but a small issue for them to buy over the Celestial Pavilion. Many people were still curious. What did that clan buy over the pavilion for? There were rumors that at the start of next year, that person would be entering the Starry School to cultivate. Could it be that it was bought for her to live in? However, near the Starry School, there was the West Court, which was also the private property of that clan. An extremely powerful person already lived there, so what was the point of buying the Celestial Pavilion? Many people could not understand why, but after much debate, the masses just gave up guessing. They just lamented that the people in power were just that willful. Why would they need a reason to do so? Even if they racked their brains, they could probably never guess that buying the Celestial Pavilion was just tomfoolery between the little girl and a scheming fellow. The origin of it was because that fellow had been looked down upon by a pretty lady working at the pavilion and had been bearing a grudge. Apart from the Celestial Pavilion, the Starry School's end-of-year examinations also raised quite the ruckus, especially so within the Starry School. This was one of the biggest events organized by the school every year. Back at the West Court, Longlinger had learned yet another Guqin piece and looked extremely exhilarated. She smiled at Yi Futian and asked, "Big brother Futian, aren't I great?" "So. The main reason is that you have 2 good teachers," Yi Futian replied lazily. "Humph. Can't you give me some encouragement?" Longlinger glared savagely at Yi Futian. "Wouldn't your ego skyrocket then?" Yi Futian stared back at the little girl with disdain in his eyes. Longlinger crossed her arms on her hips, following which she took out a badge from her pocket. She pouted and passed it to Yi Futian. "For you." Yi Futian took the badge in his hand and saw the words Celestial Pavilion inscribed on it. Although he had guessed that it would not be hard for Longlinger, he did not expect that it would be this simple. When the two of them were fooling around, Long Linger had said that as long as he taught her, she would buy the celestial pavilion as a gift for him. In just a few days she had really bought it. Yi Futian sighed in his heart. She was really rich beyond human reasoning. Faced with such a person, Yi Futian really wanted to say, if there's such a good thing in the future, remember to look for me. The little girl looked at Yi Futian, blinking her eyes. After being stunned for a few seconds, she opened her mouth and asked, "Nothing to say?" "Good girl." Yi Futian rubbed the little girl's head. The little girl's face darkened. She questioned him angrily. "Shouldn't you at least pretend to be modest and reject my offer? Keep it after failing to persuade me. Then praise me? Little kids shouldn't think that much." Yi Futian patted her lightly on the back of her head. "I can't believe that you're this kind of person." Long Linger was close to crying. "Oops, looks like you found out," Yi Futian replied shamelessly. "Boo-hoo." Long Linger turned around and walked to her two maids and said, "I want to go out and play." Yi Futian was dumbfounded. He thought that the little girl had felt hurt, but he had underestimated her. "Young lady, we can't decide this," the maid replied. "Uncle Yang." The little girl shouted loudly, and soon the middle-aged man appeared, saying, "Did the young miss look for me?" "I want to go out," Long Linger declared seriously. "Young miss, the madam has already said that cultivating is your priority in this West Court until you enter the Starry School." Yang Xing explained patiently. "I've already been learning so fast. Today I want to thank Big Brother Futian. Can't I go to the Celestial Pavilion to celebrate? Moreover, I promised to give the Celestial Pavilion to Big Brother Futian, so I should naturally go and take a look." Long Linger justified for herself, and Yi Futian unknowingly became a scapegoat. This Yang Xing was in a dilemma. Long Linger ran to Yi Futian's side, cradled his arm, and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Yang, with Big Brother Futian around, I definitely won't create trouble." Yi Futian had a headache. This was one burden he could not get rid of. Yang Xing looked at Yi Futian, nodded his head gently, and said, "All right then. Thank you, Uncle Yang." The little girl smiled radiantly. She had finally gotten her way. At the Celestial Pavilion, it had been exceedingly busy the past 2 days for 2 reasons. The first was because the Celestial Pavilion had been bought by that clan from the West Mountain and was changing owners. This naturally attracted a lot of attention. The second was the upcoming Starry School end-of-year examinations. Many disciples who had done well in the examinations would come here to celebrate. At this moment, there were many Starry School disciples outside the Celestial Pavilion. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing were also among them. Wang Yuqing raised her head and looked at the flashy main door of the pavilion, feeling mixed emotions in her heart. Although she was a core disciple of the 4 clans of Yunhua City and could be considered as wealthy, but to her, coming to the Celestial Pavilion was still something that could be deemed as a luxury, be it accommodation or dining in the pavilion. They were all paid in ritual implements, not spirit stones. To come to the pavilion was a symbol of one's status. Wang Yuqing had never been here. To her, such extravagance was not a must. Even if she met some important people in the pavilion, the difference in their status meant that they would not have much interaction. Today, however, because of Jiang Nan's outstanding results in the end-of-year examinations, they were here to celebrate. "Let's go. I'll bring you to experience the atmosphere of the Celestial Pavilion," Jiang Nan smiled while saying. He walked forward and continued, "I hear that the Celestial Pavilion has since changed owners and has been bought by that clan from the West Mountain. Many people are here to join in the fun today. I wonder if we'll get the chance to meet some famous people." Chapter 434. Among the many courtyards in Celestial Pavilion, there was an extremely clear pool. From each of the independent courtyards, there was a long path leading to the central area of the pool, where the guests in Celestial Pavilion could enjoy delicious meals. It was called the Fairy Pool. Of course, outsiders could also come to the Fairy Pool to have a meal, but it would be very costly. Nevertheless, there were still many people drinking and chatting at the fairy pool at the moment. The large divine sky city clearly had many rich people. Among the many courtyards in Celestial Pavilion, there was an extremely clear pool. From each of the independent courtyards, there was a long path leading to the central area of the pool, where the guests in Celestial Pavilion could enjoy delicious meals. It was called the fairy pool. Of course, outsiders could also come to the fairy pool to have a meal, but it would be very costly. Nevertheless, there were still many people drinking and chatting at the fairy pool at the moment. The large divine sky city clearly had many rich people. Today, Jiang Nan was also generous for once and invited several of his college mates to the fairy pool to enjoy themselves. This environment, I feel like I am having a meal in a fairyland, a person complimented. He looked at a platform at the center of the fairy pool where a group of ladies was dancing gracefully. Their white clothes and long dresses swung elegantly in the air. In the middle of the group, there was a flawless lady whose face was covered in fine gauze. As she played the guqin, the melodious music spread out, relaxing many. With such an environment, it was no wonder that Celestial Pavilion would charge so much to have a meal here. Senior, we have to thank you for having the chance to experience the environment in Celestial Pavilion. Another person smiled. A complacent expression appeared on Jiang Nan's face. Looking at Wang Yuqing, he smiled and asked, "Yuqing, what do you think about this place?" His main purpose today was to treat Wang Yuqing. "It's indeed gorgeous," Wang Yuqing nodded. Even the ladies who were playing the guqin and dancing were extremely charming. Beside the fairy pool, there were also several arched bridges which held a few independent attics in the air, producing a beautiful sight. The banquet at the fairy pool is all made up of expensive delicacies. The wines and dishes here are all mixed with dragon grass and can benefit cultivation greatly. It's not just the environment here that is outstanding. Ordinary people may not even have the chance to come here once in their whole life, Jiang Nan said, smiling. He looked at the independent attics on the arched bridges and added, "The people who can eat in those attics are definitely those with noble status. They can see us from there, but we cannot see what is happening in the attics." "Okay." Wang Yuqing nodded gently, wondering what kind of people would be in the attics. She then looked in the other directions. There were many people in the fairy pool, but the place was really huge and spacious. Every table would occupy a lot of space, and they would not be affected by the people from the other tables at all. The people who were present all had an outstanding temperament. Suddenly, a wave of noise erupted in the quiet environment. Many people looked in that direction and saw a large group of people walking in from the path in the distance. The person at the front of the group was actually a girl who was about 13 or 14 years old. Clearly, her position was extraordinary. "She's the dragon girl from West Mountain. She's actually here. Could it really be that Celestial Pavilion was bought to give her?" Someone asked. West Mountain Girl Dragon. Jiang Nan, Wang Yuqing, and their friends all looked in that direction. Noticing the grandeur of the girl, they sighed in their hearts. They had heard that the girl dragon would also enter Starry School to cultivate in the following year. By that time, she could be considered as their juniors. However, in Divine Sky City, such a relationship was too common and not special at all. Wang Yuqing and her friends knew that the little princess from West Mountain Dragon Clan was someone in a completely different world from them. Wang Yuqing was from one of the 4 major clans in Yunyue City. However, her background was really insignificant in front West Mountain Dragon Clan, just like the difference between an elephant and an ant. The dragon girl was someone whom she could not seek connections with even if she wanted to. "I think that's the management team of Celestial Pavilion. Why is the dragon girl gathering all of them?" Someone asked softly. They suddenly had a weird thought. Could it be that buying Celestial Pavilion was not the suggestion of the Dragon Clan, but the capricious decision of the Dragon Girl? I actually heard some rumors. When Dragon Clan bought Celestial Pavilion, there were no orders given from West Mountain itself. Instead, the order was given directly from West Court, causing this to happen, someone said, smiling. A strange expression appeared on the face of everyone. Many people knew that the Dragon Girl was cultivating in West Court at the moment. If the order was given from West Court, it was really very probable that she was the one who had decided to buy Celestial Pavilion. After the Dragon Girl and the group of people left the place and walked into the deeper parts of Celestial Pavilion, someone asked, "Why is she buying Celestial Pavilion?" "I heard that she wanted to give it to someone as a gift," the person just now replied, smiling. "A gift?" The expressions on everyone's faces turned even stranger. It was really extravagant to give Celestial Pavilion as a gift. However, the Dragon Girl was only 13 to 14 years old. Why was she giving Celestial Pavilion to someone? Many people could not understand why. Jiang Nan, who was sitting there, smiled and said, "The world of the Dragon Girl is something that we do not understand and can never understand." "You're right there," someone said. Then, everyone returned to enjoying their food. Why should they care about so many things? At the moment, Yi Futian was waiting outside Celestial Pavilion instead of following Longlinger inside. In the distance, there was a long tweet. The black winged condor, with 3 people on its back, descended from the sky and landed before Yi Futian. It was exactly Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Lu Lanxue. The black winged condor and Yi Futian were connected through their minds. Before Yi Futian reached, he already ordered the black winged condor to bring his friends here. "Didn't you decide not to stay here?" Lu Lanxue asked Yi Futian. That day, after Yi Futian saw the price, he decided to leave himself. "Now we're going to," Yi Futian said, smiling. "Let's go." The 3 looked at Yi Futian with a strange expression. Then Lu Lanxue took a step forward and said, "That day after you were brought away, I asked around and found out that the group of people was from West Mountain Dragon Clan. The girl is the young princess of the Dragon Clan, which is a top clan in Divine Sky City. West Mountain Dragon Clan." Yi Futian seemed to have heard of this name before. The group walked into Celestial Pavilion, where one of Longlinger maidservants was waiting for him. Noticing Yi Futian's arrival, she shouted, "Mr. Yi." Then she turned around and said to a lady beside her, "Lead the way." The lady was about 20 years old and looked pure and cute. Her name was Xinyu, and she worked in Celestial Pavilion. When Xinyu saw Yi Futian, she managed to recognize him and his friends at once. After all, they had left a deep impression in her mind the last time. A few days ago, Yi Futian and his friends came to Celestial Pavilion and said that they were going to stay here. However, after she told them the price, Yi Futian said that cultivators had to endure suffering and should not enjoy themselves too much, after which he turned around and left. Immediately, she could not help but burst into laughter. However, at the moment, Yi Futian was looking at her with a faint smile, just like how she looked at him on that day. Because of this, she did not really dare to look at Yi Futian directly. After all, the maidservant had come with the people from the Dragon Clan just now, who was also the owner of Celestial Pavilion at the moment. "All right," she nodded gently, not daring to look into Yi Futian's eyes. Then she turned around and led the way. Xinyu walked at the front, and her heart raced in anxiety. Without her realizing it, Yi Futian walked up to her. Smiling, he asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Xinyu." Xinyu lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Futian. "I'm Yi Futian." "Okay," Xinyu nodded gently. "Do you feel very hot? Why is your face red?" Yi Futian asked, smiling. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Xinyu's face turned even redder as she explained softly, "Maybe I do feel very hot." The maidservant beside them looked at them with a strange expression. What were they talking about? Lu Lanxue and Yu Xing both looked at Yi Futian in contempt. What a bad taste. Clearly, he was deliberately teasing Xinyu. The group walked along the long path, and Xinyu kept her head down throughout the way. That event that happened that day made her feel really awkward at the moment. She was also guessing the relationship between Yi Futian and West Mountain Dragon Clan. Suddenly, someone shouted Yi Futian. Yi Futian stopped and looked along the path when he saw a few familiar faces at the banquet at the fairy pool. It was Wang Yuqing and Jiang Nan. "Why are you here?" Wang Yuqing asked. She knew clearly what kind of place Celestial Pavilion was. Yi Futian actually appeared before her at the moment. Apart from Wang Yuqing, a strange expression also appeared on the faces of Jiang Nan and his college mates. "I plan to stay here for a few days," Yi Futian replied. "A few days?" Wang Yuqing's face darkened at once. Even with her level and status, she had never dared to enter Celestial Pavilion. On the other hand, Yi Futian was going to stay here for a few days. "Are you mad? Do you know how much it costs to stay here for a day?" Wang Yuqing said, staring at Yi Futian. "I brought you to Divine Sky City for you to cultivate, not to seek pleasure. If you become addicted to it, how can you become stronger?" Jiang Nan also seemed to be interested in what was happening. This idiot actually came to Celestial Pavilion to stay. Is this called enjoying while you can? He was indeed an interesting guy. "My grandfather asked me to take care of you, but your character is actually so poor." Wang Yuqing was somewhat angry as Yi Futian was wasting his resources in Celestial Pavilion. In her opinion, Yi Futian was clearly seeking pleasure and superficial glory at this place. Chapter 435. When Yi Futian heard Wang Yuqing's words, he could feel his head hurt. Back in Wang family, Wang Yuqing thought that he was going to join the top 3 schools and had always been viewing him as a junior. As a disciple of the top 3 schools, Wang Yuqing had an invisible form of arrogance around her. When she talked to him, her tone was also very commanding. When Yi Futian heard Wang Yuqing's words, he could feel his head hurt. Back in Wang family, Wang Yuqing thought that he was going to join the top 3 schools and had always been viewing him as a junior. As a disciple of the top 3 schools, Wang Yuqing had an invisible form of arrogance around her. When she talked to him, her tone was also very commanding. At the moment when she saw him in Celestial Pavilion, she still had such an attitude. This caused him to be somewhat speechless. Beside him, Long Linger maidservant asked, "Who is she?" She was somewhat puzzled. She had seen Yi Futian's behavior in West Court. He was no weaker than Long Linger and had brought her under complete control. Long Linger had been affectionately calling him Brother Futian since then. Now he was actually verbally attacked by a young lady. Moreover, the lady seemed to be somewhat arrogant, as if it was only natural that she scolded him. "A friend of mine," Yi Futian said, giving a bitter smile. "Who's your friend?" Wang Yuqing said coldly, "If my grandfather didn't ask me to take care of you, I wouldn't have even brought you to Divine Sky City. However, my grandfather was actually wrong about you. What a pity that he actually had great hope for you. Everyone has their own lives. If he wants to degrade himself, it's his business. Yuqing, why do you have to be angry?" Jiang Nan, who was beside her, said, smiling. Many people who were eating in the fairy pool looked in this direction and seemed to be interested in what was going on. Yi Futian felt even more speechless. He gave her some spirit stones when they arrived at Divine Sky City, precisely because he did not want her to think that she had helped him. He did not want to owe her anything. However, Yi Futian was still mindful about the relationship with Wang family. After all, the leader of Wang family had been really good to him, and so he did not want the relationship between Wang Yuqing and him to become too bad. "Since we're not friends, please stop talking about my business." After Yi Futian said that, he walked away. "You." Seeing Yi Futian's attitude, Wang Yuqing's face turned even colder. Then she added, "What an ungrateful person." "Yuqing, I already said that you're not even from the same world. You don't have to talk to him. There's no need to be angry with such a person," Jiang Nan consoled. "That's right. We came here to celebrate. Don't let this ruin your mood. Another person beside them said. Yeah, but when I think about how my grandfather was so hopeful for him, I still feel angry, Wang Yuqing said. At first, I hoped that he would at least put in some effort. The year is going to end soon, and he still has the chance to enter the top 3 schools next year. If he can really enter, I don't mind taking care of him. But now, forget it. What does it have to do with me? Then she shook her head. Come and try this dish. It's made from flame Ganoderma and can benefit people who have fire elemental talents. Jiang Nan smiled and helped Wang Yuqing to fill her bowl. It was good that Wang Yuqing could see for herself what kind of person Yi Futian was. Jiang Nan disliked Yi Futian all along. He was but a frog in the well, which was slightly good-looking. In the other direction, Yi Futian and the group had already stepped into the villa area. Xinyu, who had had her head lowered, also raised her head and looked curiously at Yi Futian. She wondered what kind of person Yi Futian was exactly. When she saw him for the first time, he could not afford to stay in Celestial Pavilion, but still wanted to keep up his appearances. When she saw him for the second time, he was accompanied by a maidservant of the Princess of Dragon Clan. Clearly, he was a person under Longlinger. However, not long ago he was humiliated ridiculously as if he was only an insignificant person who had a bad history. Was he actually someone who had managed to seek connections with the powerful? If you keep staring at me like this, I will misunderstand your intention. Yi Futian looked at Xinyu, grinning. Xinyu was stunned, after which she blushed and turned her eyes away from him. This guy is really thick-skinned, she thought, but he's indeed good-looking. The group came to a particular courtyard, which was the best one in Celestial Pavilion. Many people were already here. Longlinger was lecturing the other people in the courtyard. Realizing that Yi Futian had arrived, she smiled brightly and ran to Yi Futian. Brother Futian, why are you so slow? It's so boring. Then she held Yi Futian's arm. Immediately, countless people stared at Yi Futian. The people who had taken over Celestial Pavilion were all from the Dragon Clan. Seeing that Longlinger was actually so close to the young man before them, they were petrified at once. Since when was the little devil so easy to deal with? You looked at Yi Futian with astonishment written all over her face. She knew clearly who the little girl was. Even the previous owner of Celestial Pavilion could only lower his head before her and greet her politely. The dragon girl from the Dragon Clan was, without any exaggeration, one of the most powerful young girls in Divine Sky City. She was the only child of her parents in the Dragon Clan, and also the favorite person of the talented previous leader of the Dragon Clan. The relationship between the Dragon Girl and Yi Futian was actually so good. Just before this, Yi Futian was actually humiliated by a lady. Stop! Yi Futian widened his eyes at Longling. Is she trying to kill me? It's all right to mess around in West Court, but here. Mr. Yi, Yangxing, who was in front, shouted. Then he said to the rest, in the future, when you work in Celestial Pavilion, you'll all listen to Mr. Ye's orders. He's the new owner of Celestial Pavilion. Many people were somewhat shocked. When they heard that Longlinger bought Celestial Pavilion to give to someone as a gift, they were already very surprised. They did not expect the person to actually be so young. Xinyu was bewildered once again. The person who could not even afford to stay in Celestial Pavilion the last time had become the new owner of the place. Why are you not greeting the owner? Longlinger pointed her finger at the crowd. Immediately, everyone bowed and shouted, Greetings, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, if you have anything to tell them, please do, Yangxing said. Yi Futian turned around and said to Lulan Shui, Lulan, come here. Lulan Shui walked up, also feeling somewhat surprised. Yi Futian was brought away by force, and in addition to staying safe, he actually managed to form such a good relationship. In the future, she'll be in charge of Celestial Pavilion. Just listen to her orders, Yi Futian said. Yes, Mr. Yi. Everyone nodded. Xinyu, Yi Futian shouted. Xinyu was stunned, and she raised her head to look at Yi Futian. Why was Yi Futian calling her? Smiling, Yi Futian looked at her and said, Xinyu, you have been working in Celestial Pavilion in the past. In the future, you'll help Lulan to manage the things here. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Xinyu was totally puzzled. She blinked her eyes, not really understanding what was going on. She had only been a receptionist in Celestial Pavilion. At the moment, Yi Futian was asking her to manage Celestial Pavilion. Was he joking? Noticing that Xinyu was staring blankly at him, Yi Futian smiled and said, What? Are you not willing to? Of course I'm willing. Xinyu shook her head and asked anxiously, Are you being serious? She stared firmly at Yi Futian as if she was scared that he was only joking. Do I look like the kind of person who lies? Yi Futian replied, smiling, You're not lying to me? Shen Yu's eyes turned red immediately, and she seemed to be very excited. She was worried that Yi Futian was teasing her deliberately because of the event that had happened last time. If you're not willing to, forget it, Yi Futian said with a serious expression. I'm willing to. Xin Yu quickly said. Only then Yi Futian smiled. Xin Yu's heart pounded fiercely, and she could not remain calm. She had been working here, and naturally knew what kind of place Celestial Pavilion was. If she could manage Celestial Pavilion, she'll certainly become successful in her career. But she still felt that the whole chain of events was very dramatic. Yi Futian decided to choose her because he needed a person who was familiar with Celestial Pavilion to help Lulan Xue. Although Xinyu had mocked at him before, she did not have any malicious intentions. Instead, she was quite innocent. It was clearly better for Yi Futian to choose someone who was pure and simple. Of course, the main reason was that Shen Yu looked quite pretty when she smiled. Uncle Yang, another thing, Yi Futian said, looking at Yang Xing, can you ask them to keep this a secret? As a person who always kept a low profile, Yi Futian did not like to attract too much attention. All right, Yang Xing nodded, after which he told everyone about it. Then he asked the rest to leave, leaving only Xinyu at the place. Lulan, have you finished what I told you to do? Yi Futian asked. Yes, Lulan Xue nodded. If you need any cultivation resources, just go and get the best, Yi Futian said, smiling. It felt really good to become rich over one night. What was their goal of coming to Divine Sky City? It was to cultivate and become stronger. Since they had the resources of Celestial Pavilion at the moment, they would clearly invest them into cultivation. I understand, Lulan Xue nodded. She's your. Long Linger extended her neck and looked at Lulan Xue. Maidservant, Lulan answered. There had already been a few misunderstandings in the past. Wow, Brother Futian, you're awesome. Long Linger looked at Yi Futian in admiration. Even his maidservant looked so charming. Let's go and eat together. Yi Futian noticed the strange look from Long Linger and was somewhat speechless. The girl was only so young. What was she thinking about? All right. Long Linger giggled, after which she grabbed Yi Futian's arm and pulled him outside. Yi Futian turned around and said, Settle your meal yourselves. Yang Xing and the people beside Long Linger all followed her, leaving behind Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen, who could only watch them leave. That's amazing. Yu Sheng's face was also filled with admiration. It seemed like there were no females whom Yi Futian could not deal with. Yi Wuchen, who seldom spoke, also muttered, It's a talent. Yu Sheng nodded seriously. It was indeed a talent. Long Linger and Yi Futian walked out of the courtyard. Still holding Yi Futian's arm, Long Linger said, Brother Futian, do you want to consider joining Starry School with me? I'll buy the other 2 inns, which are as famous as Celestial Pavilion for you. If I go there, how do I cultivate? Yi Futian widened his eyes at Long Ling. I'll bring you with me, Long Linger said. Bring me. Yi Futian was speechless. Then he moved Long Linger hand away and said, You're the princess of Dragon Clan, and I'm your musical attendant. Mind your image outside. I don't care about that, Long Linger said, indifferent. The fact that you don't care doesn't mean that other people don't as well. Moreover, if the people in your family find out that you have given Celestial Pavilion to me, they'll definitely not ignore it, Futian said. But you have taught me many things, Long Linger said naively. That's much more important than Celestial Pavilion. Other people will not think in this way. Futian rubbed Long Ling ahead and added, Listen to me. I got it. With her hand, Long Linger made a funny face at Futian. Chapter 436. A group of figures walked through the covered bridge by the ferry pool. Everyone in the ferry looked over. The group walked down the bridge towards the independent building ahead. Regular people couldn't go in. Enjoying a meal in the Celestial Pavilion was already luxurious. Entering the pavilion in the ferry pool was something else. But the people didn't find it strange anymore when they saw the group. It was the little princess of the dragon clan. A group of figures walked through the covered bridge by the ferry pool. Everyone in the ferry looked over. The group walked down the bridge towards the independent building ahead. Regular people couldn't go in. Enjoying a meal in the Celestial Pavilion was already luxurious. Entering the pavilion in the ferry pool was something else. But the people didn't find it strange anymore when they saw the group. It was the little princess of the dragon clan. Long Linger was around 13 or 14 years old. She was still young, but from her features, it was clear she was already pretty. After a few more years, the divine Sky City would have another skilled and rich beauty. Everyone had heard of the West Mountain Dragon Girl's talent. She was a dragon whisperer and had a dragon master's talent. When she was a child, her family had captured a young dragon for her to become familiar with them. Some people were born to be envied. If the most powerful of the West Mountain hadn't died, Long Linger's life would probably be even more amazing. After all, when he had been alive, there were few who could fight him in the entire eastern barren state. His loss was a disaster to the dragon clan and had taken years for them to recover from. Everyone gazed at the people around Long Linger and saw Futian. They were confused. Wasn't he the one who had been insulted earlier? And the woman who had been with Futian was beside Long Linger now. Was she a servant? This made many people curious. They looked to Jiangnan and Wang Yuqing. Right now, those two were stunned, gaping at Futian. What was happening? When did Futian get with the West Mountains Dragon Clan? They knew Futian and obviously knew he couldn't be from the Dragon Clan. Futian didn't look at them. They entered the pavilion directly. Jiangnan tapped the table rhythmically and chuckled. No wonder he can live in the Celestial Pavilion. He's joined the Dragon Clan. What do you mean? Wang Yuqing asked. The princess of the Dragon Clan is young, and she will soon join the Starry School. It's normal for the family to find people to study with her. I'm sure your friend is smart and took this chance. Don't you find this scene familiar? Jiangnan laughed softly. Are you talking about the Wang family? Wang Yuqing asked, understanding Jiangnan. What do you think? Jiangnan laughed. I've underestimated him. He truly is skilled in this aspect. He could get with your family in the Yunhua city and win your grandfather and sister's favor. Now, it's the same in the divine Sky City. He went straight to the Dragon Clan. I'm impressed. It's not easy to join the Dragon Clan, though. How did he do it? Someone beside him whispered. The Dragon Clan was in the building. It was a bit far away, but they still didn't dare to gossip loudly. There are high and low ways. I wouldn't know the specifics. Jiangnan laughed meaningfully. So when he said that he'll stay a few days here, he was purposely showing off to you. The West Mountain Dragon Clan, Wang Yuqing mumbled. She still found it strange. They may be one of the top families in the divine Sky City, but he's only a study attendant. There's no need to worry. He may be good at this, but he doesn't know that he's already fallen. A truly strong cultivator wouldn't willingly be someone else's servant, Jiangnan said. Any disciple of the top 3 schools is better than that. Yes, Wang Yuqing nodded. She didn't want to discuss Yi Futian anymore. She'd thought that they would have nothing to do with each other anymore, but she didn't expect to see him with the Dragon Clan. It shocked her. Yi Futian didn't know or care about Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing's thoughts. To him, those two were only passers-by in his life. After entering the pavilion, he realized it contained many hidden magic arrays. Standing before the mirror-like floor-to-ceiling window, he could see the outside, but the outside couldn't see in. Not only that, but the noise outside had softened too. They wouldn't be disturbed. It was quiet. Brother Futian, the food here is good. They're all made with spiritual herbs. If you feast here every day, it will help with your cultivation, Long Linger said. But I still want Brother Futian to be with me. With that, she gazed pitifully at Yi Futian again. There aren't any outsiders here. Stop acting. Yi Futian could see through her acts. The girl glared at her and then sadly shook Yi Futian's arm. I'm serious. Yi Futian just found it strange for the little girl to whine. He knocked gently against her head. Where did you learn all these tricks? How did you find a girlfriend? You don't know how to take care of girls at all, the girl said with disdain, letting go of Yi Futian. Miss, you can fool around before us, but please don't do that before outsiders or your family. You'll hurt Mr. Yi. Beside them, Yang Xing was in cold sweat. This girl was too strange. I know. I'm not stupid. Long Linger glared at Yang Xing. Okay, good. Yang Xing nodded. This place is no fun. Long Linger looked sad, but then her eyes lit up. Oh, Brother Futian, I heard that the Starry School has a bunch of pretty girls. Not interested. Yi Futian wouldn't get tricked. I'm not lying. The famous beauties of Divine Sky City are there too, Long Linger kept saying. I have a girlfriend, Yi Futian replied. Liar, the girl muttered. I heard that Linger is here. I wonder how old she is now. Can I see her? A voice said from the outside. He seemed to purposely send his voice here. The sound was softened, but was still clear. Everyone looked toward the window and saw a few people standing before the building. The leader wore an extremely glamorous robe. It dazzled with gold light. The clothing seemed to be made with a rock's feathers. It was both elegant and sharp. The youth's temperament was also shocking. He was around 20 years old. Other than black, his hair also shimmered with gold. His features were defined and he was extremely handsome. He looked extraordinary. Right now, everyone in the fairy pool was attracted by him. They were shocked that he'd come to the celestial pavilion that the Dragon Clan had bought. Jin Yunxiao. Seeing him here, Wang Yuqing and Jiang Nan's expressions changed. They looked up to him. Jin Yunxiao was a pride of the Starry School. He'd performed well in the final exam and entered the Starry rank. Other than that, his background was also powerful. He was from the Jin clan. The Jin clan Nine Cloud Palace was a powerful family in the Divine Sky City, like the West Mountain Dragon Clan. They were also rivals. Countless years ago, when that legendary man from the Dragon Clan had been alive, they'd repressed the Jin clan. After he'd died, the tides were turning. Now, the disciples of the Jin clan weren't as obedient before the Dragon Clan. The other people beside Jin Yunxiao were also talents from the Starry School. It's Yuan He and Mu Jiangxue, Wang Yuqing called when she saw the other two. They were all people she looked up. They were younger than her, but their statuses were completely different. But even Yuan He and Mu Jiangxue had to stand behind Jin Yunxiao. Senior brother Jin, senior brother Yuan, senior sister Mu. Jiang Nan stood up and greeted. He was older than them, but he'd entered later, so he had to call them seniors. Many powerful people joined the top 3 schools in their childhood. For example, how old was Long Linger? But she would join the Starry School next year. Jin Yunxiao glanced over and then looked away to the pavilion. Mu Jiangxue's expression was cold. Yuan, he nodded slightly when he saw Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, he said, you did well in the exam. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Nan looked proud that Yuan, he actually replied. Jiang Nan was a genius, but he didn't stand out in the starry school. Yuan, he, and Mu Jiangxue were the true prides. It was a feat to get a praise from them. I've interacted with senior brother Yuan, Jiang Nan whispered. You can say we know each other. Wang Yuqing nodded. Interacting with them was something to be proud of in itself. At that time, inside the pavilion, Long Linger's pretty eyes filled with disgust when she saw Jin Yunxiao. I don't like him. She clearly knew Jin Yunxiao. Their families were both top families of the city. They obviously had interacted before. Who is he? Yi Futian asked. He's from the Jin clan. They're presumptuous. Look at his clothes. So unfashionable. Long Linger pouted. They even turned their home into the Nine-Cloud Palace. It's the most luxurious place in the city. They love to show off. When I was young, they wanted an arranged marriage with me, but my uncle told them to scram. I've only heard of that before, though. I don't know the details. Of course it's real, Yang Xing said. When you were born, the Jin clan came to congratulate your parents. They wanted an arranged marriage, but the family leader told them that they were a group of failures and told them to get out. He forced them out, and the Jin clan didn't even dare to fight back. Thinking back to the previous family leader's glorious history, he felt honored. At that time, the family leader had still been alive. But sadly, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Chapter 437. After Yi Futian had heard these past events, he gained a newfound respect for that senior from the Dragon clan. He would definitely have been unequaled among his peers, but it was a pity that he died young. Yi Futian felt it was a pity he was unable to meet him. No wonder that little girl was still wallowing in the sadness of her uncle's death after so many years. He could imagine what kind of person he was, kind and friendly to his family, yet dominant to outsiders. This was a person deserving of respect. After Yi Futian had heard these past events, he gained a newfound respect for that senior from the Dragon clan. He would definitely have been unequaled among his peers, but it was a pity that he died young. Yi Futian felt it was a pity he was unable to meet him. No wonder that little girl was still wallowing in the sadness of her uncle's death after so many years. He could imagine what kind of person he was, kind and friendly to his family, yet dominant to outsiders. This was a person deserving of respect. Tell him that I don't want to see him, Long Linger told Yang Xing. Understood. Yang Xing nodded and walked out of the pavilion, speaking to Jin Yunxiao across the air. The young missus is busy and has no intention of meeting you. Jin Yunxiao did not get angry. Instead, his thin lips curved upwards into a smile, giving people a scathing feeling. I heard little sister Linger is entering the Starry School next year to cultivate. Why would she not want to meet her senior? If she has the ability to enter the Starry School, perhaps I would help to take care of her as well. Yang Xing frowned. Yi Futian, who was in front of the window, felt contempt when he saw the look in Jin Yunxiao's eyes. His tone was getting frivolous. Who are you to want to take care of me? Long Linger stood in front of the window and shouted. Her voice echoed throughout everyone enjoying the banquet in the fairy pool. Long Linger did live up to her reputation as the apple of the Dragon clan's eyes, everyone thought, with the tone that she was speaking to Jin Yunxiao in. Little sister Linger sure has a short temper for someone so young. Jin Yunxiao smiled as he continued. However, I've heard that little sister Linger has yet to become a dragon master. If this continues, getting into the school through the examination might prove to be an impossible task. This is not something that young Master Jin should be worrying about, Yang Xing replied unfeelingly after hearing Jin Yunxiao's words. Jin Yunxiao was evidently picking a fight with her. West Mountain Dragon Senior only has little sister Linger as an only child. I'm just worried that there will be nobody to take up his mantle. Jin Yunxiao smiled while speaking, the provocation in his voice clear for everyone to hear. The people in the fairy pond quietly watched while all this unfolded. The two families had their fair share of disputes and stories, especially when that person was still alive. he had kept the Jin clan suppressed. When Long Linger was born, the Jin clan had been humiliated when they asked for her hand in marriage. Now that that person was dead, the dragon clan were on the weaker side, so it was natural that people from the Jin clan provoked the dragon clan whenever they met. You. Yang Xing's expression looked sullen while Long Linger's cheeks puffed up in anger and she clenched her fists. Say that again. A voice sounded from outside. Everyone's gazes turned and a figure strolled down the long corridor. The person had a flawless complexion, was handsome beyond belief, and his seemingly skinny figure was brimming with strength. His eyes sparkled spiritedly and his gaze was like lightning, directed straight at Jin Yunxiao, who was on the bridge. In the fairy pool, many people's expressions changed upon seeing him appear. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing's expression hardened as they saw that person walk closer step by step. Of course, they recognized him as another person cultivating in the Starry School, with more repute than Jin Yunxiao. Ever since this person was born, he had always been in the spotlight, his every movement noticed by everyone in the divine Sky City. If there was any of the younger generations in the West Mountain Dragon Clan whose position could rival the dragon girl Long Linger, it would be him. Dragon fledgling Long Mu, the son of that legendary person from the West Mountain. When that legend was still alive, Long Mu received attention from all around. Even up till today, he still continued to receive an exceeding amount of attention. That was because Long Mu was his son. Also, there were rumors that even though that pure-blooded dragon, West Mountain Dragon Clan leader, had Long Linger as his daughter, he was grooming Long Mu as his successor. He intended to let his nephew take over his position, as this was the child that his brother had left behind. Many people claimed that the familial ties in the West Dragon Mountain were weird. The person that legend had doted on most when he was alive was not his biological son, but Long Ling. Now, after he was dead, the person the current West Mountain clan leader had the greatest expectations for was not his daughter, but his nephew Long Mu. Such close brotherly ties earned the respect of many. Jin Yunxiao's gaze also moved towards Long Mu. His expression no longer looked relaxed. It had turned deadpan, his sharp gaze staring at the figure getting closer. Long Mu, the son of that legendary person, the bastard son of the person who had suppressed the Jin clan when he was alive. And his son's potential was also exceptionally high. He had put on an impressive display this year at the Starry School's year-end examination and had overshadowed Jin Yunxiao. This was someone whose background, talent, and ability were all above him. Long Mu's body moved in a flash, like a bolt of lightning. Following a deafening crash, Long Mu landed on the bridge, causing the bridge to tremor as though it was about to collapse. Long Mu stood firmly, scrutinizing Jin Yunxiao coldly. Everyone below had their attention captivated by the two of them who were standing apart. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing yearned to be like the two of them. They were true geniuses, and they had not expected both of them to appear together. Everyone wondered if a fight was going to ensue. Say what you just said again. Formless power started to accumulate around Long Mu, just like a shadow of a pure-blooded dragon appearing. The pure-blooded dragon qi circulated in the air, giving people an overbearing feeling. The moment Jin Yunxiao repeated his words, Long Mu would strike immediately. Knowing Long Mu's personality, this was absolutely possible. Jin Yunxiao stared at Long Mu, smiling as he said, "Long Mu, you're just as arrogant as ever." Scram! Long Mu emotionlessly spat out just that one word. Jin Yunxiao's expression turned disdainful. An extremely sharp aura could be faintly seen around his body. The golden shirt made of rock feathers that he was wearing made light sounds. His shirt moved even though there was no wind, and emitted a terrifying light. Behind Jin Yunxiao, a fleeting rock shadow unparalleled in strength appeared. Jin Yunxiao was like a rock with no equal. A sharp-edged hurricane started to form, striking Long Mu like knives. Jin Yunxiao's mouth arced into a cruel smile, following which a brilliant golden shadow appeared at breakneck speed. The shadow pounced towards Long Mu at speeds that were too fast, like a rock tearing through the wind, threatening to destroy everything. Long Mu's body remained still as he lifted his fist and delivered a punch. A thunderous roar resounded throughout the heavens, like a dragon's furious cry. The two forces clashed, and the bystanders witnessed an arrogant rock and a haughty dragon in battle. With an ear-splitting bang, the bridge collapsed as streaks of golden lightning flashed across the sky. Jin Yunxiao's body returned to his original position, a pair of dazzling wings gently flapping on his back. His arms hung beside him, trembling lightly, but the coldness and arrogance remained on his face. He coldly observed Long Mu, who was standing at the same spot. The bridge beneath Long Mu had already broke, and it was empty in front of him. Long Mu stood at the edge of the broken bridge, his gaze still fixated on Jin Yunxiao. "We will fight again." Jin Yunxiao smiled faintly, turning around and saying, "Let's go." As his words left his mouth, his wings flapped and he flew outwards. The people behind him looked towards Long Mu and proceeded to follow him out. In the other pavilion, Yi Futian witnessed the entire fight. He naturally saw that Jin Yunxiao was on the losing end and had braced himself and left. Moreover, the Jin clan's life spirit was the rock. No wonder both clans were at loggerheads. "Your brother?" Yi Futian asked Long Linger, who was beside him. When Long Mu arrived, Long Linger had softly called him, while everyone else called him young Master Mu. "Yup, my uncle's son." Long Linger nodded her head. "It's just that he's a bit obstinate. Big brother Futian, let me introduce him to you." The West Mountain Dragon, fledgling thought Yi Futian as he recalled what was said in the inn. This gave him an understanding of that person's identity. Just then, Long Mu was already walking towards the pavilion. In a moment he was walking in with Yang Xing. His spirited gaze looked towards the crowd, and many of them bowed and acknowledged him. "Young Master Mu." The West Mountain Dragon clan members naturally understood that even though the young missus was the apple of the clan leader's eyes, the next leader of the West Mountain was extremely likely to be the young master Long Mu. "Brother," Long Linger called out. "Linger." Long Mu nodded and replied, "I heard that you were in the Celestial Pavilion, so I came over to visit you. Don't put Jin Yunxiao's words to heart. Nobody can bully you after you enter the Starry School to cultivate." "Okay." Long Linger smiled while nodding. She walked up to Long Mu and lightly rocked his arm, while pointing to Yi Futian, saying, "Brother, this is big brother Futian." Long Mu naturally saw Yi Futian. He raised his head and his gaze landed on Yi Futian, a strong aura emitting from his eyes. Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes were pure as he smiled and introduced himself. Long Mu did not introduce himself as their gazes met. Instead, he questioned, "The Celestial Pavilion was given to you." As the young master of the Dragon Clan, he naturally knew more than others. Yi Futian saw Long Mu's attitude and knew that the people from the Dragon Clan were unhappy with this incident. "Brother!" "I agreed to give it to big brother Futian," Long Linger retorted. "I know." Long Mu nodded lightly, following which he said to Yi Futian, "Thank you for taking care of Linger these past few days. You can treat this Celestial Pavilion as your reward. Also, you can leave now." "Long Mu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Long Linger looked angrily at Long Mu, her hands crossed on her hips with a fierce demeanor. "Linger, don't be mischievous," Long Mu berated her. "Okay." Yi Futian did not mind, smiling while he nodded. To the West Mountain Dragon Clan he was just an outsider, even though the lassie was a little reliant on him. But it was merely because of her loneliness during these sad times. After a few years, she would still be the Dragon Clan's young missus, and he would still be himself. Moreover, he did have plans to stay long-term with the Dragon Clan. It was just that he had gotten closer with the young girl after these few days. He liked Long Linger and treated her like a younger sister. Chapter 438. Hearing Yi Futian's reply, Long Linger looked at him and said, I won't let you leave. Hearing Yi Futian's reply, Long Linger looked at him and said, I won't let you leave. Linger, cultivate well with Senior Feng. Don't keep thinking about the past, Yi Futian said, smiling. I'm going. With that he walked out. Brother Futian, Linger called. Yi Futian stopped. Turning around, he said, Hey, don't you know that you're annoying? Long Linger's eyes were red. Her tears were about to fall out, and Yi Futian's heart softened. This girl was too good at acting. You didn't forget what you promised, right? The little girl said pitifully. Yi Futian was confused, but he quickly remembered what Long Linger was talking about. He'd promised to spend New Year with her. I remember. Yi Futian nodded. Then you must do it, Long Linger said. Okay. Yi Futian chuckled and started walking out. After he left, Long Linger glared at Long Mu. Happy now? Linger, Long Mu said. You've messed around enough. How well do you know him? I don't care. Long Linger glared. You are Uncle's only daughter. You're the little prince of the Long family, Long Mu continued. Even without me, you should know the recent relationship between Uncle and the family. Now, you casually gave the Celestial Pavilion to a stranger. What would the family think? I'm not eating anymore. Long Linger turned and left. Looking at her back, Long Mu felt helpless. Uncle Yang, he said, take Linger back. Yes, young Master Mu. Yang Xing nodded and followed out. He chuckled wryly. Long Mu was straightforward. He loved Long Linger, but their personalities were too different. It was hard to get together. He was more suited for cultivation. When Yi Futian returned, Lulan Shui, Yu Shang, and Xinyu had gone out. Only Yi Wuchen was cultivating. They didn't return until evening and had come with many things. Yu Shang carried them. What's that? Yi Futian asked curiously. Some spiritual herbs. We went to Qingyin Street, Lulan Shui answered. That's the biggest trade market in this area. I bought some spiritual herbs to make medicated baths. The martial arts cultivators in Divine Sky City often train themselves like this. I came across a way to make medicated baths. You, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen can use it. You've worked hard. Be generous for yourself, too. Yi Futian nodded. People in the outside world usually used resources for cultivation. If possible, they would definitely do so, too, and raise their cultivation as much as possible. Yes. Lulan Shui nodded. I'll go do it with Xinyu. With that, they left. Yi Futian looked at Lulan Shui's back. Back when Lulan Shui had gone to the cottage voluntarily to become his servant, he hadn't had this thought. He thought that Lulan Shui couldn't do well because she was a princess. But after his second senior sister trained her, Lulan Shui gradually became accustomed to being a servant and accepted it. Even Yi Futian had gotten used to it. We aren't going to the Long family anymore. Yu Xing asked. No. Yi Futian shook his head. I don't think the Celestial Pavilion is a long-term plan either. We must find other ways to earn spiritual stones. Long Linger had given them the Celestial Pavilion. She was the princess of the Long family, but she was still too young. She couldn't decide anything. Yi Futian had felt some things from Long Mu's attitude. Thus, the Celestial Pavilion bought with the Long family's resources wasn't very stable. It was better to rely on himself. This trip cost a lot, Yu Xing said. With their cultivation plane, ordinary methods couldn't support their consumption of resources. Yeah, let me think. Yi Futian nodded. They were poor. He felt that their cultivation planes were too low. They weren't enough for a rich city like Divine Sky City. Of course, they could join the top 3 schools or another force and they would have enough resources. However, Yi Futian didn't want that anymore. A while later, Lulan Shui and Xinyu walked over. Lulan Shui said, It's done. Want to try? Yes. Yi Futian nodded and followed Lulan Shui to a bath inside the house. The bath water was bubbling now. There were fiery red stones inside, making the entire bath look like lava. The heat was scary. The spiritual herbs were already inside. You can go, Yi Futian said. I'm not sure I put in the right amount. You can try it. I'll wait here, Lulan Shui said. Yi Futian blinked at her. Was this proper? Lulan Shui looked up at him. Her cool silver eyes showed no disturbances and said softly, Isn't this what a servant should do? Yi Futian wanted to face-bomb, but it seemed to make sense. But it still felt weird. Seeing that Lulan Shui was still staring at him and didn't move, Yi Futian had a weird expression. Then he took off his white robe and shirt, revealing a lean body. Half naked, he walked towards the bath while muttering, taking advantage of me. Hiss! The moment Yi Futian entered the pool, he felt frightening power dig into his body. He didn't think the high temperature would affect him, but he'd clearly underestimated the medicated bath. Instantly, streams of power dug into his limbs. His body seemed to boil and his blood flew through his body. Don't resist. Let your body take it and let the power meld into you. It won't do much the first time, but apparently long-term use will greatly improve your physical body. It's very beneficial, Lulan Shui said. How do you feel? What did you add? Yi Futian mumbled. But it feels good. With that, he closed his eyes and endured it quietly. The frightening power was wildly melding into his flesh, digging into his body and challenging his every cell. The pain kept lowering. After a long while, he didn't feel anything anymore. He stood up and walked out of the bath. Lulan Shui walked up and put a prepared bathrobe on Yi Futian. Right now, her silver eyes sparkled. You can go now, Yi Futian said. Okay. Lulan Shui nodded and left. A while later, Yi Futian returned to the courtyard and said, Yu Sheng, you go try. It will help you. Okay. Yu Sheng nodded. Yi Futian sat down in the courtyard. The ring on his finger lit up and a guqin appeared before him. He played the instrument with his eyes closed. In his mind, Yukio rang out. Every music note was filled with magic. Yukio was one of the world's top 10 musical pieces. Each one was a masterpiece. Yukio's artistic conception was the minds of the two emperors. But now, Yi Futian's mind was different. Yi Futian gradually forgot about Yukio. At that moment, he seemed to be immersed in his own world. Afterward, he strummed the instrument strings, and a graceful melody flowed out. The sky darkened and moonlight shone down. The moment the music rang out, the courtyard became ethereal and clean. One's heart seemed to be caught in that moment. Xin Yu stood in the near distance. When the music sounded, she felt her heartstrings twang. Her pure eyes looked quietly at the figure. His music was so ethereal. It had a special attraction that made people listen to it. The graceful music was steady and beautiful, instantly taking people into a unique artistic conception. From the music, one could feel a youth leaving home to travel far. He chased after his goal and dream, facing everything optimistically. He was kind and low-key. He'd put away his brightness and was unbothered by many things. However, the world never followed one's wishes. There would always be people invading his world. Those people were arrogant. He wanted to overlook them, but couldn't avoid them. Some things would always follow him. Identity, status, and power were like mountains that could crush one's spine. Even a simple relationship would still be affected. The music went from calm to wild, as if his mind had been affected by the outside world. But after the wildness, it became serene again. However, this serenity had a lonely arrogance to it. The music became cold and arrogant. Gradually, it became hurried. Yi Futian's fingers sped up and crazily strummed the instrument strings. The music became frenzied. There was an invisible aura around him. He was arrogant and able to destroy everything in the world. The world's spiritual qi seemed to be affected too. It went wild as well, and beams of purple light shone like lightning. The bolts streaked across the courtyard. The music accelerated and lightning cracked. The entire world became chaotic, as if there was an electric storm that wanted to destroy everything. In the courtyard, Xinyu watched this in shock. She'd felt the music change bit by bit from peace to chaos. Even now, Yi Futian had a frightening aura. It was arrogant and cold. His fingers strumming the instrument strings were still elegant, but he seemed to have changed. He didn't care for the world and dared to compete with the lords. Xinyu plugged her ears, but it was useless. A scene of the world ending appeared in her mind. Lightning cracked, almost destroying her mind. Yet, this was only the music's side effects. Yi Futian wasn't attacking anyone. The electric windstorm seemed to become complete around Yi Futian. This was a frightening musical sorcery that could turn into spiritual attacks. Finally, the music stopped. The scary scene disappeared. Yi Futian quieted down, and he opened his eyes slowly. He smiled. Yukio told him that if he added spiritual energy into the music, he could control the spiritual chi in the air. Now, using Yukio as the base, he'd composed his own musical piece according to his own mind and experiences. It was a music sorcery spell and was very powerful. This was a great start. Chapter 439. The music stopped. Yi Wuchen, Yu Sheng, and Lulan Shui all came to Yi Futian's court. Xin Yu stood beside him blankly. The music stopped. Yi Wuchen, Yu Sheng, and Lulan Shui all came to Yi Futian's court. Xin Yu stood beside him blankly. Yi Futian turned around and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that? What happened to you?" Yu Sheng asked. Yi Futian often told him that music could convey one's spirit. He had heard Yi Futian's music many times, so he became quite sensitive to music artistic conception. He was not talented enough, but the artistic conception in the music that Yi Futian had just played was too strong to ignore. After leaving the Eastern Barren territory, it had been a long time since Yi Futian last showed such a spirit in his music. The end of his music was very sharp and powerful. Yu Sheng had never heard this piece before. "I just need to vent. Is there any problem?" Yi Futian stared at Yu Sheng, wondering how he saw through it. What had happened these days made him a little upset and depressed. "I can't even ask." Yu Sheng grumbled. "What's the name of the music you just played?" asked Yi Wuchen. He could feel the marvelous artistic conception. From the plain beginning to a heated climax, the music made him feel like there was a man standing under the sky and daring to break all the chains. "I haven't named it yet. It's an improvisation. Have any suggestions about the name?" said Yi Futian. Yi Wuchen, Yu Sheng, and Lulan Shui were speechless. It was an improvisation. It was perfect. "How about elegance?" suggested Lulan Shui. This word fit the artistic conception very well. "Elegance." Yi Futian murmured and nodded immediately. "Good. Elegance is the name now." "It's late now. Go have a rest," said Yi Futian. The four nodded. Yi Wuchen and Yu Sheng walked toward the bamboo woods in the backyard. They needed to cultivate. It was too early for them to sleep. Lulan Shui went toward another direction. Xin Yu didn't move, staring at Yi Futian. She had no idea where she was going to live. Though having worked in the Celestial Pavilion before, she was not qualified to live in it. "Why are you looking at me? You want to spend the long night with me?" Yi Futian quipped. Xin Yu blushed and ran away immediately. Seeing Xin Yu running away, Yi Futian was speechless. Was he so scary? Maybe she was just too excited. The Divine Prefecture calendar's 10,004th year came to its last day. The Divine Sky City was more bustling and lively than before. As the transaction center of the city, Qingyun Street was the busiest, especially on such an important day. People and their demon beasts crowed here. The locals were totally used to the scene. Even small kids weren't scared. A line of people walked along the street. "What a lively place!" the youth in white exclaimed. It was Yi Futian's group. These days they had been cultivating in the Celestial Pavilion. The last day of the year was a good chance to take a breath of air. Here is the transaction center of the Eastern Barren State. Of course, it'll be so lively. Look at that castle. Lulan Shui pointed at a place in the distance. A great, dark castle overshadowed this vast place. It's the demon castle. You could buy all kinds of powerful demon beasts there. The trainers could make a great profit from it. They have demon beasts in all levels. Lulan Shui introduced softly. She had been there before and was shocked by the scene. In the divine sky city, money could get you everything. Demon beasts are so profitable. We happen to have one here, Yi Futian murmured and looked behind. The black-winged eagle winced, looking at Yi Futian with its big eyes. Master, this joke is not funny. Maybe no one would like to buy it. Pondering for a while, Yi Futian chose to give up. The black-winged eagle was relieved and kept flapping its wings. How could he think about selling me such an excellent demon beast? It's inhumane. Lulan, you could go buy yourself some nice ritual implementing clothes, Yi Futian suggested. There were many stores selling ritual implementing clothes on either side of the street. Many people came here to select gifts for their families or descendants. The end of the year here was busier and more luxurious than Eastern Barren territories. The resources here were much more bountiful too. I'm good. Lulan Shui shook her head slightly. Shen Yu, go with her, Yi Futian continued. You could pick something for yourself too. Okay. Shen Yu nodded and dragged Lulan Shui away. After a while, the two came back with some bags in hands. Yi Futian couldn't help thinking how wonderful it could be if Hua Jiyu was here too. He had to work harder now. In the future, this area would only be more prosperous. After Hu Jiyu came, he would definitely bring her here to feel the atmosphere. It had been a year since they were separated. Was she all right? What a kind of place is that? Walking on the street, Yi Futian was attracted by music from a quaint manor in the corner. It's a famous music workshop where music sorcerers trade gyukins or music spells, Shinyu explained. Hearing this, Yi Futian suddenly came up with an idea. These days he had been considering how to make money to support his cultivation. This music workshop might be a good place to start. Let's go. Thinking of this, Yi Futian walked straight toward the workshop. The workshop was clean and elegant. There were young beauties welcoming them. Knowing that they wanted to trade music, these beauties led them to a quaint pavilion where a guqin was placed. Go ahead. An old man sat in the front. Since they wanted to trade music, the host needed to know the music's level. If the level was too low, the music couldn't be traded here. It was not a good idea to show the music score directly since someone might plagiarize. The best way was to play it on the spot. Sitting in front of the guqin, Yi Futian began to play his music elegance. As the music was played, the old man gradually sensed the artistic conception. He listened to the music seriously. From peace to mania, there was a kind of straightforwardness. No more inhibitions were there. The impetuous fire of youth burned and even howled. Endless thunder, intent, seemingly melted into the music. The senior closed his eyes and felt it silently. He could feel that even the airflow was controlled by the music. The artistic conception was very strong. The music stopped. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Yi Futian in a totally different way. He smiled and asked, "Marvelous! What is the name? Who is the composer?" "Its name is Elegance. It's my opus." Yi Futian raised his head and answered. The old man was shocked and stared at Yi Futian. "You are not joking, right?" Creating a song was not something new, since many experienced musical sorcerers could do that either. But in Yi Futian's age, it was not an easy thing to create a song which contained such an artistic conception. "It's not a joke," said Yi Futian. "There are two methods. I can arrange the auction right now, or you could sell it to me directly. What's your choice?" The senior asked. "Auction." Yi Futian didn't hesitate. Only through auction could he know the real value of this song. "Good, but this time the workshop will join the auction too." The senior smiled and ordered, Tell the others that there will be a potential hit song for auction very soon. Yes. The two maids beside them nodded and went to spread the news. Sir, you need to play it again later for the auction. Furthermore, if the auction is successful, the workshop will take 1/20th of the profit. If the bid is ritual implements, it'll be a price based on the ritual implement. Deal. Yi Futian nodded and asked, Can I conceal my identity when playing? No problem. The old man nodded with a smile. There was a tower in the workshop just for auctions. People in the workshop gathered here, and the tower suddenly became lively. All floors and rooms were occupied. This music workshop was a very famous place in the divine Sky City. Many well-known music scores and spells all came from here. Therefore, many music lovers and sorcerers often gathered here. It was the last day of the year. Hearing that there was a potential hit song to be auctioned, people in the workshop all gathered in the tower. If a song was said to have potential, there must be something special about it. At this moment, an old man's figure appeared on the stage. He waved and said, Let's get down to the business. Enjoy yourselves. He walked away, and then the stage burst with bright lights. Some spells helped mask the stage. On the stage, a faint figure loomed. The figure touched the guqin lightly and began to play. Hearing the music, the whole tower fell silent. From the ethereal music and its extremely strong artistic conception, it could be inferred that the music player was very well versed in music. As the music was played, people became engrossed in its artistic conception and the player's spiritual movement. Gradually, thunder was heard and lightning was seen. The artistic conception became more and more sublimated. Finally, the music stopped. For a while, the tower remained silent. What a masterpiece! Somebody exclaimed. It's marvelous indeed. This spell is in such a low level. I don't see anything special. At this moment, doubts were heard from a room on the 3rd floor. A line of figures sat there. People outside couldn't see them. The speaker was a young man with an outstanding temperament and some powerful men guarding beside him. He was from the Dragon Clan. He knew very little about music, but still he could feel the mightiness contained in the music Yi Futian had just played. Though it had a strong conception, the spell was still just in the arcana plane. He just couldn't understand what made it so special to people. Today was the end of the year, as well as the 14th birthday of the Dragon Clan's little princess. The young man wanted to select a good present for the little princess who was good at music and was going to be a dragon master in the future. At tonight's party, many members of the family would have prepared all kinds of presents. He wanted to be different from the others. Chapter 440. Long Yen didn't understand music, so he went out to ask. It would be embarrassing if he gave a common musical piece as a gift. Long Yen didn't understand music, so he went out to ask. It would be embarrassing if he gave a common musical piece as a gift. What level can it be if an arcana plane cultivator released a noble plane spell? An ancient voice came from the room on the 2nd floor. Long Yen smiled and nodded. Understood. The musical piece was extraordinary, but the player's ability was limited. The musical piece is called Elegance and is written by himself. If anyone is able to buy it, you may become one of the few who can understand this piece, the old man said, smiling. Powerful musical sorcery was the same as other spells and martial arts techniques. It obviously couldn't be spread carelessly. Spells were usually given in exchanges. Musical pieces were the same. Okay, the auction rule is to exchange with items. Everyone can report their prices, the elder said, gazing at everyone present. Yi Futian sat behind the magic array, watching everything happen. The array before him was transparent. He could see everything clearly, but the others couldn't see him. This was a water elemental spell. Lower noble ritual implement, someone said. Using ritual implements as an exchange was the most common. Yi Futian was slightly disappointed. Was the musical piece only worth a lower noble ritual implement? He had to see the others. 3 lower noble ritual implements, someone else said. Many people joined the bid. However, the musical piece was from an unknown source. It was an original creation, but no one knew the composer and was only in the Arcana plane. No one knew what it would be like once they got it. Thus, most people were careful when bidding. Of course, it would be different if this was from a famous composer. The price would shoot up. After a while, the bid had reached 2 mid-level ritual implements. This was quite a high cost. It meant that most of the people here knew what was good. Otherwise, they wouldn't bid so high for something performed by an Arcana-level cultivator. But Yi Futian was still a bit disappointed. The auctioneer was the old man who had listened to him play earlier. Now he smiled slightly. If there wasn't a suitable bid, he would buy it himself. 3 mid-level noble ritual implements, Long Yen said lazily from the 3rd level. He didn't understand music, but since people were bidding, he would buy it and then see. After Long Yen bid, many people fell silent. But then an old voice said from the 2nd floor, 1 upper-level noble ritual implement. Upper-level noble ritual implement. Many people's eyes narrowed. This was an unknown piece they'd only heard once. This cost was very high. 2 pieces, another voice said from the 2nd floor. 3 pieces, yet another said. The people in the main hall were shocked. Was it that they didn't know what was good? Now, people from the 2nd floor rooms kept bidding. A set of 7 elemental noble ritual implements, both defense and offense, with 10 lower-level noble spell decree, 5 mid-level spell decree, and 3 upper-level spell decree. A gentle voice announced from the 3rd floor. The entire building became quiet. This price. The building was silent. It was hard for anyone under the sage plane or from a wealthy top force to bid like that. But the voice was beautiful and moving. The person must be very young. Clearly, it was the daughter of some wealthy family. Even Yi Futian's heart jumped at the bid. He knew his musical piece was extraordinary, but he wasn't famous, and he was only in the Arcana plane. It was an impossible price. He looked up to the room on the 3rd floor, but just as the other couldn't see him, he also couldn't see her. He didn't know who had raised the bid to this level. Anyone else? The elder asked. No one replied, so the elder chuckled. In that case, the bid is over. In the room, Long Yen gazed at the other room and asked, I am Long Yen from the Dragon Clan. May I ask for your name? One must have an extraordinary background to be able to pay this price. He could talk to her. If the musical piece really deserved that price, he could buy it from her. No one replied. Inside the room, a beautiful face was looking in Yi Futian's direction, wondering who was selling this piece. Let's go, her gentle voice said. She turned and walked out, ready to exchange for the musical piece. Yi Futian also rose and left. A while later, Yi Futian's group appeared outside on the street. Let's go. Yi Futian started walking away. Earlier, he'd kept anonymous because he was low-key. Now he really couldn't reveal himself because people could kill him for what he'd earned. Now he was curious who had gotten the piece. She didn't even humor Long Yen. After strolling down Qingyan Street, Yi Futian returned to the Celestial Pavilion. After all, he'd promised a certain girl to accompany her. However, when he returned, he was notified that someone was waiting. This person's identity seemed to be special. Beside the fairy pool, a figure sat inside the covered bride pavilion with many strong cultivators with him. He looked very young and was studying Yi Futian, who just entered. Yi Futian, the youth asked. You are? Yi Futian asked. I am from the West Mountain. The other chuckled. Yi Futian was confused. He'd heard this voice earlier at the music workshop. A voice from a room had called himself Long Yen from the Dragon Clan. The other had arrived at the Celestial Pavilion first, appearing before him. Can I help you? Yi Futian asked. He'd actually guessed the other's motive. He'd gone to the music workshop for the same reason. The Celestial Pavilion was bought with the Dragon Clan's resources. Long Yen said as expected. Sister Linger is still young and doesn't understand things. This pavilion is nothing to the Dragon Clan. but given without any reason. Do you understand? No. Yi Futian shook his head with a smile. Long Yan chuckled. Tapping the table, he continued, Then I'll make myself easier to understand. I don't care how you tricked Linger, but we will take this back. However, I don't want Linger to feel bad. Thus, you can continue taking care of the Celestial Pavilion, but you must give up 90% of profits. I will take it. The remaining 10% is enough for you to get rich. Long Yan's smile was confident. He'd heard that Yi Futian was only a musical student and in the Arcana plane. With that status, 10% of Celestial Pavilion profits should definitely be enough. Yi Futian should understand that if he refused, he would have nothing. He had no reason to refuse these conditions. Yi Futian looked at the confident smile. He'd understood many things from Long Yan's words. He had to give up 90% of the profits, while still keeping this a secret from Ling. Also, Long Yan would be the one taking the money. He didn't know if this was the Dragon Clan's idea, Long Yan's, or a small minority of the family. This wasn't important, though. He'd expected this would happen from Long Mu's attitude. What? You still have to think about it. Long Yan asked, frowning. He was pressuring Yi Futian. You should know how much 10% of the profit is. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. I understand. And Long Yan asked. You will know my answer tonight, Yi Futian said. Okay. I will give you 1 day to think and come back tomorrow, Long Yan said. He took his people and left. Yi Futian watched his back and smiled, shaking his head. The man didn't have any patience. Yi Futian hadn't finished speaking. He didn't have to come tomorrow. The taker has the disadvantage. Yi Futian laughed at himself. He tossed the Celestial Pavilion's badge up, and then it fell down in his hand. The Western Court of Divine Sky City was abnormally lively at the end of the year. Many from the Dragon Clan came from the West Mountain, shattering the quietness. To them, this wasn't only the end of the year. It was also the princess' birthday. Long Linger of the Dragon Clan was cultivating at the West Court and preparing to enter the Starry School. They didn't plan on making a big deal over her birthday. Most remained in the West Mountain for the New Year's, but most lines of the family sent youths to celebrate Long Linger's birthday. By evening, a banquet was prepared. At this time, a dragon-pulled chariot was in the sky. A beautiful figure sat in it. She was a woman of around 30 years old. Her skin was youthful and white as snow. Her features were extraordinary, and she looked wise. She gave off a noble aura just by sitting there. The lady is here. Many people looked up. She'd come to celebrate her daughter's birthday while the family leader stayed in the West Mountain. He was growing stricter towards his daughter these years. The dragon chariot landed and the woman walked out. Long Linger called out, "Mother." Her voice was slightly disappointed. She knew her father wouldn't come celebrate her birthday.